Chapter 550. The Duel Begins. Chapter 550. The Duel Begins. In all, 9 out of the League's 33 Temple Masters were present. The others apparently did not have enough free time to come spectate. There have been countless life-death duels held since the establishment of the Monster Exterminating League. However, this is probably the first between a Divine Emperor and a Saint Realm expert, right? The absolute beauty, Temple Master Pure Moon, said while bathing in the sunlight and radiating her incomparable warmth. A duel between a Divine Emperor and a Saint Realm expert does seem a little too much. A burly man who carried a giant axe on his back stood with his arms crossed and his crimson brows slightly furrowed. Although 17 Temple Masters had approved of Emperor Golden Snake's proposal for a life-death duel, there was a small number of Temple Masters, including this burly man, who disapproved. Temple Master Iceberg, this life-death duel is all thanks to you. I'm really curious as to what price Golden Snake paid you such that you willingly got off your high horse to plead with each and every Temple Master. From what I know, the relationship between you two isn't close enough that you would naturally put in so much effort for him. Temple Master Pure Moon glanced at Temple Master Iceberg with a strange expression. Golden Snake regards me as his master and has always paid me great respect. Why can't I lend him a hand? Besides, although Jin Wushuang has unparalleled talent, he's after all just an outsider, and it's a matter of time before he leaves Monster Continent. Should I have helped him over someone who has dutifully served the League? That does make sense. Temple Master Pure Moon nodded and said no more. Nothing could be done. Given Jin Wushuang's outsider status, the League's Temple Masters naturally had to side with Emperor Golden Snake, even if to varying extents. Look, Jin Wushuang has arrived. Temple Master Pure Moon suddenly raised her head. Together with the numerous Divine Emperors and Divine Generals outside the restriction, the present Temple Masters raised their heads one after another and looked toward the valley. On the vast void in the Bloodshed Valley, a beam of black flowing light whizzed past and quickly revealed a figure not too far in front of Emperor Golden Snake. Carrying the triple kill sword on his back, Jin Wushuang wore a slight smile on his face and crossed his arms. Jin Wushuang appears to be quite the confident sort, no? Temple Master Pure Moon was taken by surprise. Once he appeared in the Bloodshed Valley, the Saint Realm aura on his body began to spread without the slightest conceit. He's indeed only a Saint Realm expert. Although he's only a Saint Realm expert, there's a second-grade Divine General's token aura on his body. How's that possible? What's so impossible about that? Don't you know that a month ago, there was a mass slaughter of demonic beasts in the East Camp, during which Master Jin revealed his strength to be much greater than that of second-grade Divine Generals? Yes, I just returned from East Camp and did hear about that. Jin Wushuang is indeed an incredible super genius. What a pity that such a super genius is about to die. Sobbing and sighing noises filled the area around the Bloodshed Valley. However, the restriction completely sealed them off from reaching the battlefield. This allowed the two men in the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake, to focus completely on the duel. However, noises from within the battlefield did transmit outward. It was quiet within the valley. The only noise was that of a gentle passing breeze. Jin Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake stood facing each other at a distance of 100 zhang, 1,094 feet. Jin Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and his eyes carried no emotion. Conversely, Emperor Golden Snake stared at him with glacial eyes that conveyed a heinous resentment. "You're pretty brave," Emperor Golden Snake spoke in the frostiest of tones. "I'd thought you would flee to the territory occupied by demonic beasts and never return to the human world." "You're not good enough to scare me away," Jin Wushuang quipped nonchalantly. "Hee, those are some confident words, or should I say, self-flattery." A smile formed on the corner of Emperor Golden Snake's mouth. "If that's the case, I shall take your life away today. It'll count as revenge for my son, even though it's a month late." "Revenge? Or maybe I'll send you to reunite with your son in the netherworld." Jin Wushuang sneered. "You can try." A grim-faced Emperor Golden Snake opened his mouth and extended his tongue to lick his lips, resembling a venomous snake. An upsurging aura gradually diffused from his body. Come. With scorching eyes and an eager heart, Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He had previously exchanged blows with Su Ming, a divine emperor-level expert who possessed Tao enlightenment. At that time, he summoned all of his skill and effort, but was nevertheless completely outclassed by the latter, for the gulf between them was too big. However, having gone through several months of cultivation in the monster continent, he was no longer the same as his former self. The current him longed for a life-death duel with a genuine divine emperor. Others may think that it's far-fetched for a Saint Realm expert to duel a divine emperor, but in my case, that isn't necessarily impossible. Let's fight. As Jian Wushuang involuntarily growled, an upsurging battle intent poured out of his body and shook the whole world. Emperor Golden Snake exhaled a breath and made eye contact with Jian Wushuang, producing a tangible flame. The next moment, swish, the figures of both men vanished simultaneously. They went missing at the same time. Outside the restriction, the spectating divine generals frantically looked over. Before they could discern the figures of Jian Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake, two figures had already convened in the centermost of the void in the Bloodshed Valley. The triple kill sword was already in Jian Wushuang's hand. It promptly struck forth with irresistible force. Similarly, the pitch-black machete in Emperor Golden Snake's tight grip struck out. A sword shadow and a blade light instantly collided. The spectators were still frenziedly searching for the two figures when a violent boom erupted. Boom! The sound reverberated throughout the universe like a thunderclap that abruptly sounded from a fine and cloudless sky. Subsequently, the earth and mountains of the Bloodshed Valley began to quake violently. At the point where the collision took place, an almighty power formed into a huge wave which swept unbridled in all directions at an astonishing speed. Buzz! The wave spread downward and instantly sank into the ground beneath the duel. A huge pit with a diameter of nearly 100 zhang appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 551. Peak Battle Strength. Chapter 551. Peak Battle Strength. Good Lord. This power is incredible. Is this the strength of a divine emperor? Faced with a crater in the Bloodshed Valley that was over 1,000 feet deep, experts outside the restriction breathed gulps of air in terror. These effects were caused by what power remained. This meant that the original attack would have been much more powerful. More importantly, it was a fight between Emperor Golden Snake and a Saint Realm. The Saint Realm had been well matched with Emperor Golden Snake in the head-on exchange. At the center, the two terrible forces clashed in a frenzy. Staring at Jian Wushuang coldly, Emperor Golden Snake said, "Young man, I didn't expect that you'd improve again in the last month. In fact, you improved a lot. If I wasn't prepared, would I be foolish enough to have a life-or-death duel with you?" Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. "Do you think you are strong enough now? Ridiculous." Emperor Golden Snake sneered at him. With a move of his wrist, he retrieved the black scimitar and ripped it out in the next second. It was a seemingly simple move, but only people who had perfectly control of their strength were able to do it. Jian Wushuang leaned back. The black scimitar missed him and skimmed over his clothes. Jian Wushuang leaped forward. His power peaked as his triple-kill sword slashed fiercely in the direction of Emperor Golden Snake. Swish! Emperor Golden Snake made a sudden dodge. Jian Wushuang's long sword missed him, but cut the residual shadow Emperor Golden Snake had left. A sudden cold wind blew as the scimitar flew back towards Jian Wushuang's head. Whoosh! A cold and sharp blade light streaked against Jian Wushuang's neck, but this drew no blood. Jian Wushuang's figure vanished gradually. That had been Jian Wushuang's residual shadow. On the battlefield, both Jian Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake's speeds reached their zenith. Whoosh! Countless residual shadows moved quickly in the air. Experts outside the restriction were stupefied. Their eyes were open wide, and they were trying to follow the battle. However, this was in vain as they were merely first-grade divine generals, and second-grade divine generals. Their speed. They're too fast. I've always known Emperor Golden Snake was fast, but how could Jin Wushuang, a Saint Realm, be so fast? The spectators were filled with amazement. Even divine emperors marveled at the scene before them. I can't believe it. Jin Wushuang is no slower than a normal divine emperor. It's his body. His strong body helps his speed. I can see that. It seems it's not easy for Golden Snake to kill Jin Wushuang. It was supposed to be easy for a divine emperor to kill a Saint Realm. However, based on the current situation, they had their doubts. They wondered whether Emperor Golden Snake would be able to kill Jin Wushuang. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures reappeared in the void. Emperor Golden Snake, show your full strength, or it will be boring for me to kill you, Jin Wushuang said coolly. He was aware that Emperor Golden Snake had not fought with his full strength. It had only been a competition of speed just now. Similarly, Jin Wushuang had held back. As you wish. Emperor Golden Snake began to unleash his full powers. Shining gray light glinted from the black scimitar in his hand, and a terrible power gathered around it. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He had once had a brief fight with Emperor Golden Snake in the East Camp. Then, when Emperor Golden Snake had intended to strike a killing blow, the black scimitar had made a similar change. Fortunately, Emperor Xieying had stopped him. However, it was a life-or-death duel this time. No one would stop Emperor Golden Snake. Emperor Golden Snake is using his trump card. Sovereigns who were gathered in the air outside the restriction also grew grave when they noticed the black scimitar's change. I've seen this move, it's powerful, Emperor Fengxiao said. Emperor Fengxiao's acknowledgement meant that the move was really powerful. Golden Snake has always been secretive. Even when he fights against demonic beasts, he seldom displays his full skills. It's rare to see him use his trump card. No one would have expected him to use it against a Saint Realm today. As a Saint Realm, Jin Wushuang should be proud that Golden Snake isn't holding back in this battle, even if he is ultimately killed. What a pity. If he wasn't an outsider but born in Monster Continent, things would be different. They all sighed as they imagined Jin Wushuang being killed. This was the natural order of things. A Saint Realm was much weaker than a divine emperor. They thought it extraordinary that Jin Wushuang had forced Emperor Golden Snake to play his trump card. They had never expected more. On the battlefield, Emperor Golden Snake raised his black scimitar slowly, on which an enormous power was gathering. The spectators were quiet. People outside the restriction looked on with bated breath. As he faced Emperor Golden Snake, Jin Wushuang clearly felt the overwhelming threat of the black scimitar. Battle intent in his eyes rose suddenly and sharply. Let's fight head-on. Jin Wushuang suddenly shouted, and his spiritual power swelled. A sharp light materialized from behind him. A stream of supreme sword essence erupted. Next, a 60-meter-high golden sword soul phantom rose behind Jin Wushuang. The golden sword soul phantom stood on the top of the world with an unyielding and oppressive aura, with supreme sword essence sweeping across it. Jin Wushuang stood under the golden sword soul phantom like a war god. The long sword in his hand had transformed. The triple kill sword had been replaced by heart-killing sword. His blood fire domain began to spread out as well. Azura's secret skill, road to the underworld. Azura's secret skill, bridge of helplessness. All his skills were displayed simultaneously. Jin Wushuang's battle strength had peaked. Chapter 552. Overwhelming Superiority in Strength. Chapter 552. Overwhelming Superiority in Strength. Jin Wushuang, go to hell. Emperor Golden Snake muttered softly. Following this, he slashed down fiercely with the black scimitar that he had raised high above him. Abruptly, darkness fell. Only a brilliant stake of black blade light remained that lit up the area. In that instant, the light from the scimitar became a focal point. So many people in the world want to kill me. You're not qualified to be one of them. Jin Wushuang's cold voice reverberated through the bloodshed valley. In the next moment, he drew out his sword. Without a sound, its sword shadow moved forward with destructive power. It was even more dazzling than the black blade light. The fourth move of heart-killing sword technique, sheer shadow. This was a powerful sword skill displayed through heart-killing sword. While Jian Wushuang hadn't brought the heart-killing sword's power into full play, this move shocked the spectators. Outside the restriction, divine generals, divine emperors, and temple masters held their breaths as they looked on in anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the events unfolding on the battlefield. They witnessed the two terrible forces collide in the bloodshed valley. Unexpectedly, there was no fierce collision or deafening roar. The winner had been determined as soon as the two forces collided. Everyone present, including the divine emperors and temple masters, were wide-eyed as they looked on in disbelief. How could this be? A divine emperor roared. Impossible! Temple Master Pure Moon exclaimed with eyes filled with amazement. The boy, even Temple Master Golden Mountain, who had thus far maintained a calm and expressionless facade, looked visibly stunned. When the two forces collided, the dark blade light from Emperor Golden Snake had been totally destroyed by Jian Wushuang's sword shadow. It had stood no chance against Jian Wushuang's attack. After the sword shadow had crushed the blade light, it had continued its charge towards Emperor Golden Snake and struck him heavily. The impact had thrown him against a mountain at the edge of Bloodshed Valley. Bang! Emperor Golden Snake rammed into the stone wall, leaving a crater-like depression where he landed. Silence descended. Not a sound could be heard. Outside the restriction, experts watching the fight were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had seen. It was amazing that a Saint Realm had forced a Divine Emperor to display his trump card. All of them had thought that Jian Wushuang would die when Emperor Golden Snake displayed his ultimate move. The sovereign's eyes had been filled with pity when they looked at Jian Wushuang. But now? Did he die? No. Instead of being killed, he had completely overpowered Emperor Golden Snake in the head-on fight. Right? Golden Snake had been completely overpowered. Emperor Golden Snake was far weaker than Jian Wushuang in offensive power. Incredible. A Saint Realm defeated a Divine Emperor. I don't know what to say. Who said that Jian Wushuang would die? Speechless, the Divine Emperors exchanged shocked glances. What they had seen exceeded their expectations. They had never heard that a Saint Realm could be so strong. In fact, only Jian Wushuang himself was unsurprised. Power of Tao is far above the origin. After mastering Bone Fusion Techniques Level 9, my physical strength alone is almost strong as that of second-grade Divine Generals. Besides, I have Sword Soul power. All these make me that powerful. Besides that, I also displayed the fourth move of Heart-Killing Sword Technique with Heart-Killing Sword, and Azura Secret Skill, the Realm and Bridge of Helplessness. How could Emperor Golden Snake withstand all these moves? Except for Power of Tao, I'm stronger than Golden Snake in other aspects. It would have been shocking to lose to him. Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence in his strength. A month ago, he would not have been confident to defeat Emperor Golden Snake. Since then, his strength had skyrocketed. He was now even stronger than a normal Divine Emperor in offensive power. Right at this moment, brattling in the crater, a figure rose. Though he was embarrassed, Emperor Golden Snake's aura was still as strong as before. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Golden Snake in surprise. Emperor Golden Snake had been hit by his sword essence power. Even if he had a strong body, it was impossible that he wasn't hurt at all. This guy. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Outside the restriction, Divine Emperors reacted in surprise. How could Golden Snake not get hurt after being hit like that? It's Tao. Emperor Fengxiao said gravely. All eyes turned to Emperor Fengxiao. Emperor Fengxiao said grimly, Phantom. It's Phantom Tao. It's formed from Saber Principle. Though not pure, it's rare. I hadn't expected that he had comprehended Gale Saber Principle and Phantom Saber Principle at the same time. Two Tao at the same time, and he is much better at Phantom Saber Principle. Just now, He dodged Jian Wushuang's sword shadow using Phantom Saber principle. That's why he didn't get hurt. This guy. Emperor Fengxiao's face fell. Hearing Emperor Fengxiao's words, the divine emperors were shocked. Did he comprehend Tu Dao? This Emperor Golden Snake? Emperor Golden Snake is secret of. Chapter 553, Triple Phantom Saber Move. Chapter 553, Triple Phantom Saber Move. He concealed it so deeply. The temple masters in the void also looked at Emperor Golden Snake in surprise. Among the 108 divine emperors, Emperor Golden Snake had always been low-key and seldom fought with others. In his confrontations with demonic beasts, he had only used Gale Saber principle. Therefore, the people of Monster Exterminating League, including the divine emperors, had thought that he was just an ordinary divine emperor. No one had expected that Emperor Golden Snake had comprehended Tu Dao simultaneously. More importantly, his understanding of Phantom Saber principle was more profound than they had guessed. Why did he keep it under wraps? Temple Master Pure Moon frowned. Even Temple Master Golden Mountain, who knew Emperor Golden Snake well, was surprised. He hadn't known that Emperor Golden Snake had comprehended Phantom Saber principle and couldn't understand why he had kept that fact under wraps. Monster Exterminating League was a united organization and Emperor Golden Snake had no deadly enemies. Why then did he hide the extent of his skills? There must be a reason. After the duel, I will ask him. Temple Master Golden Mountain told himself. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang stared coldly at Emperor Golden Snake. It seems they all look down on you, Jian Wushuang said in a hostile tone, remembering what Emperor Fengxiao had told him. Emperor Fengxiao had warned him that few knew Emperor Golden Snake's real strength because he had always been low-key. This was indeed the case. Once I display Phantom Saber principle, I will have endless trouble. To avenge my son's death, I have no choice. Emperor Golden Snake's face was sullen. Phantom Saber principle was his last trump card, and he would not have used it unless absolutely necessary. In the Monster Exterminating League, no one, not even those close to him, knew about this. He wasn't planning on using it, but now he had to. Boy, you should be proud, Emperor Golden Snake said in a deep voice as he stared at Jian Wushuang. I created Triple Phantom Saber move, but I've never displayed it in front of others. You are the first. A death caused by it is a worthy one. Triple Phantom Saber move? Jian Wushuang's glare froze. Watch carefully. Emperor Golden Snake was so confident of his Triple Phantom Saber move that he preempted Jian Wushuang before he made his move. Jian Wushuang's face was grim. Emperor Golden Snake was still holding his black scimitar. At this moment, he slashed it at will. As the black scimitar was slashed from a distance of 30 meters, the dark sharp light had reached Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly darkened. Too fast. He was shocked by its speed. It was as if Emperor Golden Snake had slashed the sword right in front of him, rather than at a distance of 30 meters. The attack was so sudden that Jian Wushuang had no time to use his swordsmanship and gather power. Instead, he instinctively raised his sword. Bang! The impact threw Jian Wushuang off, but he regained his footing after a while. Quick reaction. Emperor Golden Snake stared at Jian Wushuang with ice-cold eyes. That's just the first move. Now comes the second. Jian Wushuang looked grave as he stared at Emperor Golden Snake. He was on high alert. Jian Wushuang was still recovering from his shock. The first move had been fast. Indubitably, the second would be faster. Whoosh! Emperor Golden Snake moved like a phantom. As Jian Wushuang saw Emperor Golden Snake move, a black light which had been less than a meter away rushed towards his head. This strike was faster and more terrible than the first. At such a close distance, there was no room for Jian Wushuang to use his heart-killing sword. He could only raise it to his chest. Clang! The black light struck the heart-killing sword. Its impact numbed Jian Wushuang's arms, which nearly caused him to drop his sword. Jian Wushuang retreated a few steps from the force of the attack. How could he be so fast? Jin Wushuang's eyes were filled with shock. At least he had been able to slash his sword to resist the first move. However, he had not been able to do so to meet the second move. What about the third move? It's great that you have fended off those attacks, but that won't be enough. The third move is the most powerful. You must die. Emperor Golden Snake made this pronouncement coldly, as though he had just sentenced Jin Wushuang to death. Jin Wushuang held his breath. The experts outside the restriction watched in tense silence. They also wanted to witness for themselves the strength of the last move. As the spectators watched, Emperor Golden Snake suddenly moved. Whoosh! 8 Emperor Golden Snakes appeared in the air. These were 8 Emperor Golden Snakes, rather than his residual shadows. The figures besieged Jin Wushuang. God! What's that? 8 Emperor Golden Snakes? Experts outside the restriction were stunned. Phantom, 8 phantoms. Has he mastered the Phantom Saber principle so perfectly? Emperor Fengxiao exclaimed. On the battlefield, 8 Emperor Golden Snakes surrounded Jin Wushuang. Suddenly, they raised their black scimitars in concert with cold smiles. The 8 Emperor's Golden Snakes attacked Jin Wushuang simultaneously. He wasn't able to tell which was the original body of Emperor Golden Snake. The black scimitars continued their fervent slashes. As the attacks grew faster and stronger, Jin Wushuang couldn't tell where the blade light came from. He discovered its source when he felt a coldness at his back. By then, it was too late. Chapter 554, The Last Step. Chapter 554, The Last Step. Ice-cold blade light from behind him stabbed towards his heart. The attack had happened too quickly. When Jin Wushuang realized what was happening, the blade light had been less half a centimeter away him. It was too close to escape. There was nowhere to run to. Since I can't escape from it, let me face it. A crazy thought flashed in Jin Wushuang's mind, and he tried to face the incoming attack with his body. Immediately, his spiritual power surged and a strong spiritual power shield surrounded his heart. Go to hell. Emperor Golden Snake's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The sharp black scimitar stabbed Jin Wushuang's heart. Clang! A clash resounded as power undulated violently in the air. Almost immediately, heavy wind and a storm materialized. Experts outside the restriction stared at the battlefield center. There, the 8 Emperor Golden Snakes had become one. Emperor Golden Snake's original body held on tightly to his black scimitar with its blade pushed against Jin Wushuang's heart. Space and time froze. Everything stopped. What? Emperor Golden Snake's resentful eyes were full of astonishment now. He looked at Jin Wushuang's back in shock. Jin Wushuang's clothes had been torn, revealing a scarlet leather armor. This was the Blood Kylan leather armor that Jin Wushuang had obtained in Heaven Wing City. Though Blood Kylan leather armor was hard, it had still been pierced by the black scimitar. Having gotten past the armor, the black scimitar would have pierced Jin Wushuang's heart. However, it had stopped when upon entering Jin Wushuang's flesh. Stuck in Jin Wushuang's flesh and blood, the black scimitar couldn't move forward. It was as though a barrier had stopped the black scimitar. This? Experts outside the restriction were stunned. Emperor Golden Snake's most powerful move had merely injured Jin Wushuang's skin. The scimitar had not gone deeper. What a powerful body! Everyone, including the temple masters, were shocked. Though they had completed bone fusion techniques level 9, they believed that they would be dead if they had to face a similar attack from Emperor Golden Snake. But Jin Wushuang, a Saint Realm, had not died. Such a powerful body. They didn't know that Jin Wushuang had not only mastered bone fusion techniques level 9, but more importantly, he had practiced heavenly creation skill. He had reached venerable master level. What differentiated him from the others was his powerful body. Beside his strong outer body, every muscle, bone, and cell of his body was much stronger than a normal person. The scimitar had broken his spiritual power shield, Blood Kylan leather armor, and even his skin, but it couldn't go any deeper. For the scimitar to pierce Jian Wushuang's heart, Emperor Golden Snake's offensive power would need to be twice what it was now. Over the void, Emperor Golden Snake had backed off with a look of disbelief. Jian Wushuang, who was now attracting many incredulous stares, closed his eyes. Why did he close his eyes? He closed his eyes? What is he doing? Is he trying to recover from the injury? The onlookers were puzzled. Some guessed he was trying to recover as he was heavily wounded. Only Jian Wushuang knew that their guesses were wrong. He had fended off the attacks perfectly and had not suffered any serious injuries. He closed his eyes because enlightenment had entered his mind. Yes, it was enlightenment. While facing Emperor Golden Snake's scimitar, he had a sense of crisis and had tried his best to fend it off. Then enlightenment appeared. Level 1 restriction of 6-story pagoda had 999 slaughter occult. Jian Wushuang had mastered 998. The last one had always troubled him. Now, he finally understood it. I finally understand, Jian Wushuang murmured. Madness in a hopeless situation. The sudden enlightenment helped Jian Wushuang master the last slaughter occult. Jian Wushuang now understood all 999 slaughter occult of level 1 restriction of 6-story pagoda. With the new understanding, he unlocked level 1 restriction and found its inner rule. That's it. That's why Master Di Jing said that I would enter Dao as long as I unlocked level 1 restriction. It's the way from slaughter origin to slaughter Dao. Jian Wushuang smiled softly. By unlocking the restriction, he had finished his last step to enter Dao. Soon, slaughter origin turned into slaughter Dao and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The process went smoothly. In a short moment, the process was completed. Onlookers saw Jian Wushuang close his eyes but didn't know what he was doing. Emperor Golden Snake clenched his fists. He had a diabolical look on his face. Impossible, he shouted, and the 8 Emperor Golden Snake reappeared and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 555, Shock. Chapter 555, Shock. Go to hell. The 8 figures were in a frenzy. The ice-cold black light slashed directly at Jian Wushuang's head this time. At this very moment, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. This is the original body. Jian Wushuang looked at one of the figures. He had not been able to identify the original body before he entered Dao. Now, he could do it in one glance. I thought he was so fast now. I think his speed is mediocre. Jian Wushuang sneered, then made his move. Nobody had expected this. Whoosh! The ice-cold black light approached Jian Wushuang's ear and tried to cut at his head. Emperor Golden Snake narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. As he had expected, Jian Wushuang didn't react to the light and could only watch it passively. The ice-cold black light passed through his head easily. Oh! Emperor Golden Snake froze. Experts outside the restriction were stunned. That's a residual shadow. When? Emperor Golden Snake was stunned as he had not noticed Jian Wushuang moving. Suddenly, an emotionless voice whispered in his ears, Emperor Golden Snake, your speed is just so. As Jian Wushuang's words died, Emperor Golden Snake turned and saw Jian Wushuang's sword flying towards him. Emperor Golden Snake raised his black scimitar to deflect the attack. Bang! A loud bang sounded. Spectators watched on as Emperor Golden Snake was thrown off by the impact to the edge of Bloodshed Valley. What happened? Emperor Golden Snake's face fell. He could now feel that Jian Wushuang was different. As experts outside the restriction looked at Jian Wushuang, they also realized that something in Jian Wushuang had changed. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang held his sword in one hand. The golden sword Soul Phantom behind him continued to spread supreme sword essence. As Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Golden Snake, his surging killing intent was palpable. Emperor Golden Snake, thank you, Jian Wushuang said. Why are you thanking me? Emperor Golden Snake's look was confused. If not for you, I don't know when I would have made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang smiled. Thank you. I will kill you with my best move which I mastered just now." As Jian Wushuang spoke, he slowly raised the heart-killing sword. There was dead silence. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Jian Wushuang. They now understood that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough. But his aura had not changed, which meant that he was still a Saint Realm. Jian Wushuang stared calmly at Emperor Golden Snake. The heart-killing sword shook as it gathered more power. Then, Jian Wushuang slashed his sword at Emperor Golden Snake. The move was simple and appeared to be slow, as though there was no energy behind it. But right at that moment, a sword essence wave swept over rapidly. It was the fifth move of heart-killing sword technique, Sword Ripple. He had not mastered it until he entered Slaughter Dao. The sword essence wave moved much faster than Emperor Golden Snake's strongest move. At the edge of the battlefield, Emperor Golden Snake had again transformed into 8 figures. At the approach of the sword essence wave, the figures tried to resist, but the wave swept through them like fallen leaves blown by the autumn wind. The sword essence wave cleaved the 8 Emperor Golden Snakes and continued its sweep towards the restriction. There was a buzzing sound as the wave met against powerful resistance from the restriction. However, the sword essence wave still left in it a huge hole. Experts who stood outside the restriction watching the fight didn't notice the wave's approach. They had thought that the restriction was not easy to break as it had been built jointly by 2 temple masters. Even a superior emperor could barely break it. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang's sword had been able to do it as it continued its onslaught after killing Emperor Golden Snake. The sword essence wave continued along its path and onlookers in that direction naturally became targets. "No! Hurry and escape!" Cries of panic filled the air. It was fortunate that Temple Master Pure Moon arrived in time to fend it off, so that no one got hurt. Calm was restored after the sword essence wave dissipated. But for many of those present, their emotions were in turmoil. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang's face was expressionless. Near where he stood, Emperor Golden Snake's original body had been cut, and he began to fall powerlessly on the ground. "Am I going to die?" Emperor Golden Snake appeared confused. Things had changed so fast. He didn't know what had happened during the time he closed his eyes. He had increased his strength so much in such a short period. A terrible sword move had killed him. "I was supposed to avenge my son in this life-death duel. I didn't expect to dig a grave for myself. Jian Wushuang, I never thought I would be defeated by you. But don't get too complacent. Even if I will die, I won't make it easy on you." With his last breath, Emperor Golden Snake took out a jade slip and sent a message. "Master, I have a compass. It's a treasure. If you want to get the ancient world token, the compass is the key." Chapter 556, Perfect Slaughter Dao. Chapter 556, Perfect Slaughter Dao. On the battlefield, Emperor Golden Snake died and his body fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang walked to Emperor Golden Snake's corpse, taking away his black scimitar and interspatial ring. After doing that, he looked around. Outside the battlefield, the onlookers were silent. But their emotions were in turmoil. No one had thought that Jian Wushuang would survive the life-death duel. But it turned out, Jian Wushuang was alive and Emperor Golden Snake was dead. A divine emperor had been killed by a saint realm. Shock, bewilderment, they struggled to calm their thoughts. In the void where divine emperors had gathered, the sovereigns were also shocked. They had been surprised to see Emperor Golden Snake show his real strength, his comprehension of Phantom Saber principle and triple Phantom Saber moves. They knew that Emperor Golden Snake's real strength was remarkable, even though he was slightly weaker than superior emperors. Emperor Golden Snake's reveal of the true extent of his skills meant that he was nearly as strong as superior emperors. Among the 108 divine emperors of Monster Exterminating League, only Emperor Fengxiao and a few others were stronger than him. There had been no doubt that he would prevail in the battle. But no one had expected that Jian Wushuang to kill Emperor Golden Snake. The terrible sword move which had split the restriction after killing Emperor Golden Snake still held them in shock and awe. That sword move had been too terrifying. No divine emperor present dared to say that they would be able to fend it off without being wounded. If I tried my best, I would have to slash twice to split the restriction. But Jian Wushuang did it with one sword move, which had been weakened by killing Emperor Golden Snake. He makes me feel a bit diminished by comparison. Emperor Fengxiao said, eyes sparkling. He had thought highly of Jian Wushuang and had hoped that he would survive. Luckily, Jian Wushuang's performance in the life-death duel exceeded his expectations. If I'm right, Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough. That is, Dao. That's why there was a tremendous increase in his strength. Emperor Xiang said seriously, he entered Dao. It is. Besides, it is perfect, pure, and different from our Dao, which is built on sword principle and saber principle. Emperor Fengxiao nodded heavily. Perfect Dao. Divine emperors marveled Jian Wushuang's accomplishment and looked at him in admiration. 9 temple masters stood at the top high void. All of them were shocked. Slaughter Dao, perfect slaughter Dao. Good. A saint realm evolved perfect slaughter Dao from origin without the help of sword principle, Jian Wushuang. An exceptional genius. Temple Master Pure Moon praised. Perfect and pure origin Dao. It is stronger than our Dao which built on weapon Dao. Among us, only Wushan's Earth Dao is on par with his. They looked at a burly man with a giant axe on his back, who had previously defended Jian Wushuang against an injustice. The burly man smiled. Though Earth Dao is perfect and pure, it is a defensive Dao. Jian Wushuang's Slaughter Dao is the strongest in origin Dao. Therefore, he is far stronger than me in offensive power. Different Dao had different power. Jian Wushuang's Slaughter Dao was far more powerful than the burly man's Earth Dao in offensive power. Before Jian Wushuang comprehended Dao, his battle strength was on par with a normal divine emperor. Now, his strength has increased so much that he is definitely as strong as a superior emperor. In terms of offensive power, it is possible that no one in Monster Exterminating League is better than him. Temple Master Pure Moon said. Those present nodded in agreement. They had seen how Jian Wushuang had killed Emperor Golden Snake. That power was amazing. Iceberg, you did so much to set up the duel. You gained nothing. On the contrary, you suffered a double loss. Temple Master Pure Moon looked at Temple Master Iceberg, who appeared stunned. Temple Master Iceberg's countenance was an accurate reflection of his thoughts. He was stunned not by Emperor Golden Snake's death, but by the message Emperor Golden Snake had given him. The message had been sent to him. A compass? Golden Snake had a compass? It's a treasure that concerns the ancient world token? Temple Master Iceberg was mulling over Emperor Golden Snake's message. If you want to get ancient world token, the compass is the key. He had never told me about it before. Luckily, it's not too late. Temple Master Iceberg narrowed his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, Temple Master Pure Moon made a move and appeared on the battlefield. The life-death duel is over. Jian Wushuang, follow me. Temple Master Pure Moon's voice resounded through the area. Jian Wushuang nodded, followed Temple Master Pure Moon, and left. The experts in the Bloodshed Valley began to depart as they continued to discuss the duel. It was over. The life-death duel which had attracted so many experts to watch had finally ended. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Jian Wushuang was alive, and Emperor Golden Snake was dead. A saint realm had killed a divine emperor in a head-on fight. The amazing story spread rapidly from the holy place to 8 cities, and to every tribe and corner of the monster continent. Within a day, Jian Wushuang had become a popular topic of conversation among the human group on the monster continent. Chapter 557, Sword Emperor. Chapter 557, Sword Emperor. Jian Wushuang stood in the meeting hall, while the rest of the figures were sitting on chairs. These figures were all temple masters, and there were 9 of them in total. The only person here that Jian Wushuang knew was Temple Master Pure Moon. He had never met the other 8 temple masters, who, at this very moment, were staring at him as if he was a monster. He comprehended the slaughter Tao while still in the Saint realm and had the battle strength of a superior emperor, which was simply incredible. It's a pity that such a peerless genius is an outsider and not originally from our monster continent. The Temple Masters whispered. Jin Wushuang. Temple Master Pure Moon suddenly spoke. You killed Emperor Golden Snake during the life-death duel, so your strength is already equal to a superior emperor. Hence, you can become a divine emperor of our monster exterminating league in place of Golden Snake. Are you willing to take the position? If Jin Wushuang had been from the monster continent, he would definitely agree to become a divine emperor without any hesitation. But he was an outsider, so he had to personally agree before they could appoint him as a divine emperor. Divine emperor? Jin Wushuang thought for a moment before nodding. Yes. His strength had a lot of room for improvement, and he was not in a hurry to leave the monster continent. Furthermore, he wanted to make use of some resources from the Monster Exterminating League to enhance his strength. Therefore, he definitely had to become a divine emperor. Being a divine emperor comes with some obligations that I hope you can meet. After all, the resources of the Monster Exterminating League can't be used for free, said Temple Master Pure Moon. No problem. Jin Wushuang nodded again. It was natural that he would have to perform certain duties if he wanted to receive rewards. Since you're a divine emperor now, you can give yourself a title, said Temple Master Pure Moon. All of the divine emperors and temple masters of the Monster Exterminating League used their own titles, so few people knew their real names. Title? Jin Wushuang thought for a while before he said with a smile, in my hometown, experts at the divine emperor level are called sovereigns. Plus, my surname, Jin, means sword and I'm good at sword principle. So, from today on, I'll be known as Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Temple Master Pure Moon nodded slightly. I'll quickly spread the news that you have been appointed as a divine emperor. After that, it won't take long for the information to spread to the human population and the demonic beasts. Everyone on the monster continent will hear about your title, Sword Emperor. Jin Wushuang gave a faint smile, but he didn't really care. Sword Emperor. Just then, a bearded middle-aged man, who was sitting on one of the seats, opened his mouth. After hearing this middle-aged man's voice, Temple Master Pure Moon and the other temple masters had strange expressions on their faces. The middle-aged man was none other than Temple Master Iceberg. If it had not been for him, the life-death duel between Jin Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake wouldn't have even happened. Do you have anything to say, Temple Master Iceberg? Temple Master Pure Moon asked with great interest. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately looked at Temple Master Iceberg. Haha. Temple Master Iceberg smiled with a soft face as he looked at Jin Wushuang in a very friendly manner. I just want to apologize to you, Sword Emperor. Apologize? The other temple master's expressions changed a bit. Jin Wushuang's expression also changed slightly. Alas. Temple Master Iceberg let out a light sigh and said, I watched Golden Snake grow up, step by step, and he had always been extremely respectful to me. When he came to me, begging, I promised to give him a hand for the sake of the respect he had shown me all these years. I was wrong, but I hope you don't take it amiss, Sword Emperor. If you're discontented with me, say it out. I can offer some treasures or monster cores as compensation. Temple Master Iceberg's words were very sincere, as if he was really apologizing to Jin Wushuang. His behavior greatly surprised Temple Master Pure Moon and the others. After all, Temple Master Iceberg ranked third among the Temple Masters in the Monster Exterminating League. Besides, he had always been quite domineering. Few of the other Temple Masters dared to provoke him. For that reason, when he came forward on behalf of Emperor Golden Snake, few Temple Masters dared to not give him face. But now, Temple Master Iceberg, who was usually so domineering, actually made amends to a divine emperor of his own accord. Did the sun rise in the east? Even Jin Wushuang felt a bit overwhelmed at the moment. What's going on with Temple Master Iceberg? He frowned secretly. Temple Master Iceberg stood up for Emperor Golden Snake and had indeed provoked Jian Wushuang this time, but Jian Wushuang knew himself very well. Although he had the battle strength of a superior emperor, it was very likely that his strength was nothing in the eyes of Temple Master Iceberg, so he didn't need to make amends at all. However, Temple Master Iceberg did apologize. Additionally, he didn't put on airs and even apologized to him in the presence of all the other temple masters. Although Jian Wushuang didn't understand and didn't want to let it go that simply, he didn't want to fall out with Temple Master Iceberg on the surface. Temple Master Iceberg, it doesn't matter. It was mainly Emperor Golden Snake's fault, and you had little to do with it. I don't blame you. Thank you, Sword Emperor. Temple Master Iceberg had a kind expression on his face. Temple Masters, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After that, Jian Wushuang saluted towards the Temple Masters and turned to walk away. He had barely managed to exit when Temple Master Iceberg proceeded to follow him out as well. This left Temple Master Pure Moon and the others even more confused. Is there something wrong with Temple Master Iceberg today? TSK, Temple Master Iceberg, who is known for being extremely overbearing, actually apologized to a divine emperor of his own accord. This is not his usual style. I feel there must be something fishy going on here. All these temple masters talked and laughed casually. They were not fools, so they all understood that Temple Master Iceberg must have acted that way because he had some hidden intentions. But they didn't know what these hidden intentions were exactly. Temple Master Iceberg kept up with Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor. Temple Master Iceberg came to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped and asked in amazement, "What can I do for you, Temple Master Iceberg? I do need your help with a small matter." Temple Master Iceberg was all smiles and gently said, "Well, let's talk as we walk." Jian Wushuang was vigilant in the heart, but he continued to walk with Temple Master Iceberg. After all, this was the Holy Palace. Temple Master Iceberg was a temple master and was a powerful force in the Monster Exterminating League, so he wouldn't attack Jian Wushuang overtly here. I'd like to figure out exactly what this Temple Master Iceberg is up to, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Chapter 558, A Mysterious Compass. Chapter 558, A Mysterious Compass. Sword Emperor, hear me out. Temple Master Iceberg started telling his story. Golden Snake was a junior of mine, and I once gave him a token. It might not have any value, but it means a lot to me. Now that Golden Snake has died and the token is in your hands, I was hoping that you would return it to me. Of course, I'll satisfy any condition you have for returning it to me, Temple Master Iceberg said sincerely. Jian Wushuang pondered over what to do after hearing these words. A token? Why does he value this token so much? What token are you referring to? Jian Wushuang asked. It's a compass. I think it's in Golden Snake's interspatial ring, Temple Master Iceberg answered. A compass? Jian Wushuang asked and smiled. Temple Master Iceberg, you know that I've just experienced a life-death duel and haven't been able to check the ring yet, so I have no idea if the compass is in the ring. How about I go back first and search through the ring carefully? I'll reply to you if I find it, okay? There was an imperceptible surprise in Temple Master Iceberg's eyes, but he still nodded. Fine. Then, I'll look forward to hearing your reply. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. As he watched Jian Wushuang's retreating figure, the gentle and smiling expression on Temple Master Iceberg's face suddenly became deadpan, then a sliver of light flashed in his eyes. This boy is quite alert. Temple Master Iceberg clenched his fist. Maybe I was too impatient and aroused his suspicion. In the following days, it would be better to wait patiently for his reply. The more impatient I behave, the more suspicious he will be. Temple Master Iceberg's eyes became even more chilling. He was determined to get the compass because it was related to the ancient world token. Whatever it takes, I have to get that compass. After leaving Temple Master Iceberg's place, Jian Wushuang immediately found an empty secret chamber and began to check Emperor Golden Snake's interspatial ring. There were many treasures in the ring, including 2 rank 9 monster cores. After a careful search, Jian Wushuang found the compass. It was yellow, rusty, and about the size of a palm, with a chip on the edge that made it seem even more ancient. The compass was made of the same ordinary materials that were used in making magic weapons. Is this the compass Temple Master Iceberg wants? Jian Wushuang frowned. Since this compass is something that Temple Master Iceberg values so much, it should be more extraordinary. I don't understand why he apologized to me just to get this item. Jian Wushuang observed the compass and found nothing special about it. The compass was very common both in its look and material. Nobody would even notice it if it were in a market. Could it be that the secret lies inside the compass? Jian Wushuang pondered and then submerged his consciousness into the compass. Normally, important information was recorded inside jade slips and tokens, so it required one to read them using their consciousness. However, it turned out that Jian Wushuang was wrong. He could read nothing inside the compass. What's wrong with it? Were Temple Master Iceberg's words about the compass being just a normal and useless token true? He wants it just because it has a special meaning to him? Jian Wushuang was rather confused. However, he quickly turned down that idea. If it is a special token, why did he give it to Emperor Golden Snake? There must be some secrets hidden in the compass that I failed to notice. Whatever, the compass is mine now. Temple Master Iceberg has nothing to do with it. Jian Wushuang put the compass back in the ring. The next moment, he began studying the Slaughter Dao. Because of the 6-story pagoda, he had made progress in comprehending the Slaughter Dao, which was proven to be much more powerful than Emperor Golden Snake's Phantom Saber principle. He even found the Slaughter Dao more powerful than the Water Drop Sword principle, which Emperor Fengxiao studied, the Illusory Sword principle, which Su Ming studied, and the Heart Sword principle, which Blind Emperor studied. Those people might have a better comprehension in the principles than Jian Wushuang did, but in terms of pure power, the Slaughter Dao surpassed them all. While those principles were a mixture of the origin and sword principle or saber principle, the Slaughter Dao came purely from the origin. With his doubt in mind, Jian Wushuang immersed himself in studying. As Jian Wushuang was digging into the Slaughter Dao, the news of him killing Emperor Golden Snake and becoming a divine emperor in the Monster Exterminating League spread throughout the human populations, as well as the entire continent. His name, Sword Emperor, was memorized by everyone. He was the only divine emperor who was in the Saint Realm on the Monster Continent. Along an unbroken ridge in human territory, there was a vast palace hidden underground. In that palace, a black-robed elder was reading the latest intelligence with squinted eyes. Sword Emperor? Jian Wushuang. As a Saint Realm expert, he is as powerful as a superior emperor. What an impressive kid. Human beings really can be talented. Luckily, he is an outsider from another plane world, so he's not likely to be a threat to us even if he grows more powerful someday. Otherwise, we would have to eliminate such a peerless genius as soon as possible. The elder's words revealed his identity. He was a monster spy who had slipped into the human population. The palace he was in was an important information station for those monster spies. Well, Emperor Golden Snake, since you were a divine emperor who died at the hands of another human, you really saved us a lot of trouble. The elder continued reading the information regarding the life-death duel between Jian Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake. Chapter 559, Emperor's Order. Chapter 559, Emperor's Order. Oh, Emperor Golden Snake had been hiding his true power? This fact aroused the black-robed elder's interest, but he was instantly stunned when he learned that Emperor Golden Snake had comprehended the Phantom Saber principle and displayed the terrifying triple Phantom Saber moves. Phantom? Phantom Dao? So he is the human emperor that crystal-armored monster emperor has been looking for? The elder was so astonished that his glowing red eyes almost popped out of his head. He read through the report carefully once again and studied the profile of Emperor Golden Snake before finally coming to a conclusion. Although Emperor Golden Snake had comprehended the Phantom Dao, he hid it from the others and kept a low profile. It wasn't until the life-death duel with Jian Wushuang that he was finally forced to expose these techniques. The elder's eyes sparkled. Right? Emperor Golden Snake is the only human expert who mastered the Phantom Dao, so he must be the one crystal-armored monster emperor has been looking for. Finally, crystal-armored monster emperor can get him. However, he is already dead. The elder pondered. Whatever, it's better to report the news to crystal-armored monster emperor first. The elder immediately sent a message to crystal-armored monster emperor. The monster's territory was much more vast than the human's territory. In a certain part of the territory, there was a large ancient forest, which was home to a group of horrible monsters known as the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan. At the center of the forest, there was a cave mansion that led to the underground. A sudden loud shout broke the silence inside the mansion. "Ha ha, after searching for so many years, we have finally tracked down that damn human emperor." The voice was domineering, with a hint of joy and excitement mixed in. It was also so loud that it resounded through the area and disturbed the tranquility of the forest. "I never thought that Emperor Golden Snake would be the man I was looking for since he was a nameless divine emperor. It's been 40 years since he seized the compass by relying on his Phantom Dao. He knew I was looking for him, so he never displayed that technique to others during all these years. He remained hidden for so long, only to expose himself while facing a deadly situation, but he still died in the end. What a pity. Since he is dead, the compass must have fallen into the hands of Sword Emperor." Sword Emperor. The muttering voice suddenly became excited. "Tell them to kill Sword Emperor at all costs, then bring his body and interspatial ring back to me," the voice ordered. "That compass belongs to me alone." Inside the Monster Spies Information Center, the black-robed elder had just received the order from Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor. Sure enough, Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor ordered to us to kill Sword Emperor, no matter the cost. However, Sword Emperor is a superior emperor, and it will be hard for us to kill him with only the current force that is hidden in the human territory. The elder was staring at the ground, lost in thought, but he quickly reached a decision and looked up. "It seems that we have to ask that lord for help. Among the monster spies in human territory, some of them were powerful while some were weak. The weak were the demonic beasts in the Saint Realm and Cloud Realm, but the most powerful ones could even fight against divine generals and divine emperors. Some talented spies even managed to have a breakthrough in their cultivation after entering the human territory. Among those spies, the most powerful one should be G, who had exceeded the power of a rank 9 monster and reached the level of a Monster King. In the Monster Exterminating League, Monster Kings were supreme experts that were as powerful as temple masters. Master G. The black-robed elder went to a secret chamber and called out respectfully. The chamber was closed all year round because the master spent most of his time cultivating and rarely came out. "What's the matter?" the master asked in a frigid voice. "Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor ordered us to kill a human emperor at all costs and take his body and interspatial ring back. However, this human emperor is a superior emperor that is extremely powerful. We can't kill him on our own, so I came to ask you for help," the elder answered. As soon as the elder's voice fell, the chamber opened and a hairy, black-skinned man came out. The man was over 2 meters tall and looked as strong as a brown bear. He was none other than G. "You just said it was Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor's order?" G stared at the elder. "Yes." The elder nodded. "I've just received the order, but you can verify it yourself." Without hesitation, G sent a message to Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor and quickly received a positive answer. Even though he was Monster King and as powerful as a human temple master, he was no match for Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor, so he dared not go against the Emperor's order. After all, Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor was a true overlord among the monsters. "Where is Sword Emperor?" G questioned. "He is in the holy place," said the elder. "The holy place?" G shook his head. "The holy place is very important to the humans, so the #1 expert, Temple Master Black Spirit, always keeps an eye on it. It's also where the relic is stored. so I would only be seeking death if I went there to kill Sword Emperor. I understand. From now on, I'll have someone waiting outside the holy place at all times, said the elder. As far as I know, Sword Emperor is an outsider who is only in the Saint Realm. He chose to stay and act as a divine emperor of the Monster Exterminating League, so he must be planning to improve himself with the League's resources. To gain those resources, he will need to hand over monster cores, and to gain those cores, he has to leave the holy place. Once he enters the military camp or our monster territory, we'll have the perfect chance to kill him. Fine. When he leaves the holy place, make sure to inform me. After saying this, Ji walked back into the chamber. Chapter 560. Bad Blood? Chapter 560. Bad Blood? Jian Wushuang stayed inside the holy place, immersing himself in the slaughter Dao, with no idea that he was being targeted by crystal-armored Monster Emperor. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, he became more accustomed to the slaughter Dao. Now, he was able to use its power much more easily. However, he knew that this was only minor progress and that he still had a long way to go. So far, he was only able to use the power of the slaughter Dao on its own. He was still unable to combine it with his other skills. 10 days have passed. Temple Master Iceberg must be running out of patience, so it's time to give him an answer. Jian Wushuang smiled and went to meet Temple Master Iceberg. Among the palaces that covered the mountain in the holy place, there was a scarlet one, and the owner of that palace was naturally Temple Master Iceberg. The palace was well decorated, and the master was sitting before a table, barefoot, drinking by himself. I've yet to receive an answer from Jian Wushuang over these past 10 days. Temple Master Iceberg frowned. Maybe he discovered the secrets behind the compass. No, he couldn't have. Temple Master Iceberg shook his head. The compass is not a treasure at all. Its only value is related to Ancient World Token. Since he's still in the Saint Realm, he should still know nothing about the token, so he won't be able to figure out anything regarding the compass. Moreover, I apologized to him and flattered him as much as I could. If he is smart, he should know to avoid offending me for an object that he doesn't know the value of. Temple Master Iceberg was lost in thought when a guard came and reported to him. Temple Master, Sword Emperor is asking to see you. He's finally arrived. Temple Master Iceberg's eyes lit up. Let him in. After the guard left, Jian Wushuang quickly walked in. Temple Master Iceberg, Jian Wushuang said modestly. Haha, Sword Emperor, finally, here you are. Temple Master Iceberg wore a big smile and waved towards Jian Wushuang. Come, take a seat. Let's enjoy a drink together. No, but thank you. I don't feel like drinking right now. Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued, Temple Master Iceberg, I've searched through Emperor Golden Snake's interspatial ring for that compass you wanted. Temple Master Iceberg immediately looked toward Jian Wushuang with expectation. But, I'm really sorry, I didn't find that compass, said Jian Wushuang. You didn't find it? Temple Master Iceberg's smile disappeared. He continued in a gentle voice. Did you search for it carefully? I gave that compass to Golden Snake in person, and he took it with him wherever he went. It must be in his interspatial ring. I've looked through the ring almost 100 times, but I was unable to find it. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. Maybe I was being too careless. After all, there are a lot of treasures in the ring, and I don't know what it looks like. Could you describe it to me? Maybe tell me its shape, size, color, or something else about it. I'll check for it again. Its shape and size? Temple Master Iceberg paused. He did know that Emperor Golden Snake had a compass in his interspatial ring, but he had never seen it himself. Sword Emperor. Temple Master Iceberg looked serious. Frankly speaking, I didn't actually give Golden Snake the compass myself, but it's true that it means a lot to me, so I hope that you can give it back to me, and I'll owe you a favor, okay? Owe me a favor? Upon hearing those words, Jian Wushuang was even more sure that the compass had to be unusual. Otherwise, Temple Master Iceberg would not have made a promise so easily. They both knew that it was always hard to settle a debt, maybe even harder for a master like Temple Master Iceberg. If it was someone else who was asking, then I might agree to their request, but this Temple Master Iceberg, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly in the heart. He had not forgotten that it was Temple Master Iceberg who had promoted the life-death duel between Golden Snake and him, even though he knew that, as a Saint Realm expert, Jian Wushuang would inevitably die in that battle. Had it not been for the fact that Jian Wushuang broke through to the slaughter Dao during the battle, he might have died already. In one word, because of Temple Master Iceberg, he had been forced to place one foot in the grave. He was completely enraged and would not get over it with just a simple apology. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang understood that Temple Master Iceberg didn't apologize to him because he felt sorry. It was only in order to get the compass. Jian Wushuang reckoned that he would not pay attention to him at all if he did not have the compass. Temple Master Iceberg, few people in the Monster Exterminating League would dare to refuse a favor from you. But, I'm terribly sorry, I'm unable to find the compass you want in the ring, Jian Wushuang said directly. He told a lie with a straight face. Temple Master Iceberg looked grave. Jian Wushuang. The master's voice turned icy as he called Jian Wushuang by his name. I've shown enough respect to you. Don't force me to do this the hard way. Temple Master Iceberg gazed at Jian Wushuang and said, the compass is useless to you, so just give it to me or... Jian Wushuang showed a cold look. Or you'll kill me on spot, and then seize the interspatial ring. Temple Master Iceberg paused. Even though he was one of the most powerful Temple Masters in the Monster Exterminating League, he was not the strongest. There was another terrifying person, Temple Master Black Spirit, who was superior to him. Therefore, he dared not kill Jian Wushuang while inside the holy place. Jian Wushuang, do you really want there to be bad blood between us? Temple Master Iceberg asked frigidly. No, of course not. I just simply didn't see the compass in the ring. Jian Wushuang answered in a low voice. However, he sneered in the heart. Show me respect? It was only because you wanted the compass. When you saw it wasn't working, you even tried to threaten me. Shame on you, Temple Master Iceberg. Chapter 561, the 10th level. Chapter 561, the 10th level. Currently, there was a frigid atmosphere in the hall. Temple Master Iceberg stared at Jian Wushuang with a grim look, and Jian Wushuang looked him directly in the eye. Fine. After a long time had passed, the master finally spoke. Since you don't have the compass, just leave. Jian Wushuang retreated without hesitation. While watching Jian Wushuang walk away, Temple Master Iceberg had a vicious look in his eyes, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails almost pierced his skin. Jian Wushuang, since you're being stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. After exiting Temple Master Iceberg's palace, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, even though Temple Master Iceberg is desperate to get that compass, he didn't go crazy and try to kill me inside the holy place. Jian Wushuang thought. Just now, he had been worried that the master would really try to kill him. If so, he had no confidence in his ability to survive. He let me go this time, but I'm sure he won't hesitate if he ever gets the chance to kill me. Jian Wushuang had spotted the killing intent in Temple Master Iceberg's eyes. Compared to Emperor Golden Snake, Temple Master Iceberg is a more difficult opponent. He's completely overbearing and hypocritical. Emperor Golden Snake tried to kill me to get revenge for his son. At least that was reasonable. As for Temple Master Iceberg, a chilling light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. If only I was stronger than him. Jian Wushuang growled silently, unwilling to accept the fact that he was still too weak. Because of him, Jian Wushuang had been forced to risk his life in the battle with Emperor Golden Snake, and even now, he was being pushed into a corner again. Yet, he had to bear it all because he was too weak. Currently, he had hit a bottleneck, and the only way to greatly improve his power was by condensing the 9 origin marks so that he could reach the level of flying to the 9th heaven. Other than that, any improvement in the bone fusion technique and sword principle might be helpful as well. With that in mind, Jian Wushuang immediately went to the monster exterminating pagoda in exchange for the 10th level of the bone fusion technique. The 10th level was very precious, so purchasing it required a lot of monster cores. Luckily, Jian Wushuang had gained enough cores from Emperor Golden Snake's interspatial ring, enabling him to purchase it. As for the highest levels, the 11th and 12th levels could not be acquired using monster cores. Those two levels were of great value and could not even be found in the monster exterminating pagoda. The only way to obtain them was to go to the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace, where the relic was stored, and comprehend them directly. However, there was a high requirement for cultivators to enter that floor, and even Jian Wushuang, who was a divine emperor, did not meet that requirement for the time being. After going back to his residence, Jian Wushuang started to practice the 10th level of the bone fusion technique. The further he progressed, the harder it became. It had taken him a half-month to master level 9. Obviously, it would take him more time to master the 10th level. Time went by slowly. In the Monster Spies Information Center, an elder had just finished reading a message and began to frown. Why hasn't Sword Emperor left the holy place even once during the last 2 months? The elder was using every source available to him in the human territory to keep an eye on Jian Wushuang. Therefore, he knew Jian Wushuang's every action. Sword Emperor acquired the 10th level of the bone fusion technique 2 months ago, and it seems that he has been cultivating ever since then. I thought he would leave the holy place and enter the military camp or monster territory after he became a divine emperor. However, I was wrong. I'm afraid that he won't come out until he has mastered the 10th level. Few temple masters have managed to master the 10th level, and he is only in the Saint Realm, so I don't know how long we'll have to wait for him to come out, the elder pondered. In the past, it wouldn't have bothered him at all to wait. But now, it was a direct order from Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor, and he was very eager to get the compass, so he had already urged the elder to seize it 3 times. Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor will be mad if I don't present the compass to him within the near future. There is no use waiting for him to leave the holy place willingly. I have to find a way to draw him out, the elder thought. He picked up a file from the desk, on which everything Jian Wushuang had done since he came to the monster continent was written in detail, including how he had been saved by the Wu Yin tribe. Wu Yin tribe, the elder raised his eyebrows. According to the file, Jian Wushuang lived in Wu Yin tribe for over a month, and in order to disguise his identity as an outsider, he claimed to be one of them after he left there, so he must have a good relationship with them. Let me make some trouble for the Wu Yin tribe. The elder smiled coldly. If the tribe gets into danger, Sword Emperor will definitely leave the holy place to save them. The elder immediately issued his order. 3 days later, in the Green Hillock tribe of the human territory. The Green Hillock tribe bordered Wu Yin tribe. When Jian Wushuang was in Wu Yin tribe, they had once caught a spy from the Green Hillock tribe. It was night, and the whole area was completely silent. 5 figures slowly approached the Green Hillock tribe. Listen, our mission is to eliminate the Green Hillock tribe. Do it as quickly and as cruelly as possible. We have to scare the Wu Yin tribe and force their leader to ask Sword Emperor for help. Understood. The 5 figures discussed their plans in a low voice before finally arriving at the entrance to the Green Hillock tribe. Chapter 562, Exiting the Holy Place. Chapter 562, Exiting the Holy Place. Jian Wushuang, as one of the divine emperors, had his own residence in the holy place, and it was a fairly large manor. At this moment, he was busy exercising inside his manor. He was in the horse stance, with his upper body naked and his fists tightly clenched, releasing punches, one after the other, and his every move would cause an exploding sound to reverberate throughout the area. Naturally, he was covered in sweat. After a long time had passed, he finally stopped and moved to a stone table, where he proceeded to gulp down the container of water that was on it. He let out a sigh. Though he looked tired, there was joy in his eyes. Finally, I've mastered the 10th level of the bone fusion technique after 2 months of practicing. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had been cultivating hard during these last 2 months, all in order to strengthen his body. He had even bought some treasures from the monster exterminating pagoda, like the ninth heaven thunderbolts. These treasures had been quite helpful to him, and he had finally succeeded in mastering the 10th level. It goes without saying that the 10th level was more powerful than the 9th level. As of now, Jin Wushuang's body was much stronger than before, but it was still far from its limits. From the time he first reached the level of Venerable Master until now, he had been slowly strengthening his body. I really want to know how incredible my body will be when it finally reaches its limits. Jin Wushuang was full of expectations. Sword Emperor. Jin Wushuang heard a hearty voice right before a red-haired elder entered. Emperor Daofeng. Jin Wushuang stood up and looked at the elder. Emperor Daofeng, one of the 108 divine emperors, had an important position in the Monster Exterminating League. He was in charge of many issues regarding the human territory. Sword Emperor, I came here for only one reason. Emperor Daofeng went straight to the point. Please tell me then, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Even though the human territory takes up a small portion of the monster continent, it is still so vast. Because of this, many demonic beasts keep infiltrating our land and placing monster spies within our population. Those spies normally maintain a low profile and behave themselves for fear of being found, but several days ago some spies attacked a territory and slaughtered many experts for no reason. They slaughtered human beings inside the Huaman territory? Jin Wushuang was shocked. From what he had learned, monster spies usually wouldn't slaughter human beings unless they were exposed. Therefore, what the elder had told him was a rare case. Those attackers were very powerful. Some of them were even rank 7 or 8 monsters. So far, they have destroyed 4 tribes, said the elder gravely. In that case, you must be preparing to send some human experts there to kill those spies as soon as possible, said Jin Wushuang. He shot Emperor Daofeng a weird glance before asking, Emperor Daofeng, did you come here to ask me for help? Yes. Emperor Daofeng nodded. These spies are powerful and only divine emperors can kill them all. I came to ask you for help because those attacks took place near the Wu Yin tribe. What? Jin Wushuang's expression suddenly darkened. The Wu Yin tribe was where he had stayed when he first arrived on the monster continent. It was a place where he had felt some rare warmth in his life. He had only spent 1 month there, but he still held some feelings for the tribe. Wu Yu, the lovely girl with big eyes, and Qing who were still on his mind. Did those spies attack the Wu Yin tribe? Jin Wushuang could not help asking. Not yet, Emperor Daofeng answered. I came here because I knew you were from that tribe. Okay, I'll start off now. After saying that, Jin Wushuang left immediately and headed towards the tribe. In no time at all, a flowing light was seen heading from the holy place towards the Wu Yin tribe. Outside the holy place, the spies who had been watching the entrance reported the news the moment they saw Jin Wushuang come out. Inside the Monster Clan's information center, the black-robed elder smiled cruelly upon receiving the news. Sure enough, Sword Emperor set out to save the Wu Yin tribe without a hint of suspicion. But there's no reason for him to think that it was a trap set for him. The elder was right. It never occurred to Jin Wushuang that the whole thing was just a trap set to lure him out. He never thought that the Monster Clan would specifically target him since he was just an outsider. There were some cases where monster spies had murdered exceptional geniuses from the Monster Exterminating League before they could become really powerful. However, as an outsider and a superior emperor, Jin Wushuang was different. It would be insane for those spies to plan to kill him. What was beyond Jin Wushuang's expectation was that a monster emperor had been driven crazy by the compass he got from Emperor Golden Snake. Master Ji is ready. All we need to do is wait for Sword Emperor to arrive. The black-robed elder sneered. Over the years, he had managed to murder many geniuses and experts. Even though his current target was a superior emperor, he was still confident. At the same time, in a towering palace in the holy place, Temple Master Iceberg also received the news that Jin Wushuang had left the holy place. Finally, you went out by yourself. With the Wu Yin tribe in danger, you couldn't just stand by and watch. Temple Master Iceberg looked grim with an icy smile on his face. I thought you would never leave the holy place. It's true that I can't deal with you as long as you're in the holy place, but now that you've gone outside. Not long after Jian Wushuang left the holy place, Temple Master Iceberg left as well. Chapter 563, Trap. Chapter 563, Trap. A streak of flowing light flashed across an endless plain, known as the Blood Moon Plain. In a grassy area on that plain, a slender man who had been watching the sky above him suddenly narrowed his eyes and immediately sent a message. The target has appeared and will be there in about 10 breaths. At the end of the plain stood 9 towering figures. They looked up into the sky the moment they received the message and quickly noticed a black figure. Here he comes. The leader of the 9 people was a hairy man with dark skin and eyes as sharp as lightning. A sliver of light flashed in these men's eyes. The black figure, Jian Wushuang, was heading towards the Wu Yin tribe. Since there were few wormholes on the monster continent, he had to travel on foot. He was currently traveling through the Blood Moon Plain, which was an area he had to pass in order to reach his destination. What in the world were those monster spies thinking? Why did they kill so many human experts? Jian Wushuang was still lost in thought while considering this question. Suddenly, he felt 9 bursts of killing intent in front of him. The look on Jian Wushuang's face instantly became serious as he stopped. Then he looked straight ahead and saw 9 figures. Who are those guys? Jian Wushuang became alert. He could tell that the figures were all powerful. Sword Emperor. The leader of the figures spoke to Jian Wushuang in a frosty voice. We have been waiting here for you for so long. Waiting for me? Jian Wushuang's face fell. I've never seen these powerful guys before. Why are they waiting for me on my way to the Wu Yin tribe? They must have known my destination. So that means those attacks in the human territory were meant to draw me out of the holy place. It's a trap? The spies set this trap for me. The idea crossed Jian Wushuang's mind, and he was immediately sure that he was right. He did not know why the spies had targeted him, an outsider, but he knew that there was no way it was good news. Run. Having made his mind clear, Jian Wushuang moved to escape without hesitation. He had been in Monster Continent long enough to know the monster spies' methods very well. The spies had assassinated many geniuses and experts in human territory, and once they targeted someone, their success rate was about 80%. Not being an idiot, Jian Wushuang knew he could not defeat 9 experts at the same time. Since you're already here, why leave in such a hurry? The leader's voice resounded through the area. As the voice fell, an aura more overbearing than a divine emperor's exploded forth. The leader's aura was like a burning flame that spread out in all directions. It looked as if his eyes were burning as well. Monster King. Seeing the fire, the escaping Jian Wushuang felt the man's aura suppressing him, and it felt like a mountain had been placed on his shoulders. He should be a Monster King. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed in shock. I know monster spies have their own forces in the Huaman territory, but I never thought the force included a Monster King. What a terrifying group. It was terrifying indeed. So terrifying that it almost drove Jian Wushuang mad. Monster Kings were on a par with the temple masters of the Monster Exterminating League. All 8 of the men with him were rank 9 monsters that were as powerful as human emperors. At that moment, Jian Wushuang had to face them all. He was reasonably sure that the monster spies had gathered all their forces in human territory to kill him. Damn, are those spies mad? Why are they trying so hard to kill an outsider like me? Jian Wushuang growled. He took out a messaging slip and sent a message to Monster Exterminating League asking for help. Temple Master Pure Moon, help? I'm in the Blood Moon Plains right now, and there are 8 rank 9 monsters, along with 1 Monster King, trying to kill me. Among all the Temple Masters, the only one from the Monster Exterminating League that Jian Wushuang really had any connection with was Temple Master Pure Moon, and his only messaging slip was from him, so this was the first time he asked him for help. In the East Camp, Temple Master Pure Moon was instantly shocked when he received Jian Wushuang's message. Monster spies are trying to kill Sword Emperor? One Monster King and 8 rank 9 monsters are attacking him together? The event was so urgent that Temple Master Pure Moon immediately contacted the other Temple Masters before replying to Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, I've informed all the Temple Masters of your situation. Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C are leaving Heavenwing City and on the way to Blood Moon Plains, but it might take them a half hour to get there. A half hour? Jian Wushuang looked grave. A half hour might be a short time, but his enemies were so powerful that the battle could be settled in a matter of several breaths. Run! Jian Wushuang roared in a low voice. Sword Emperor, you're not going to escape from here. From behind, the leader of the figures chased after Jian Wushuang at a higher speed. At the same time, a purple restriction arose and blocked Jian Wushuang's path. A restriction? Jian Wushuang looked even more terrible. Those spies are indeed well prepared. With so many experts hunting me, they still set up a restriction on the Blood Moon Plain. With only a glance, Jian Wushuang knew that he could not break the restriction in a short amount of time. Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. Azura's secret skill, Bridge of Helplessness. Boom! The blood river swept out with a huge blood bridge hanging over it. The river was surged out and suppressed Jian Wushuang's enemies, along with the Sword Realm. Wong! A dazzling golden light flashed as the golden sword Soul Phantom appeared behind Jian Wushuang, followed by a supreme sword essence that swept the area. Jian Wushuang had the heart-killing sword in hand, and his killing intent exploded as he reached the peak of his power. There was a fever in his eyes. Since I can't run away, I'll fight to the death. Chapter 564, Monster King. Chapter 564, Monster King. Haha, stop struggling. The leader of the spies, Ji, laughed loudly while the raging flames approached Jian Wushuang. Ji was indeed the king of fire. Boom! Ji clenched his hands and punched toward Jian Wushuang with a force that was like a volcanic eruption. The air in the surrounding area began to burn, and the eruption of power seemed to be causing the whole area to shake. Facing this power, the golden sword Soul Phantom, which was behind Jian Wushuang, attacked along with a burst of power from the heart-killing sword. The sixth move of the heart-killing sword technique, Blood-Drifting Sword Move. The technique was meant to kill. Before Jian Wushuang had comprehended the Slaughter Dao, he could only display the fourth move of the technique, but now he had mastered the fifth and sixth moves as well. The Monster King, who was a king of fire, and Jian Wushuang, the emperor of sword principle, became embroiled in a fierce battle. The formidable power overwhelmed the surroundings and caused a storm of destruction to rage through the area. While Jian Wushuang was busy battling Ji, a new figure arrived on the Blood Moon Plain. The newcomer was no other than Temple Master Iceberg. Temple Master Iceberg wanted to get Jian Wushuang's compass no matter what it took. However, it was almost impossible to take it while he stayed inside the holy place, so he followed Jian Wushuang to the plain. The moment he arrived, he spotted the battle between Jian Wushuang and Monster King. That's Jian Wushuang and a group of monster spies. Temple Master Iceberg's eyes widened. What's going on? Are those spies trying to kill Jian Wushuang? Temple Master Iceberg was surprised. One Monster King and 8 rank 9 monsters have joined together to hunt Jian Wushuang. I never knew the demonic beasts had such a strong force hidden inside the human territory. However, this is good for me. Temple Master Iceberg was so thrilled that his face flushed red while his eyes filled with joy and excitement. Yes, joy and excitement. God is on my side. Temple Master Iceberg cried in secret. He had been very annoyed when he was unable to find a chance to kill Jian Wushuang. But now, these monster spies were providing him with the perfect opportunity. As he watched Ji's powerful attack rush towards Jian Wushuang, Temple Master Iceberg was impressed. He is indeed a powerful Monster King. The Master happily cheered him on in his heart. Kill him! Kill him! As a human being and a temple master, his first thought should have been to save Jian Wushuang, but instead, he stood by and watched while hoping that the monster spies would kill Jian Wushuang. After that, he would kill the spies and claim the compass. With this scenario, he would not get into trouble. After all, it would not be him but monster spies that had killed Jian Wushuang. Boom! Finally, the energy storm dissipated and a messy figure shot backwards quite a distance before finally regaining its balance. The figure was Jian Wushuang, and even though he looked bad, his aura was still quite vigorous. It was obvious that he was not really injured. How is this possible? Ji looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. How could he take my attack head-on and not get injured? It's time to run. After being knocked backwards by Ji, Jian Wushuang attempted to flee without any hesitation. Luckily, I mastered the 10th level of the bone fusion technique before I left the holy place, so my body is much stronger than it was before. Otherwise, I would not have been able to block this Monster King's attack. Jian Wushuang felt lucky. This Monster King really is a king among monsters. He is much more powerful than me. Jian Wushuang had tried his best to fight against him, but he was still overpowered. However, he had managed to weaken the strikes enough that he could withstand them. Even though my body is strong, I should be cautious and avoid facing him directly so that I can buy myself some time. Jian Wushuang analyzed the situation quickly. He was currently stuck here because of the restriction that covered this area. However, by relying on his realm technique, he would be able to deal with these spies for the time being without losing his life, as long as he did not fight with them head-to-head. Kill him. Ji chased after Jian Wushuang and closed in on him while surrounded by fire. As for the other 8 monster spies, they surrounded Jian Wushuang from all directions. Piss off, Jian Wushuang roared. The heart-killing sword struck out with the power of the slaughter Dao behind it and forced 2 enemies in front of Jian Wushuang backwards. Hump. Although those rank 9 monsters can't hurt me at all, they can still cause me some trouble. Jian Wushuang's eyes became cold. He did not need to fear any of the spies, except for the Monster King. He was confident that he could break through a joint attack from 3 rank 9 monsters. Go to hell, human. Ji approached Jian Wushuang from behind, with his fist flying towards Jian Wushuang like a meteorite falling from the sky. Jian Wushuang was unable to completely dodge the incoming fist, so he used his swordsmanship to help deflect the blow. Boom! A booming sound echoed throughout the area as Jian Wushuang was pressed down into the ground, causing a large crater to form. The next moment, Jian Wushuang leaped aside and rushed away, continuing to prolong the battle. I used all my power in that blow just now, but it only wounded him slightly. While gazing at Jian Wushuang, he could sense that Jian Wushuang's aura was almost as powerful as before. He has mastered the 10th level of the bone fusion technique, which means his body is now among the strongest out of all the temple masters. Not only that, he is fast. He has already asked for help, so it won't take long for them to arrive here. Once that happens, I won't be able to kill him, and even escaping will be quite difficult. Chapter 565, The Evacuation. Chapter 565, The Evacuation. Ji looked grave. I have to kill him now. He roared towards the sky in his monster voice. The very next moment, his body began to bulge, growing from 2 meters to over 10 meters. At the same time, his appearance changed as well, becoming more fierce. He transformed into a giant red bear with a ferocious aura in no time. He revealed his original form. Temple Master Iceberg, who was hiding outside of the restriction, saw the sudden change, which caused his eyes to light up. These monster spies had gone through a lot of effort to change their look into that of a human beings, but the fact was, they were more powerful when in their original form. This Monster King's power doubled when he transformed back into his original form. I can't wait to see whether Jian Wushuang can still fight back against him or not. Temple Master Iceberg was full of expectation and had become impatient because he knew that Jian Wushuang's allies would arrive soon. Once that happened, he would lose his chance to kill Jian Wushuang. Howl! The bear howled and charged at Jian Wushuang like a moving mountain, with both of its huge paws punching towards Jian Wushuang in succession. The bear's huge body did not slow its speed at all. Palm after palm, it punched toward Jian Wushuang. Pong! Jian Wushuang could not dodge all of the attacks and finally got hit by one of them. He immediately felt as if he had been struck by a mountain. His blood began surging wildly inside him, and a trace of it even flowed from between his lips and dripped down his pale face. His power is terrifying. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even with my strengthened body, I was still wounded. I'm afraid that taking 3 or 4 more palms would cost me my life. Jian Wushuang was in shock, but the monster spies were completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? How could he manage to withstand my most powerful strike? Is his body really that strong? The spies all felt frightened by the fact that Jian Wushuang had survived the Monster King's powerful blow with just his body. Among the 33 Temple Masters, other than Temple Master Black Spirit, who has mastered the 11th level of the Bone Fusion technique, no one could match Jian Wushuang in physical defense. Ji growled silently. Right then, he received a message from his messaging slip. Master Ji, Temple Master Black Feather, and Temple Master 9C are only 8,000 miles away, so they will arrive here in 15 minutes. They are so quick. Ji was surprised. From the moment they decided to kill Jian Wushuang, they had prepared for everything. It had been clear to them that Jian Wushuang would ask Human League for help and that Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C, the nearest 2 from the Blood Moon Plain, might come. So, they had arranged some spies to watch the roads to the plain. Ji made sure to know when the 2 Temple Masters would arrive. As for Temple Master Iceberg, he had followed Jian Wushuang so cautiously that neither Jian Wushuang nor the monster spies had spotted him. 15 minutes. Ji shot Jian Wushuang a ruthless glance. This is beyond my expectations. His body defense is so strong. Maybe I can kill in 15 minutes, but I probably can't take his body with me. This is not what crystal-armored monster emperor wants. Killing Jian Wushuang and taking back his body, as well as his interspatial ring, was what Ji had been told. Among them, the ring was the most important. Ji was not sure that he could kill Jian Wushuang and take his body away in only 15 minutes. Our mission has failed. Let's go. Ji quickly ordered. A moment later, his body began to shrink to the size of a normal human being's. He gave up killing Jian Wushuang and began to turn away. The other spies followed him without thinking. Did they give up on killing me? Jian Wushuang paused and felt relieved when he saw that the spies were planning to evacuate from the plane. However, Temple Master Iceberg, who was still in hiding, looked at the spies who were leaving with a grim expression. A group of trash. Temple Master Iceberg cursed. He had planned to seize Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring after those spies killed him, so it never occurred to him that the spies would fail despite gathering together such a powerful force. It looks like I will have to kill Jian Wushuang myself. Temple Master Iceberg's eyes took on a chilling look as he licked his lips. I may get in trouble after I kill him, but it doesn't matter as long as I can get the compass. Moreover, I don't believe the elders in the Monster Exterminating League will turn against me because of the death of an outsider. Having made up his mind, Temple Master Iceberg made his move. Whoosh! A flowing light flashed across the sky. Then, Temple Master Iceberg appeared with a long gold spear in his hand. The spear sparkled with a formidable power behind it. Then, in the next moment, it easily cut through the restriction on the plane. This move fully demonstrated his power, because even if it was Jian Wushuang, it would take him a rather long time to break this restriction that the spies went all out to set up. Jian Wushuang and the spies both spotted Temple Master Iceberg at the same time. Damn! He is a Temple Master from the Human League. Judging by his aura, he is Temple Master Iceberg. Damn, why is he here? Ji and the other spies all looked glum. Temple Master Iceberg was ranked in the top 3 among the Temple Masters in the Monster Exterminating League. He could kill all the spies here on his own. Temple Master Iceberg? Jian Wushuang was surprised by Temple Master Iceberg's sudden appearance. He was just as confused by Temple Master Iceberg's presence here as the spies were. He was confused. Why did Temple Master Iceberg arrive here before Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C? Shouldn't he still be in the holy place? Chapter 566, Temple Master Iceberg's Killing Intent. Chapter 566, Temple Master Iceberg's Killing Intent. Unless an idea crossed Jian Wushuang's mind. His expression instantly fell when he looked toward Temple Master Iceberg. He realized that the Temple Master had broken through the restriction from his side, so he was nearer to him than the monster spies. Jian Wushuang also noticed that the Temple Master was glaring at him instead of the escaping spies. He could even see a chilling killing intent in those eyes. He came to kill me, not to help me. Jian Wushuang quickly realized the Temple Master's true intent. He held the heart-killing sword tightly in one hand and drew several marks with the other hand, quickly activating the 18 levels of hell. At the same time, there was a light between his eyebrows, where a formidable sword essence was preparing to attack. In front of him, a jade bottle filled with a milky white liquid emerged, which turned out to be the icy heart poison. In such a short time, Jian Wushuang had already prepared his 3 killing moves. He never gave up easily. If Temple Master Iceberg really dared to attack him, he would fight back with every one of his killing moves. Though he knew he might not be able to kill the Temple Master, he could at least give him a tough battle. While filled with killing intent, Temple Master Iceberg gazed closely at Jian Wushuang, giving little attention to the spies. However, just as he was about to attack Jian Wushuang, he sensed a new aura arrive. The aura frightened him so much that his heart could not help twitching. His eyes betrayed his fear as he changed his target without even a second thought. Damn you monster spies! How dare you try to kill a human divine emperor? Let me send you to hell. He roared towards the spies, his voice echoing out over the plains. Jian Wushuang was astonished when he saw him give up killing him and start hunting the spies so crazily. What is he doing? Jian Wushuang was confused. He was quite sure that the Temple Master had come for him. He had even prepared for a life-and-death battle, so he never thought the Temple Master would change his mind. However, it didn't take him long to figure out the reason because he saw a lady appear in front of the spies. The lady looked pretty and stately in her blue dress, along with her blue hair that was hanging down to her feet. Even her eyes had a blue shine to them. She stood still, surrounded by waving ripples of air that made the others feel as if they were floating in a sea. Time seemed to be frozen. The escaping spies and Monster King all looked terrified when they saw this lady. Temple Master, Black Spirit. What is she doing here? Why did Temple Master Black Spirit, the #1 expert in the Human League, come here? The spies felt helpless and Monster King Ji looked pale. They knew that if they were facing Temple Master Iceberg, they might be able to make it out alive. But now, they had to face Temple Master Black Spirit. Even the most powerful overlord among the monsters, crystal-armored Monster Emperor, might not be her match. Monster spies. The lady stood there, towering above them in the air. After giving a cold glance to the spies, she waved her hand. A blue wave immediately rolled out towards the spies and surrounded them. The spies struggled hard, but with a clench of the lady's hands, a cracking sound was heard as their throats were instantly crushed. A moment later, they all fell to the ground, dead. Jian Wushuang held his breath as he took in this scene. This lady had killed a Monster King that was as powerful as a human Temple Master, along with 8 rank 9 monsters, with 1 casual strike. How powerful is she? The #1 expert in the Human League is truly powerful beyond belief. Temple Master Iceberg was filled with the same horror as Jian Wushuang. He hurried to Temple Master Black Spirit and greeted her respectfully. Temple Master Black Spirit. Temple Master Iceberg knew very well that he was no match for this lady despite being ranked within the top 3 of the Monster Exterminating League. It was her mighty power that frightened the demonic beasts on the monster continent. Therefore, she was the absolute leader of their league. Temple Master Iceberg dared not go against her. After putting away the spies' bodies and interspatial rings, Temple Master Black Spirit looked toward Temple Master Iceberg and said, "Temple Master Iceberg, you acted so quickly. I hurried here as soon as I learned that some monster spies were attacking our Divine Emperor, but I still arrived here later than you." Temple Master Iceberg paused for a moment before he continued, "I happened to be in the area when I received the news." "I see." Temple Master Black Spirit raised her eyebrows, but she did not question him further. At that time, two flowing lights rushed toward them from the sky, and in no time, they had landed. They were none other than Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C. Temple Master Black Spirit, Temple Master Iceberg. The newcomers looked surprised to see Temple Master Black Spirit there and greeted her respectfully. "Where are the monster spies?" Temple Master Blackfeather finally asked. "I've killed them all. Sorry to have you hurry here in vain," said Temple Master Black Spirit. Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C were startled by those words. As far as they knew, Temple Master Black Spirit rarely left the holy place to go outside, so they could not understand why she had come to kill these spies in person. Chapter 567, Returning to the Wu Yin Tribe. Chapter 567, Returning to the Wu Yin Tribe. It should take the Temple Masters a much longer time to arrive at Blood Moon Plain from the holy place than from Heaven Wing City. However, Temple Master Black Spirit still arrived before the other two. "Temple Master Iceberg, did you come here from the holy place?" Temple Master Blackfeather shot him an odd glance and asked. "No, I happened to be near the plain," Temple Master Iceberg answered flatly. "Oh." Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C exchanged a glance, but they did not question him further. They turned to Jin Wushuang and said, "Are you Sword Emperor?" Jin Wushuang took a deep breath before walking to them. "Yes, I'm Jin Wushuang. I pay my respect to you, Temple Masters." Jin Wushuang bowed to all the masters except Temple Master Iceberg. He had spotted Temple Master Iceberg's killing intent. He gave up killing me and turned to kill the monster spies because he realized that Temple Master Black Spirit had arrived. If she hadn't come, or had come just a little bit later, I would have been killed. A sliver of light flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes. "Jin Wushuang." Temple Master Black Spirit spoke. Immediately, the other masters shut their mouth. "I learned of this situation from Daofeng. If I'm right, this was a special trap that the monster spies set for you. They killed so many human warriors near the Wu Yin tribe in order to draw you out of the holy place and kill you," Temple Master Black Spirit continued. Jin Wushuang's face fell. Normally, monster spies would hide from human experts, so he had been quite confused when he heard about the monster spies' cruel crimes near the Wu Yin tribe. At this point, he finally realized that it was all a trap. Were those spies mad? They killed so many people just to draw you out into this trap? "Even though you're talented, you're still only an outsider," said Temple Master Blackfeather with an odd expression. "All right, whatever it was they wanted, they are dead now." Temple Master Black Spirit looked toward Jin Wushuang. "I believe that only a few of their forces are still left in our human territory. So, in the near future, they won't be able to organize another assassination attempt on you. Jin Wushuang, you can pay the Wu Yin tribe a visit before going back to the holy place, but once you return I want you to come see me. I have something to ask you." "Okay." Jin Wushuang nodded. After giving out that order, Temple Master Black Spirit turned around and left. Temple Master Blackfeather and Temple Master 9C also left, returning to Heaven Wing City. As for Temple Master Iceberg, he shot Jin Wushuang a chilling glance before leaving. Now, only Jin Wushuang still remained on the plain. He looked grim. I was too careless. He had thought that there were few who could threaten his life in human territory, but he had underestimated the power of the monsters. It never occurred to him that the monsters would arrange such a powerful force to kill him. Temple Master Iceberg's sudden appearance was also beyond his expectations. He had known that Temple Master Iceberg wanted to kill him, but he had not expected him to take action while they were still inside the human territory. Without Temple Master Black Spirit's help today, Jian Wushuang might have already died. Danger lies everywhere on the road of cultivation, and every step on it should be taken with caution. No matter where I go, I should never let my guard down. After all, I won't have a second chance at life. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. This trap had taught him a valuable lesson. With those thoughts in mind, he headed towards the Wu Yin tribe. In the Monster Spies Information Center, the black-robed elder received the news of his men failing to kill Jian Wushuang as soon as Temple Master Black Spirit killed the spies. Failed. Even with 80% of our forces in human territory gathered at the Blood Moon Plain, they still failed to kill Jian Wushuang. Master Ji even lost his life. Trash, a group of trash? The elder roared, his eyes covered with streaks of blood. A good while later, the elder finally calmed down. The loss of those spies will largely weaken our power inside the human territory. I must be more cautious from this moment on. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor must be enraged by the news. Thinking of this, the elder shuddered. The Wu Yin tribe used to be a busy place, but since monster spies started killing humans and destroying villages, the people there had become alarmed and frightened. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the entrance of the tribe, the gate was shut. The whole place was heavily guarded. Luckily, the Wu Yin tribe is safe. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and passed over the gate through the air. Who's there? When they spotted Jian Wushuang moving through the air, the clansmen immediately shouted at him. However, they looked surprised when they finally got a clear look at Jian Wushuang's face. It's Master Wushuang. Our hero, Sword Emperor, came back. Look, guys, Sword Emperor came back. The place went into an uproar upon Jian Wushuang's arrival. Almost everyone came out of their homes, full of excitement as they welcomed Jian Wushuang back. 2 months ago, the people from every corner of this tribe all heard that Jian Wushuang had killed Emperor Golden Snake and become a new divine emperor in the Monster Exterminating League. For them, it was a miracle that Jian Wushuang could kill a divine emperor when he was only in the Saint Realm. They did not care that their hero was an outsider. All that mattered to them was that they were both humans and that Jian Wushuang had joined their tribe. Chapter 568, Farewell. Chapter 568, Farewell. Haha, brother Wushuang. Laughter rang out. Qinghua had initially walked out, having left the East Camp 1 month ago, but he hurriedly returned after he received the news that monster spies appeared around their tribe. Wu Yuan and the other elders followed him. Jian Wushuang looked at those around him and spoke with a smile on his face. Qinghua, leader Wu Yuan, and everyone. A childish voice was then heard, saying, Big brother Wushuang. It was Wu Yu, and she stared at Jian Wushuang, looking delighted and surprised. Qinghu beside her looked at this young man with admiration. Little Yu. Qinghu. Jian Wushuang said hello to them while patting the girl's head. Then he said, Leader Wu Yuan, Qinghua, let's go talk inside. Sure. Qinghua nodded and walked toward their meeting tent, accompanied by his clansmen. Jian Wushuang sat down with Qinghua, Wu Yuan, and the elders while the other clansmen, including Wu Yu and Qinghu, waited outside. Brother Wushuang, it's good that you've come back. Now that we have a divine emperor's protection, those monster spies won't dare to offend us, Qinghua said with confidence. Wu Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. They had been worried that those monster spies would attack them. As their tribe had only one first-grade divine general, they were unable to resist them. However, things had changed after the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Don't worry. The target of those monster spies is not any human experts, but me. Since their plan has failed, they should have left. Even if they haven't left, they won't show up again, Jian Wushuang said. Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown. Brother Wushuang, do you mean that those monster spies came for you? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and then told them about his experience on the road. Qinghua, Wu Yuan, and the others were petrified when they learned that this divine emperor had been ambushed by a monster king and 8 rank 9 monsters. Fortunately, Temple Master Black Spirit showed up, or I might have been killed, Jian Wushuang said in a relaxed tone. Qinghua began to blame himself. It's my fault. I was just thinking of sending a message to ask for your help, but I didn't consider what their purpose was and almost put you in danger. Qinghua, you don't have to think like that. I've stayed in the Wu Yin tribe and can be regarded as one of your clansmen. If the Wu Yin tribe gets into trouble, I should be the first one to arrive, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Qinghua and Wu Yuan were gratified by his response. Temple Master Black Spirit asked me to visit her after I returned to the holy place, and she wanted to inquire about something, so I can't stay long. Jian Wushuang continued, I'll be here for 2 days. If those monster spies remain here, I'll kill them all, and if they have disappeared, I'll leave. Okay, that's good. Wu Yuan nodded. Temple Master Black Spirit is the backbone of our human population. Indeed, we can't make her wait long. Qinghua nodded. Oh, right. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and took out a few jade slips. Leader, these are level 7 and level 8 bone fusion technique manuals that I got from our league. I do have level 9 and level 10 manuals, but the league set a rule that manuals at level 9 and above are not allowed to spread out, so I'm only able to give you 2 levels of manuals. Level 7 and level 8? Wu Yuan's eyes became fervent as he said, That's enough, that's enough. Level 7 and level 8. Wow, I've just reached level 6, Qinghua responded with surprise and delight. Regarding level 9 and level 10, they already knew about the rules of the Monster Exterminating League. The level 9 and above manuals, which belonged to the second volume of Bone Fusion Technique, were very precious, so it was forbidden to spread them out. Even experts from the Monster Exterminating League who had paid monster cores for them were unable to give those manuals to anyone else. Over the next 2 days, Jian Wushuang remained with the tribe. Sometimes he played tricks on Wu Yu, and sometimes he gave Qinghu some guidance. As the first young man in this tribe, Qinghu was talented. Jian Wushuang thought that this young man would probably be a divine general and might become a divine emperor if he was lucky. As Jian Wushuang expected, the monster spies who had shown up around the Wu Yin tribe had disappeared, though he did not know whether they had left or were hiding somewhere. Jian Wushuang only knew that since those spies appeared, they would not hide for long, because a divine general guard led by a divine emperor had come here and they were looking for monster spies on a massive scale. And once they found them, those spies would be killed without a doubt. Calm was restored in the tribe. Now, Jian Wushuang was about to leave for the holy place and numerous clansmen saw him off. Qinghua, how long have you been a first-grade divine general? Jian Wushuang walked with Qinghua as he spoke. It's been a long time. Qinghua sighed. I'm not sure if I can ever be a second-grade divine general in my lifetime. You will be. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, took out an interspatial ring, and gave it to Qinghua. There are several monster cores inside this. It's enough for you to spend several days on the 3rd floor of Earthcore Palace. It won't be difficult for you to make a breakthrough during that time. Brother Wushuang, this is... Qinghua hesitated. Take it. You know that I'm an outsider, so I don't know whether or not I can return to the tribe. You're the only pillar of this tribe and should get stronger, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Qinghua breathed deeply as he took the interspatial ring. Thank you, Qinghua said with gratitude. Okay, goodbye everyone. Jian Wushuang turned around and clasped his hands toward those clansmen when he arrived at the tribe's gate. Then, he left. Wu Yu's childish voice was heard once again. Big brother Wushuang, I wish you all the best. Chapter 569, Temple Master Black Spirit. Chapter 569, Temple Master Black Spirit. Jian Wushuang had not encountered any enemies on his way to the holy place. He immediately went to meet Temple Master Black Spirit after he arrived there. In a grand palace, which was located in the highest position among many lines of palaces, a beautiful blue-haired lady in a blue robe sat on the throne. She seemed as mysterious as the ocean, filled with a faint blue light that contained some special magic. Her eyes looked terrifying. Temple Master Black Spirit was known as the topmost master among the 33 temple masters. She was the most powerful and therefore had the highest status. As for the other temple masters, some stayed in campsites, some were in closed-door meditation, and some traveled around, even going to the other plane worlds. Only Temple Master Black Spirit had guarded the holy place for a long period of time. Even though she rarely made an appearance, no one was able to surpass her fame. Although Temple Master Iceberg had a high status in the Monster Exterminating League, he was still inferior to Temple Master Black Spirit. Temple Master Black Spirit. Jian Wushuang stood in front of her with a hint of respect. Jian Wushuang. Temple Master Black Spirit looked down with her magic eyes. Do you know why I want to meet you? No, Jian Wushuang replied, shaking his head. He really did not know why she had summoned him. Temple Master Black Spirit spoke with an indifferent look. Do you know a man called Jianshan? Jianshan? Jian Wushuang was stunned for a second, and then shook his head. You don't know him? Temple Master Black Spirit murmured. If not, then why do you have his sword, and how do you know how to perform the sword skill that he created? I have his sword? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he immediately understood. Are you talking about the Sword Ancestor? Actually, he did not know the Sword Ancestor's real name. The Sword Ancestor had always only called himself that, so no one knew what his real name was. Sword Ancestor? I don't know whether he is the Sword Ancestor or not. I just know that his name is Jin Shun, and the powerful sword of killing in your hand is his weapon. He created the swordsmanship you used when fighting Emperor Golden Snake. It's called the heart-killing sword technique, right? Temple Master Black Spirit asked. Jian Wushuang replied, right? Since my heart-killing sword and heart-killing sword technique come from the Sword Ancestor, he must be the Jian Shun that you mentioned. So you know him? Temple Master Black Spirit asked while looking at Jian Wushuang. Yep, I not only know him but actually, the Sword Ancestor, Jian Shan, is my ancestor. He created the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor and I'm descended from him, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. Temple Master Black Spirit nodded and asked with some expectation, how is he doing? This? Jian Wushuang glanced at Temple Master Black Spirit in astonishment. He knew that she had special feelings when she was talking about the Sword Ancestor. He guessed that it was about love, even though he had never had such feelings. Temple Master Black Spirit and Sword Ancestor were? Jian Wushuang sighed inwardly. Then he responded honestly, Temple Master, the Sword Ancestor died thousands of years ago. Died? As I expected. Temple Master Black Spirit sighed. She was somewhat disappointed even though she had already guessed the result. Thousands of years ago, he said he would come back to find me, but he never returned. I guess that he might have been killed. It's a pity that I was unable to leave the monster continent to look for him because of my duty. Temple Master Black Spirit mumbled with a complicated expression, but she quickly calmed down. She then looked over at Jian Wushuang and said, 2 months ago, I saw you fighting with Emperor Golden Snake in the dark. Jian Wushuang did not expect that Temple Master Black Spirit had been watching that life-death duel. The moment that I saw you holding the heart-killing sword and perform the heart-killing sword technique, I knew that you had some relationship with Jin Shin, so I paid more attention to you. When I received the news that you encountered monster spies, I immediately went to save you. And fortunately, I arrived in time, Temple Master Black Spirit said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had been wondering why Temple Master Black Spirit, who rarely left the holy place, had come to save him. Now, he finally knew that he had received her special consideration because of the Sword Ancestor. Speaking of this assassination, I don't know why those monster spies spared no effort to try and kill you. Temple Master Black Spirit looked at the young man while speaking. I don't know either. Jian Wushuang shook his head. As an outsider, I do have some talents, but I don't deserve to be hunted like this. Moreover, we haven't had any conflicts, so the only possibility is that I have something they want. Something they want? Jian Wushuang immediately thought of the compass. The compass had to be precious because Temple Master Iceberg had tried his best to defeat him. If I'm right, What the demonic beasts wanted must have been the compass, Jian Wushuang said. What compass? Temple Master Black Spirit asked. Jian Wushuang showed her the compass without hesitation. He was not worried that the beautiful lady would grab it. She had already saved him, so even if she asked him to give her the compass, he would not refuse. Jian Wushuang handed the compass to the beautiful lady and said, Temple Master Black Spirit, this is the compass. She took it from him and looked it over. She frowned slightly because she was unable to see any difference between this compass and others. Temple Master Black Spirit asked, Jian Wushuang, you said that those monster spies came for this? What secret does this compass have? I'm not clear about it. Jian Wushuang shook his head. But I know that Temple Master Iceberg greatly values it and desperately wants to get it. He had intended to kill me in Blood Moon Plain, but he changed his mind to deal with those monster spies because he saw that you were there. Chapter 570, A Token. Chapter 570, A Token. Oh, it's no wonder I saw Temple Master Iceberg behaving in an odd way. He was supposed to attack the monster spies, but he charged toward you instead. His real target was you, Temple Master Black Spirit sneered. She had noticed it when she arrived, but she did not ask any further since Temple Master Iceberg had not attacked this young man. Only now did she finally realize his true purpose. Temple Master Iceberg ranks within the top 3 in the league, so something he tried his best to get must be unusual. Those monster spies really could have come for this compass, Temple Master Black Spirit said, then returned it to him. Keep it well. Don't worry about Temple Master Iceberg. As long as I'm here, he can't hurt you. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. Temple Master Black Spirit might be the only one qualified to say those words. Although Temple Master Iceberg was powerful, he was still nothing when compared to Temple Master Black Spirit. As for those demonic beasts, you don't need to worry about them either. After all, you're still in the human territory. The monsters have a limited amount of strength here. This time they sent a Monster King and 8 rank 9 monsters to kill you, but they ended up suffering a great loss, so it's impossible for them to attack you again in the near future. Right? He laughed, but he did not feel relieved in his heart. There is a saying, a fall in the pit, a gain in your wit. He had learned a lesson from the previous assassination attempt, so he would not let it happen again. Of course, the powerful are always respected. As long as you're strong enough, it doesn't matter if you own heaven-defying treasure. Who's going to covet it? Strength is the most important thing. Since you're still in the Saint Realm, there's plenty of room for you to improve, so you should aim for the Cloud Realm as soon as possible. If you do that, no one would be able to challenge you. Temple Master Black Spirit spoke like a senior teaching a junior how to behave. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded respectfully while feeling more goodwill towards her. He could tell that Temple Master Black Spirit was treating him as her junior. Here you are. Temple Master Black Spirit waved her hand and threw a blue object towards the young man. Jian Wushuang received it and found out that it was a blue token. Temple Master Black Spirit, what's this? Jian Wushuang looked over at her in surprise. This is my token. If you encounter any problems, you can use it to send messages to me, Temple Master Black Spirit replied. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with delight. If I encounter any problems, I can use it to send messages to Temple Master Black Spirit, the #1 expert in the Monster Exterminating League. I'm afraid few people receive such special treatment. Apart from that, the token has another use. Temple Master Black Spirit looked over at him and continued. You can go to the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace with this token. The 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The Earth Core Palace had 5 floors in total. The first 4 floors were designed for origin meditation. As for the 5th floor, it was said the relic which supported the Monster Exterminating League was on the 5th floor. The miraculous events that happened inside the Earth Core Palace were related to this relic. Furthermore, the bone fusion technique came from the 5th floor. Levels 11 and 12 of the bone fusion technique could only be found there. The reason why Jian Wushuang yearned to go to the 5th floor was to have a look at the last 2-level manuals for the bone fusion technique. The requirement for accessing the 5th floor was obviously greater than that of the first 4 floors. No matter what realm an expert was in, he could enter any of the first 4 floors as long as he had enough cores. However, for the 5th floor, the Monster Exterminating League had a rule that only a Temple Master was qualified to enter the 5th floor. But now, Temple Master Black Spirit told him that he could use this token to enter the 5th floor. Don't worry. They all follow my orders because I'm in charge of the Earth Core Palace. If I say you can enter the 5th floor, then you can, Temple Master Black Spirit responded in an absolutely confident tone. Thank you, Temple Master Black Spirit, Jian Wushuang said gratefully as he started to sigh in his heart. He had underestimated Temple Master Black Spirit's status in the Monster Exterminating League. It was said that Temple Master Black Spirit always kept her promises and that no one dared to disobey her orders. Jian Wushuang thought it was exaggerated, but now he knew it was true. Okay, if there is nothing else, you can leave. Temple Master Black Spirit waved her hand. Jian Wushuang respectfully bowed to the beautiful lady and then left. He was tingling with excitement. I never would have expected Temple Master Black Spirit to have such a close relationship with Sword Ancestor. I should thank Sword Ancestor this time. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while holding the token. The 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace, the core of the holy place, where the supreme relic is. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with expectation. Ever since he had arrived on the monster continent, he had heard people mention it many times. This relic was the only reason the humans could possess 10% of the territory, while under the suppression of the monster population. Jian Wushuang wanted to know what this relic was. I'll go to the 5th floor right now, Jian Wushuang thought. At this point, he headed straight for the Earth Core Palace. Shortly after, the other Temple Masters received the news that Temple Master Black Spirit gave Jian Wushuang a token and that the young man was qualified to enter the 5th floor with it. Most of them were calm, but a few Temple Masters were indignant about it. Temple Master Iceberg was the angriest one. Temple Master Black Spirit gave Jian Wushuang a token? She allowed him to enter the 5th floor? How can it be? She severely restricted Temple Master's rights to go to the 5th floor. Under normal circumstances, we rarely have the opportunity to go there. However, Jian Wushuang is only a Saint Realm expert, so how is he qualified to enter? Unfair, it's unfair. Temple Master Iceberg snarled in his own palace. He only complained about it in his own palace, not daring to say something outside. After all, it was Temple Master Black Spirit's decision. Few people dared to disobey her order in the whole Monster Exterminating League. Chapter 571, A Broken Finger. Chapter 571, A Broken Finger. Temple Master Black Spirit was known as the most powerful expert in the Monster Exterminating League. So, it was only natural that she took charge of the relic on the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace. And because this relic was in her possession, the monsters did not dare to push them too hard. If Temple Master Black Spirit was not here, or if she ever left the monster continent for dozens of years, there would be no Huaman territory on the monster continent. While Jian Wushuang was heading for the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace, an angry roar could be heard echoing out from a huge ancient forest in the monster territory. Trash, a group of trash? A monster king and 8 rank 9 monsters failed to kill a human who only divine emperor battle strength. You all are good for nothing. I have waited here for more than 2 months, and this is the result I get. Damn it. In this ancient forest, there were many demonic beasts, including some powerful rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9 monsters, along with even some monster kings. However, all of them were terrified by this snarl. They all knew who let out it. It was the overlord of their monster population and the supreme existence they all held in awe. Command. The resonant roar became cold and rang out again. All of my people assemble, right now. Our target is the human territory. The order caused a commotion throughout the monster population. Crystal-armored monster emperor was the overlord of the monster population. The crystal-armored monster clan was one of the top 3 monster groups in the whole monster continent. As it was so powerful, many monster groups were affiliated with it and obeyed the orders from Crystal-armored monster emperor. The affiliated monster groups instantly assembled and formed into a mighty monster army. They were led by Crystal-armored monster emperor as they swarmed towards the human territory like hornets. This compass is related to the ancient world token. No matter what it takes, even if I have to start a war with the humans, I'll get it. Crystal-armored monster emperor was determined to obtain it. Jian Wushuang arrived at the 5th floor of Earth Core Palace by using the token temple Master Black Spirit had given him. The 5th floor was different from the first 4 floors because they were filled with secret chambers. However, this floor was a completely open area. Oh! Jian Wushuang carefully tried to sense the surroundings. The origin energy here seems to be denser than that on the 4th floor. Jian Wushuang sighed in private. The deeper someone went in the Earth Core Palace, the denser the origin energy would be. The 5th floor, where the relic was stored, represented the core of the Earth Core Palace, so it was only natural that the origin energy was denser. I wonder what the relic is, Jian Wushuang thought with a hint of curiosity while looking around. This was a dim open area with only a gleam of faint light. It was a streak of red light. Jian Wushuang was unable to see the surroundings clearly, so he could only walk toward the red light. The closer he approached, the brighter the red light became. It even became somewhat dazzling. When he was dozens of feet away from the red light, he finally saw it clearly. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded and felt as if his scalp would burst. This streak of red light, the only light on the 5th floor, turned out to be a scarlet finger. Right, it was a broken finger, the same as humans, but it was much larger. It was 10 feet long, as large as a normal human. Such a big finger, and it's just a broken one. Jian Wushuang was shaken. He also realized that it was the broken scarlet finger that represented the core of the 5th floor and the source of everything. The origin energy here, which was countless times denser than in the outside world, radiated from this broken finger. It meant that this broken finger was the relic that supported the entire human population. This broken finger was the relic. I had been guessing at what the relic could be, but now, Jian Wushuang sighed. He did not expect a broken finger to be the relic. Because of this broken finger, the Earth Core Palace appeared and the human population had survived, even under suppression of demonic beasts. For a broken finger to have such an amazing power, who is the owner of this broken finger? Jian Wushuang wondered. He was not clear about its origin, but he was definitely sure that its owner must have come from somewhere outside of this ancient world. He breathed deeply, recovering from his shock, and looked over at the broken finger. What's the special nature of this broken finger? Jian Wushuang was deep in thought. He sat before this broken finger as his consciousness began to sweep toward it. Once he finished covering with his consciousness, he felt a response from the broken finger. A stream of overwhelming information was transmitted over. This is... Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Inheritance. This is an inheritance. He was greatly taken aback. An inheritance was a sort of way in which someone instilled his knowledge in others. Jian Wushuang had heard of it, but he had not experienced before. Jian Wushuang immediately knew what the content was. The inheritance is the bone fusion technique, and it seems to be a complete inheritance, he murmured. Then he closed his eyes and began to truly inherit bone fusion technique. It started from the first level. Then it progressed to level 2, level 3. He had mastered level 10 of the bone fusion technique, so he did not take it seriously. What he really cared about was the last 2 levels of the bone fusion technique. Level 11. Jian Wushuang thought with expectation. Now he was inheriting the level 11 manual. Level 11 was far more complicated than level 10. Furthermore, he realized that not everyone was able to receive it. Chapter 572. Immortality. Chapter 572. Immortality. The difficulty continually increased for each level of the bone fusion technique. Even temple masters were barely able to receive level 10. As for level 11, whether they could inherit it depended on their own ability. Level 11 was not difficult for Jian Wushuang. After a while, the level 11 manual was deeply imprinted on his mind. Then he went on to level 12, the last level of the bone fusion technique. It became hard for him. The moment he started to inherit the level 12 manual, he felt an overwhelming pressure on him, as if his organs were about to be smashed to pieces. This unprecedented oppression was targeting his body. The longer it took to complete the inheritance, the more powerful the oppression would become. It seems that inheriting the level 12 manual requires a more powerful body. If my body doesn't meet the requirement, I'll have failed the inheritance. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth while trying his best to sustain the oppression. I finally know why no one has been able to reach level 12 of the bone fusion technique. Jian Wushuang wore a wry smile. Faced with such an overwhelming power, it's almost impossible to receive the level 12 manual, let alone master the bone fusion technique. Jian Wushuang could barely endure this pressure with his amazing body. Even some powerful temple masters would probably be crushed under this oppression. Time flowed slowly, but the level 12 inheritance eventually succeeded, and the manual was engraved in his mind. It's over. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He found himself wet with sweat. I suffered a lot, but it was worth it since I finally got the manual for level 11 and level 12. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Actually, a gleam of delight was hidden in his heart. Right then, there was a faint sound, but it appeared more resonant in such a quiet place. Who's there? Jian Wushuang looked around with a frown, but he saw nothing. Is it? Jian Wushuang squinted and looked toward the broken scarlet finger. You have a sharp insight. Faint laughter with a hint of arrogance rang out. Just now, Jian Wushuang clearly heard and understood that it came from this broken finger. You're talking? Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows slightly. A broken finger was actually talking? Hee, I didn't expect that someone was able to inherit Chapter 1 of Immortality, the secret skill I created. It's rare to see in this small plain world. The domineering voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. Immortality secret skill? Chapter 1? The bone fusion technique? When I was being chased by my enemies, I thought I would die, so I broke my 10 fingers. Each of my fingers, which contained a portion of my inheritance, were scattered. 9 of them landed in my world, and I took them back after I was out of danger, so no one gained the inheritance from the other 9 fingers. Only the 10th finger fell into this small plain world. Because of some limitations, I was unable to take it back and could only let it stay there. I didn't expect that a little guy like you would be able to inherit my bone fusion technique. Silence followed before the voice spoke again. Since I can't take it back and we're destined to meet, I'll give the inheritance of this finger to you. I hope you will grow up and have the opportunity to come to my world. Jian Wushuang had no time to react before the broken scarlet finger suddenly radiated a brilliant red light, followed by even more information surging towards him. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to accept the inheritance. The Immortality Secret Skill. Chapter 1, Bone Fusion Technique. Chapter 2, Blood Condensation Technique. Chapter 3, Armor Technique. Chapter 4, Divine Body Technique. Each of these secret skills had 4 chapters. Only the Bone Fusion Technique was fundamentally different, being comprised of 12 levels. Each of the other 3 techniques only had 3 levels. At this moment, Jian Wushuang started to inherit level 1 of the Blood Condensation Technique. The inheritance was so domineering that he was unable to refuse it. Jian Wushuang could only accept the techniques, one by one. Fortunately, inheriting the other 3 techniques was easier than the bone fusion technique. There was no oppression on his body, it just took a lot of time. As Jian Wushuang was inheriting the Immortality Secret Skill, time continued to pass by. At the north border of the human territory, which was guarded by the North Camp, boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, as if there was a huge earthquake. What's happening? What's wrong? Many generals and soldiers did not know what was happening, and the shaking was becoming more and more violent. When countless demonic beasts appeared on the horizon, those sergeants finally grasped the cause. Demonic beasts. It's a demonic beast attack. Those demonic beasts. Oh God, so many demonic beasts. The generals and soldiers, including 3 temple masters, were petrified when they saw the endless horde of demonic beasts. The number of demonic beasts was amazing. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts had attacked the east camp. However, it was nothing when compared to the number of demonic beasts in front of them now. The whole area was covered by them like a swarm of locusts. Some of them were walking on the ground while others were gliding in the sky. Seen from afar, the army extended dozens of miles without an end. Chapter 573. The Crystal-Armored Monster Clan, one of the 3 Overlord clans. Chapter 573. The Crystal-Armored Monster Clan, one of the 3 Overlord clans. There are at least 1 million demonic beasts, maybe even as much as 10 million. Look at those demonic beasts that are covered in amethyst. They are the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan. Right, the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan, one of the 3 Overlord clans on the Monster Continent. Quickly, go tell the Holy Place that the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan has lead 10 million demonic beasts here. An urgent message immediately arrived at the Holy Place and shook everyone. As the number 1 expert in the Monster Exterminating League, Temple Master Black Spirit ordered them to resist with everything they had, while numerous experts, including seniors who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, rushed to join them. The experts in the other 3 camps were sent to the North Camp. Even the high-level experts were heading there. Numerous human experts gathered in the vast plain. 25 Temple Masters arrived, which was every Temple Master except the several who were currently traveling in other worlds and unable to return in time. Even Temple Master Black Spirit personally came. When they saw the endless horde of demonic beasts, all the human experts wore grim expressions. The number of demonic beasts definitely amounted to over 10 million. Most importantly, those demonic beasts were very powerful. Most of them were comparable to Cloud Realm experts, including many rank 7 and 8 monsters who were as powerful as divine generals. There were more than 30 monster kings. Their overall strength was far superior to that of the human population. Among the demonic beasts, some of the huge demonic beasts posed even more of a threat to the human experts. Crystal-Armored Monster Clan. There were countless demonic beasts spread out over the Monster Continent, divided into many different races. Under normal circumstances, the weaker ones would become the vassal of the stronger ones, just like in the human world. There were 3 races that were more powerful than the rest of the monster population. They were known as 3 Overlord clans: the Bone Dragon Clan, the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan, and the Demonic Ape Clan. Their leaders, called Monster Emperors, were Bone Dragon Emperor, Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor, and Demonic Ape Emperor. This time, it was the Crystal-Armored Monster Clan that had launched an attack on the human territory. They suddenly stopped in an orderly manner, and a golden throne appeared above them as a purple-robed young man with a wicked expression slowly materialized on it. He was beautiful, with eyes that radiated a wicked purple light, which was terrifying. However, unlike a normal human, he had 2 curved purple horns on his forehead. He was currently sitting on the throne while looking at numerous human experts in front of him. The faces of many temple masters fell when they saw this purple-robed wicked man. Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor. Temple Master Pure Moon mumbled with a flicker of terror in his eyes. As one of the 3 Monster Emperors, Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor was much more powerful than those human temple masters. The only one that was capable of fighting against Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor was Temple Master Black Spirit. She was currently standing in front of the army, but she took a step and instantly reappeared before the purple-robed wicked man. Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor. Temple Master Black Spirit spoke. Temple Master Black Spirit. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor responded in a hoarse voice while looking at her. In the whole human league, only Temple Master Black Spirit was able to arouse his attention. Thousands of years ago, I made an agreement with you 3 monster emperors. Do you remember that? Temple Master Black Spirit said coldly. Yes, I do. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor nodded slightly. Because of this agreement, you have lived in peace for the last 1,000 years. So why are you here? Do you want to break the agreement and have an all-out war with us? Temple Master Black Spirit asked. Upon hearing this, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's face fell. Break the agreement and have an all-out war? Although he was one of the 3 monster emperors, he was still in awe of Temple Master Black Spirit. Unless it was necessary, he would not be willing to go back on the agreement and declare war on the humans. However, this time, that compass is a treasure related to the Ancient World Token. As long as I get it, I can receive the Ancient World Token, so no matter what it takes, I have to acquire it. A flicker of firmness flashed through Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's eyes. Temple Master Black Spirit, I'm not interested in fighting to the death with you. I'm here because of one person. As long as you give him to me, I'll leave immediately, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor said. One person? Temple Master Black Spirit narrowed her eyes. Who is this person? He is a divine emperor in your league, called Sword Emperor, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor replied. As far as I know, he is an outsider and hasn't been on the monster continent for long, so he should not be important to your human league. As long as you give him to me, I'll keep my promise. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's voice reverberated through the entire area. Countless human experts heard it clearly. Sword Emperor? The one who recently became a divine emperor while still in Saint Realm? Those demonic beasts actually came for Sword Emperor? Sword Emperor really is a troublemaker. He provoked Emperor Golden Snake, causing him to have a life-death duel with him. Now he has gotten us into trouble with the Crystal-armored Monster Clan. Just an outsider. If Crystal-armored Monster Emperor will keep his promise, then give him Sword Emperor. A hot discussion rose among the human camp. Many experts felt resentment towards Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang was a human expert from the monster continent, they might stand up for him. But, since he was an outsider, things were different. Temple Master Iceberg, who stood in the human camp, was also shocked by the Monster Emperor's words. Chapter 574, Truth. Chapter 574, Truth. Those monster spies spared no expense to kill him. Now Crystal-armored Monster Emperor is here with such a spectacular battle formation in order to get Jian Wushuang. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor definitely knows that Jian Wushuang has the compass and that it is related to the Ancient World Token. Temple Master Iceberg's face darkened. In the sky, Temple Master Black Spirit and Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, who represented the supreme existences from each side, stood opposite each other. Temple Master Black Spirit remained silent for a while before she spoke. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, you came for Sword Emperor's compass, right? Both Crystal-armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Iceberg were astonished. She already knew about it? Crystal-armored Monster Emperor pretended to be calm and said, What compass? I have no idea what you're talking about. I just want this Sword Emperor. Okay, then I'll give Sword Emperor to you, but I will keep his interspatial ring since it has many treasures inside it that are very helpful to our league, Temple Master Black Spirit said indifferently. No. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor shook his head. I want him as well as his interspatial ring. Hee hee. Temple Master Black Spirit laughed with a hint of irony. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, you treat me like a fool? You insist that you only want Sword Emperor, but you actually desire the treasure he carries. It must be the compass. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor furrowed his eyebrows but gave no response. It's all right if you're unwilling to confess. I don't know what use the compass has, but I'll figure it out. Temple Master Black Spirit continued and turned a glance at Temple Master Iceberg. Temple Master Iceberg, You should know something about Sword Emperor's compass. This, Temple Master Iceberg hesitated. Say it. Temple Master Black Spirit shouted coldly. Don't think that I'm not clear about it. In order to get this compass, you originally intended to kill Sword Emperor on the Blood Moon Plain. If I had not arrived in time, you definitely would have killed Sword Emperor. Temple Master Black Spirit's snort was accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It suppressed Temple Master Iceberg and caused him to shiver in terror. Many human experts looked over at Temple Master Iceberg in surprise. Temple Master Iceberg tried to kill Sword Emperor in order to obtain the compass. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor launched an attack for the same purpose. What's so important about this compass? Why was it so attractive? Temple Master Iceberg wore a complicated expression. He knew that he could no longer keep the secret about the compass, so he decided to go public with it. That compass, Emperor Golden Snake accidentally acquired it. You all know that. Because of me, Emperor Golden Snake was able to have a life-death duel with Sword Emperor. I had to help him because he gave me some information. This information was related to the Ancient World Token. Temple Master Iceberg paused and looked around. If a large stone was thrown into a lake, it would cause ripples. When he said Ancient World Token, the other Temple Masters around him all widened their eyes. Ancient World Token? Temple Master Black Spirit was also shocked by these three words. Temple Master Iceberg was not surprised at their reaction at all. When he received the news from Emperor Golden Snake, he also wore the same expression as these Temple Master did. Then he added, Golden Snake told me this information and I promised to help him. However, I didn't expect Sword Emperor to kill Emperor Golden Snake in the life-death duel. Golden Snake sent me a message before he died. He said there was a compass in his interspatial ring, which is related to the Ancient World Token. If I want to get the Ancient World Token, the compass is very important. So, Temple Master Iceberg had not finished his words, but those Temple Masters understood why Temple Master Iceberg tried his best to kill Jian Wushuang. They were also clear on why those monster spies had attacked Jian Wushuang. There was no doubt that Crystal Armored Monster Emperor led his people to launch an attack for the same reason. They did not doubt that the compass was worthy of Crystal Armored Monster Emperor's attention. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor, do you still want to deny it? Temple Master Black Spirit looked over at Crystal Armored Monster Emperor. You're right. I came for this compass. So what? Crystal Armored Monster Emperor replied in an icy voice. It originally belonged to me. 40 years ago, I was the first to find the cave mansion and this compass, but I bumped into a human emperor. He grabbed the compass using his phantom Dao and then disappeared. I spent 40 years searching for this human emperor, but he kept a low profile and never revealed his phantom Dao. If he had not fought with Sword Emperor and used his phantom Dao at the critical moment, I would not have known that this compass was in his hands. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor's loud voice resounded through the area. Upon hearing this, many experts knew the reason why Emperor Golden Snake had never displayed his phantom Dao. Emperor Golden Snake must have been worried that Crystal Armored Monster Emperor would recognize him. Temple Master Black Spirit, I must obtain this compass. As long as you give me Sword Emperor, I will leave immediately. But if you don't, then, right here, right now, we'll have an all-out fight. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor said in a frosty tone, Don't doubt my determination. I'll spare no effort to obtain it. Temple Master Black Spirit's face fell. She knew that Crystal Armored Monster Emperor was not kidding because that compass was worthy of his effort. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor. Temple Master Black Spirit remained silent for a moment before she spoke. I will never give him to you. Oh. Crystal Armored Monster Emperor's expression became cold. But as for this compass, it's up to Sword Emperor himself. If he's willing to hand it over to you, our human population won't interfere. However, if he is unwilling, then, sorry. Since he's a divine emperor from our league, we'll protect him without a doubt. As for the battle that will occur, if you want to have a head-on confrontation, our human population might suffer great losses, but all of the monsters here won't go unscathed either. More importantly, you will definitely die. Any of you monster kings that dare to attack our human territory, I promise that you won't go back alive. Chapter 575, Enhanced Magic Thunderbolt. Chapter 575, Enhanced Magic Thunderbolt. Temple Master Black Spirit's cold voice resounded throughout the entire area. It shook both sides and caused a commotion among the horde of demonic beasts. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor narrowed his eyes while staring at Temple Master Black Spirit. Her words were so domineering that he did not dare to question them. He was very clear about how terrifying Temple Master Black Spirit was. If he drove her crazy, she would be able to kill him. Temple Master Black Spirit, Sword Emperor is just an outsider. Are you really going to fight for him? Crystal-armored Monster Emperor said in a low voice. Temple Master Black Spirit wore a firm expression, but the human experts behind her furrowed their eyebrows. Sword Emperor is just an outsider. To fight Crystal-armored Monster Emperor for an outsider, it isn't worth it. Temple Master Black Spirit actually wants to protect Jian Wushuang. Most of the human experts objected to battling with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor for an outsider. Nevertheless, Temple Master Black Spirit insisted. It seems that Temple Master Black Spirit has made up her mind. It's useless to persuade her. We have to hope that Jian Wushuang will be reasonable and hand over the compass. The compass is useless to him. He should know what to do. Whatever he does, I don't want to have a big fight with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Our Monster Exterminating League can't afford it. The human experts were discussing it in secret. In the sky, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor directly spoke. Fine, in that case, bring out this Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor is in closed-door cultivation. I've already sent a message to him. He'll immediately come out after he finishes his cultivation. Temple Master Black Spirit responded. You mean I have to wait for him? Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's face fell. Right. Temple Master Black Spirit nodded. A surge of killing intent flashed through Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's eyes. He was simmering with rage, but he choked it back. Fine, I'm here waiting for him, but my patience is limited. I only give him 1 day. If I haven't seen him within a day, I'll make a move without hesitation. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor snorted and closed his eyes before he finished his words. He started waiting. Calm was restored to the area, but quite a few human experts were whispering. Sword Emperor is really being honored here. The whole Monster Exterminating League and Crystal-armored Monster Emperor are waiting for him. Where is Sword Emperor? Is he really in closed-door cultivation? I heard that he went to the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace not long ago. He should be staying there. The 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace. Aren't only Temple Masters qualified to go there? It's said that Temple Master Black Spirit ordered to allow him to enter the 5th floor. Temple Master Black Spirit allowed Sword Emperor to go to the 5th floor and is now standing up for him. She is being too partial towards him. Who knows? Temple Master Black Spirit is the pillar of our human population. She is the reason we've been able to survive until now and occupy 10% of the territory. So what if she is partial to him? While the human camp and the demonic beasts quietly waited, Jian Wushuang was busy receiving the information from the broken Scarlet Finger. Eventually, the information transmission finished. As of now, Jian Wushuang had completely inherited the Immortality Secret skill, from Chapter 1 to Chapter 4. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, then opened his eyes and felt something unusual. Immortality Secret skill, how terrifying. He was so shocked that it took him a while to calm down. The Immortality Secret skill was too powerful. This secret skill was targeted towards the body. The bone fusion technique which spread through the human population was actually derived from the Immortality Secret skill. The bone fusion technique was just the basics of the Immortality Secret skill. The remaining 3 chapters, Blood Condensation Technique, Armor Technique, and Divine Body Technique, were really powerful. No one had mastered level 12 of the bone fusion technique in the entire monster continent. Even Temple Master Black Spirit, the #1 expert in the Monster Exterminating League, had only reached level 11. It was so hard to master the bone fusion technique, so the rest of the technique was, "This secret skill is beyond my understanding. I wonder if I'll have an opportunity to practice the other 3 techniques," Jian Wushuang thought. He had just reached level 10 of the bone fusion technique and was far from reaching level 11 or 12, so it would be an extravagant hope for him to practice the blood condensation technique. While Jian Wushuang was deep in thought, the broken finger's domineering voice echoed out once again. "Little boy, you have a great body, so I'll give you an enhanced magic thunderbolt. I hope you will be able to master the blood condensation technique quickly and come to my world." A scarlet thunderbolt streaked out from the broken finger and moved towards the young man. It moved so fast that Jian Wushuang had no chance to dodge it. In the blink of an eye, it had landed on his body. Jian Wushuang felt his body tingle when the scarlet thunderbolt touched his skin, after which it immediately spread out before entering his body through his pores. Buzz! Jian Wushuang started to shiver as the sense of electric shock spread through his body. It was fantastic and refreshing. Jian Wushuang felt his body improving at an amazing speed under the influence of the scarlet thunderbolt. His skin, muscles, blood, bones, and organs were being upgraded with the help of this thunderbolt. I'm... Jian Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. He was frightened because the speed of improvement was terrifying. Owing to the heavenly creation skill, his body had been growing stronger and stronger, but the process was slow. Now, aided by the Scarlet Thunderbolt, his improvement was countless times faster than before. Chapter 576, 9 Origin Marks. Chapter 576, 9 Origin Marks. What a terrifying improvement. It only took him a little while for his body to become much stronger than before. Finally, it stopped. His body had reached its limit, so it was impossible for him to improve anymore. Unless he made a breakthrough in Realm, his body would no longer be able to be enhanced. This is my body's limit. He clenched his right hand and felt how powerful he was. Now that his body had reached the limit of Venerable Master, a great change had happened. What? Jian Wushuang was astounded. He looked at his own arms in terror. He originally had 8 World Origin Marks and Slaughter Origin Marks on his arms, but right now a stream of World Origin and Slaughter Origin was gathering on his arms. Jian Wushuang was familiar with what was happening. Origin Mark, the 9th Origin Mark. Is it finally happening? A gush of delight flashed in his eyes. He had comprehended the origin to a superior level and had even achieved the Slaughter Dao, but he only had 8 origin marks and had been stuck at the level of Venerable Master, which did not make sense. I finally understand why I had not made a breakthrough. It's because my body had not reached its limit. Jian Wushuang cultivated the heavenly creation skill. When he was at the level of Venerable Master, the biggest difference between him and normal warriors was his body. His powerful body had slowly been enhancing. The reason he could not bypass his bottleneck was that his body had not reached its limit. Now, aided by the enhanced magic thunderbolt, his body had reached its limit, so he naturally made a breakthrough. A 9th origin mark condensed on each arm. 9 origin marks. Both sets of origin marks, World Origin and Slaughter Origin, amounted to 9. In that case, I can reach flying to the 9th heaven. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic about it. The moment the 9th origin marks condensed, he felt his bottleneck starting to shake. He had waited for it for so long. Boom! He began to make a breakthrough. It went smoothly. As soon as he made the attempt, his bottleneck easily began to collapse and a mighty spiritual power surged through him as a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from his body. The gush of terrifying aura was the result of reaching the level of flying to the 9th heaven. At some point, the towering golden sword soul phantom had appeared behind his back. The instant Jian Wushuang made his breakthrough, the golden sword soul phantom's size soared as well. In an instant, the sky had darkened. It was a sunny day. The holy place had become empty because many experts had headed for the north camp. At that moment, a terrifying aura, like the awakening of a calamity beast that had slept for eons, surged out from the bottom of the Earth Core Palace. Boom! The whole area began to shake. The clouds began to dissipate, and the wind was becoming turbulent as a terrifying storm formed in the sky. Then, a towering golden phantom rose from the ground as a supreme sword essence suddenly erupted, accompanied by a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shake the world. Both the stream of sword essence and aura were too overwhelming. Some of the divine generals who remained in the holy place sensed it and raised their heads in terror. In the North Camp, numerous human experts and demonic beasts were keeping their eyes on each other. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor sat on his throne while tapping on the armrest. Temple Master Black Spirit, time is running out, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor said in a low voice. Temple Master Black Spirit glanced at him but gave no response. At this moment, everyone in the area sensed a terrifying sword essence and aura emanating from afar. What? All of them were dumbstruck. They knew the sword essence and aura were far from them, but they still felt it. What happened? What on earth is releasing this sword essence and aura? The holy place, both of them are coming from the holy place. A loud voice suddenly rang out among the camp. What? It caused a commotion among the human camp. The holy place was quite distant from the North Camp. However, they could feel the sword essence and aura from the holy place even though they were in the North Camp. Was this a joke? This is. The human temple masters were stunned. They had received news that something was happening at the holy place. Now this sword essence and aura was erupting from the bottom of the Earth Core Palace. Even crystal-armored Monster Emperor could not help but stand up and looked in the direction of the holy place. He was not clear about what happened, but he had a grim sense of foreboding. It's coming from the bottom of the Earth Core Palace. There is only one person remaining in the Earth Core Palace that might be able to cause this. Temple Master Black Spirit wore a grim expression while looking in the direction of the holy place. Jin Wushuang. It even shook the demonic beasts in the monster territory. There was a peaceful valley deep in the monster territory. Only a huge black castle was built there. Inside the dark palace, a gray-robed middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. Flying to the ninth heaven. Little boy, you've reached it faster than I expected, he said with a faint smile on his face. Since that's the case, it's time to meet him. Chapter 577, Flying to the Ninth Heaven. Chapter 577, Flying to the Ninth Heaven. Disciple. The gray-robed middle-aged man shouted toward the outside. A figure who had been cultivating at the other end of the castle dashed out like a flowing light and immediately appeared in front of the gray-robed man. This young man had an arrogant look on his face and a blood-red saber on his back. Master, the young man responded respectfully. Go pick up this little guy, the gray-robed man ordered. Okay, the young man replied with a flicker of delight in his eyes. He quickly set out, accompanied by dozens of colossal figures. Those colossal figures were giant bone dragons. On the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace, Jin Wushuang was feeling really good. His body, from his skin, muscles, blood, bones, and organs, to each and every cell, began to metamorphosis. This metamorphosis was like a worm changing into a butterfly. The giant golden sword soul phantom behind him soared crazily, going from 240 feet to 330 feet. However, it seemed that the golden sword soul phantom had finally reached its limit. This feeling is really amazing. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes with a smile while he sensed the changes that had taken place. It took him a long period of time to finish the metamorphosis. His terrifying aura finally dissipated as the golden sword soul phantom slowly disappeared. Calm was restored to the area. Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes as a streak of light flashed in them. Flying to the ninth heaven, I made it. Finally, I made a breakthrough. Jin Wushuang tingled with unprecedented excitement. He was over the moon. He had been stuck in the Saint Realm for such a long period of time. When traveling through the Divine Land and the Monster Continent, his strength had been continually improving, to the point where he could even match up to a superior emperor, but he was still in the Saint Realm. There was a huge gap between his realm and his real strength. Even Jian Wushuang himself felt it was strange. Now, he had finally bypassed the bottleneck. He had made it to the Cloud Realm, and his 9 origin marks had changed into 9 clouds. He was a 9-cloud realm expert now. His heavenly creation skill truly was heaven-defying at each level. Flying to the 9th heaven was on the same level as the Cloud Realm, but it should be far more extraordinary. Jian Wushuang quickly understood what was so extraordinary about it. Superb, absolutely superb. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. He could sense that flying to the 9th heaven was different from the preceding realms. If someone reached flying to the 9th heaven, he would be able to display the special parts of the previous levels to their greatest extent. Ordinary warriors followed this cultivating path: 7 steps of the spirit path, spiritual sea realm, primordial gold core realm, yin-yang void realm, and divine transcendence. However, Jian Wushuang had cultivated the heavenly creation skill, so he followed a different path. 9 heavens of the divine path, ultimate spiritual sea, supreme gold core realm, yin and yang breaking, and venerable master. 9 heavens of the divine path provided him with a more powerful martial arts foundation than ordinary warriors. As for the ultimate spiritual sea, it gave him more spiritual power. With supreme gold core, his outburst of spiritual power was far superior to ordinary warriors at the same level. Yin-yang breaking provided him with a slaughter doppelganger. As a venerable master, he had a supreme body. At every stage, Jian Wushuang was more powerful than ordinary warriors at the same level. And now, flying to the 9th heaven was a perfect combination of the special powers at each of the previous stages. His martial arts foundation, the amount of spiritual power, the outburst of spiritual power, and his body, all became perfect. As for that doppelganger, he used his mind, causing his slaughter doppelganger to instantly appear by his side. At this point, he realized that his doppelganger had also changed and become a duplicate of his original body. 2 original bodies were able to work separately and combine into one. Most importantly, they were connected to each other. No matter which one died, one original body was able to remake the other. Even his sword soul reached a superb level. Incredible. It's really incredible. Flying to the 9th heaven didn't give me any other special abilities, but this perfect combination will be more helpful to me. He clenched his hands, but he could not hold back his surprise and delight. At that moment, the broken finger's arrogant voice rang out again. "Little boy, I'm Godhong. Remember my name and visit me when you come to my world." The voice became faint and eventually disappeared. Godhong. Jian Wushuang remembered this name and replied with gratitude, "Thanks for your help. If I have an opportunity to meet you, I'll repay you for this favor." The broken finger gave no response. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, calmed himself down, and then slowly stood up. This trip to the 5th floor of the Earth Core Palace was a very fortunate occurrence. "I really gained a lot," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He had inherited the immortality secret skill, improved his body to its limit with enhanced magic thunderbolt, and made a breakthrough to the realm of flying to the 9th heaven. It was very fortunate indeed. Without this opportunity, he did not know when he would have made a breakthrough. "I'm satisfied, so I should leave now." Jian Wushuang left. After he walked out of Earth Core Palace, Jian Wushuang took out several tokens. "What's wrong? Why did so many people send me messages?" Jian Wushuang wondered. "I've only been here for 2 days. Is it really so long that they would need to look for me?" Jian Wushuang frowned and began to check those tokens. Chapter 578. Jian Wushuang's Reply. Chapter 578. Jian Wushuang's Reply. Jian Wushuang received lots of messages from Qinghua and Emperor Fengxiao, who both had a close relationship with him, as well as Emperor Daofeng and Temple Master Pure Moon. However, most of the messages came from Temple Master Black Spirit. Jian Wushuang immediately understood the situation after reading the messages. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, one of the 3 Monster Emperors, led a monster army here to steal my compass? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew the compass was of extraordinary value, but he did not expect it to be so valuable that even Crystal-armored Monster Emperor would be fanatical about it and want to obtain it even at the price of starting a war with the entire human population. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor and the experts of the entire human camp are waiting for my reply? Gee, I'm so honored. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled. He then headed directly towards the North Camp. In the North Camp, the human camp and the demonic beasts stood facing each other. Suddenly, a man slowly appeared on the horizon. Jian Wushuang, who wore a black robe and carried a long sword on his back, seemed to be slowly moving in their direction. Slow as he seemed to be, each step of his was hundreds of meters wide. Though he had been far away, he arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Is he coming? The crowd of experts from human camp looked toward him. They immediately realized something. The temple masters especially looked at him with a little surprise. Jian Wushuang seemed to be completely different from before. That boy, Temple Master Iceberg observed Jian Wushuang, with a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, with a confident smile on his face, appeared beside Temple Master Black Spirit a moment later. Temple Master Black Spirit, Jian Wushuang greeted her with a hint of humility. Temple Master Black Spirit glanced at Jian Wushuang as her eyes slightly narrowed. Then she asked, "Did you have a breakthrough?" "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded. Since he made a breakthrough, his spiritual power naturally changed, so Temple Master Black Spirit sensed it. "Were you the cause of the confusion at the holy place just now?" Temple Master Black Spirit asked again. "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded again. "Good." Temple Master Black Spirit sighed in praise and said, "I've explained the situation in the message. It's up to you now. I have to remind you that the compass is extremely valuable. You can give it to Crystal-armored Monster Emperor if you like. If you don't want to, no one will force you." "I understand. Thank you, Temple Master Black Spirit," Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang then turned to Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, who was sitting on his throne. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Jian Wushuang stared at Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. As one of the 3 Monster Emperors, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor almost looked like a human being, except for the 2 horns on both sides of his forehead. "Are you Sword Emperor?" Crystal-armored Monster Emperor sat there with his hand on the armrest. He turned to Jian Wushuang with a dignified look and asked in a deep voice, "Emperor Golden Snake stole that compass from me. Is it in your hands now?" "Yes, it is," Jian Wushuang nodded to admit it, and even took the compass out with a wave of his hand. The compass was as large as a palm, but it was also rusty and ordinary at first glance. Nevertheless, it aroused a fanatical look in the eyes of Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, as well as Temple Master Iceberg. This compass really wasn't treasure, but it was a very important token. Only by virtue of this compass could they get the Ancient World token. "Give me the compass and I guarantee you that you and the human territory will remain safe and sound," Crystal-armored Monster Emperor said eagerly. "What if I refuse?" Jian Wushuang replied casually. "If you refuse, then you'll die and the human territory will be at war. I hope you won't make such a stupid decision." Crystal-armored Monster Emperor lowered his voice. The experts of human camp listened seriously. Naturally, they all hoped that Jian Wushuang would make the sacrifice and hand over the compass to Crystal-armored Monster Emperor so as to avoid a war. "Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, I can give you this compass, but I have a condition," Jian Wushuang said. "Just say it out. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse," Crystal-armored Monster Emperor said. He could do anything to get the compass. A condition or 2 meant nothing to him. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor had expected that Jian Wushuang would ask for some treasures or monster cores. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang said casually, "Fight me. If you win, the compass is yours." The whole area became quiet. Everyone present, including those gatekeepers, was stunned. The temple masters, the divine emperors, and the thousands of divine generals in human camp were completely stunned. Crystal-armored monster emperor was also astonished. Even temple master Black Spirit turned to Jian Wushuang in surprise. No one had guessed that Jian Wushuang would ask to have a battle with Crystal-armored monster emperor. Crystal-armored monster emperor, as one of the 3 monster emperors, was far stronger than the monster kings. Among the 33 temple masters in the human camp, only temple master Black Spirit was able to compete with him by virtue of some special means. All the other temple masters were scared of him. For example, Temple Master Iceberg knew very well that he was no match for Crystal-armored monster emperor, even though he was ranked in the top 3 in the Monster Exterminating League. Now, Jian Wushuang was declaring that he wanted to battle with Crystal-armored monster emperor, who was a horrifying existence in the eyes of the temple masters. Has he gone crazy? How dare he battle with Crystal-armored monster emperor? He's so presumptuous. The temple masters yelled in shock. They could see that Jian Wushuang had broken through from the Saint Realm to the Cloud Realm and improved a lot. But so what? Strong as he was, he could at most compete with ordinary temple masters. As a Cloud Realm expert, Jian Wushuang would already be regarded as a monster for doing that. Was he really able to completely defy the heavens and compete with Crystal-armored monster emperor? That was unrealistic. It was natural for the temple masters to think like that. Under normal circumstances, it was not realistic for a Cloud Realm expert to compete with top experts like Crystal-armored monster emperor. Nevertheless, the heavenly creation skill which Jian Wushuang had cultivated was an inverse cultivation method. Chapter 579. I'll give you 3 moves. Chapter 579. I'll give you 3 moves. I have reached the 9 Cloud Realm, so my strength has improved to an unbelievable level. However, it's hard to determine the exact level my power has reached. As Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, he could tell that his strength was much greater than before. However, he was not clear about how much more powerful he was. Hence, what he needed most was to find a strong opponent to battle with so that he could judge how strong he was now. Ordinary human temple masters or monster kings were not strong enough for this. However, Crystal-armored monster emperor, who was currently standing in front of Jian Wushuang, was strong enough to test his strength, so he would not waste this chance. Sword Emperor. Crystal-armored monster emperor said, "You just said you would give me the compass if I can defeat you?" "Right." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Ha ha." Crystal-armored monster emperor laughed willfully. Then, with fire burning in his eyes, he said, You humans are getting more and more arrogant. How dare you fight with me with strength that is only in the Cloud Realm? Since you are determined, though, I'll do as you wish." Sword Emperor. "Go ahead. I'm right here. I'll even give you 3 moves so that you can't say I'm bullying you." Crystal-armored monster emperor stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at Jian Wushuang from above. In his mind, Jian Wushuang's level of strength was not worth mentioning. That was true. Crystal-armored monster emperor was quite famous, and he was capable of looking down on the human temple masters, even the experts at the level of Iceberg Temple Master Iceberg, let alone someone like Jian Wushuang who had only reached the Cloud Realm. "You'll give me 3 moves?" Jian Wushuang asked with a strange expression on his face. "Very well then, be careful." Jian Wushuang reminded his opponent out of goodwill as the heart-killing sword appeared in his hand. As a mighty power surged forth, the heart-killing sword started to tremble slightly with excitement. Because of how powerful the heart-killing sword was, he was incapable of displaying its full power before he broke through to the 9 Cloud Realm, but now things were different. Now, he could finally use the full power of the sword. While holding the sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and began to exude an aura of slaughter. Crystal-armored monster emperor, you are one of 3 emperors from the monster population. I will use you to test my own strength, Jian Wushuang muttered before slowly waving his longsword. At this point, a 110-meter tall golden sword soul phantom suddenly appeared behind him. The golden sword soul phantom radiated a supreme sword essence as it imitated Jin Wushuang and waved its golden longsword as well. At this point, the sword thrust forward. It was a casual attack that didn't even seem to possess any sword skill. But afterwards, swoosh, the space between them was split and a huge sword shadow appeared. The huge sword shadow seemed as if it had the power to destroy anything, and it drew the attention of everyone in the area as soon as it appeared. Most of the surrounding human experts and the countless demonic beasts all cast their eyes towards this move. They could feel an incredible power from this move. The warriors in the Cloud Realm were unable to display this level of strength, and even ordinary temple masters wouldn't possess this much power. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, who was standing in front of Jian Wushuang, had thought poorly of him in the beginning, but he knitted his eyebrows when he felt the power that was being released from this humongous sword shadow. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor quickly thrust his right palm out like a shot before the sword shadow managed to strike him. Bang! In that instant, the whole area trembled. The two terrifying powers slammed into each other. What? Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was completely surprised because he was forced to retreat in a disorderly manner. He retreated backwards for over 300 meters, almost falling into the horde of demonic beasts, while being chased by the huge sword shadow that Jian Wushuang released. An instant later, the power that still remained exploded. A torrent of sword shadows filled the sky and swept out in all directions, forming many dazzling sword lights. Those sword lights carried such a terrifying amount of power that the surrounding demonic beasts couldn't help being overwhelmed and stricken with a sense of fear. Swoosh! The terrifying sword lights skimmed through the demonic beasts, cutting off their heads and other parts of their bodies as easily as cutting wheat. Even the rank 7 or rank 8 monsters were easily killed by the sword lights without any sign of a struggle. Some of the rank 9 monsters withstood the explosion of sword lights, but most of them had been heavily mauled. After a short period of time had passed, the power emitted by the sword lights finally vanished, but the result had been catastrophic for the demonic beasts. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor still had a magnificent aura. Even though he had been forced backwards by Jian Wushuang, he was still uninjured. However, at this moment, he glanced around him with a gloomy look on his face. The field was littered with corpses. There had to be hundreds of demonic beasts lying there. Among them were rank 7 and rank 8 monsters who had died in the aftermath of the ruthless Sword Shadow's explosion. It happened in an instant, but the aftermath killed hundreds of demonic beasts who were at least rank 4 and had reached the Cloud Realm. What a terrifying attack! This move had come from Jian Wushuang, who Crystal-armored Monster Emperor had been looking down on. However, it had only been a casual and random attack, without using any sword skill. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength. Silence. The whole area had become silent at this moment. Even most of the human experts who had witnessed what happened just now were completely stupefied. Jian Wushuang did this? It was only a casual wave of his sword, yet the aftermath swept out and directly extinguished hundreds of demonic beasts. What is his true level of strength? Did you see? Even Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was forced to step back hundreds of meters when he confronted this move. What a terrible move! Just by looking at the level of power, that move has surpassed most of the temple masters in our Monster Exterminating League, let alone the fact that it was only a casual attack by Jian Wushuang. Everyone was filled with shock and bewilderment. Everyone was frightened by the strength he had just displayed. In the beginning, they thought Jian Wushuang was crazy when he said he would fight with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, but now, just a random move from Jian Wushuang had almost caused them to surrender. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, you just said you would give me 3 moves? Are you sure you want to do that? Chapter 580, A Battle with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Chapter 580, A Battle with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Are you sure? Jian Wushuang stood in the air with his sword in hand and a surging sword essence as his cold voice echoed throughout the area. Upon hearing this, crystal-armored monster emperor's face darkened. He had indeed looked down on Jian Wushuang before, but now he had to be more cautious as Jian Wushuang had proven his strength with a single move. Sword Emperor, I admit that I underestimated your strength just now. Even though you're merely in the Cloud Realm, you're even stronger than the temple masters in your camp. Since that's the case, I'll go all out to battle with you out of respect. As soon as he finished his words, crystal-armored monster emperor suddenly shook his body. A vast aura immediately swept around and bright purple light surrounded him, gradually condensing into an amethyst armor made of ferocious scales that covered his body and hands. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. An explosive force burst out, and his aura soared as well. I will attack now. The crowd of experts from the human camp held their breath as they watched. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was one of the 3 Monster Emperors, an overlord among the monster population, and the supreme expert who was at the peak of the whole ancient world. What was his real strength? Could Jian Wushuang really battle with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor? Unconsciously, these human experts had become excited and were full of expectations for this battle among experts at the peak. Go ahead. I hope you won't disappoint me, Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. After entering the 9-Cloud Realm, his spiritual power, physical strength, and origin power had been enhanced to a terrifying extent. He was definitely qualified to battle with Crystal-armored Monster Emperor now. He even had the possibility of winning. Whoosh! The crowd heard a sudden burst of air explode in the air. Then they noticed that Crystal-armored Monster Emperor had already disappeared from where he was standing before. They could only see a purple flowing light moving through the sky at an incredible speed. The next moment, a strong wind with an incredibly suppressive force approached Jian Wushuang head-on, causing his eyes to narrow unconsciously. Boom! With a boom, the whole area began to shake violently. A ferocious palm covered with amethyst scales suddenly blasted through the space in front of Jian Wushuang while turning into a claw. It had transformed into a beast claw, scratching towards Jian Wushuang fiercely. It almost seemed to tear the space in front of him apart. Swoosh! The air was split by this claw. Jian Wushuang stood up in the sky with a smile on his face, sensing the incredible power of this claw. He swung the heart-killing sword lightly and then thrust out. A gorgeous sword move. The moment he swung the sword, the whole area became dark, just like the night sky. The sword shadow became the only light in this night sky, making it extremely gorgeous. But an overwhelming killing intent was hiding behind this gorgeous light. The 7th move of the heart-killing sword technique. It was named Star River. As soon as Jian Wushuang began to comprehend the Slaughter Dao, he also mastered more of the heart-killing sword technique, moves which had been extremely enigmatic before. He had mastered the 5th and the 6th move. He had also comprehended the 7th move, but it was too difficult for him to use at the time. However, after his breakthrough, it became much easier to use. The crowd looked at the spot attentively. In the center of that area, the heaven-tearing claw landed directly on the gorgeous yet deadly sword shadow. The collision did not create the violent explosion that everyone imagined. Instead, the crowd only heard a ridiculously loud impact and a squeezing sound. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. The aftershocks of the collision swept out in all directions, crushing the surrounding trees, flowers, and gravel into dust. This time, the demonic beasts were smarter and retreated far away so that they would not be affected by the aftershocks. In the core area of the battle, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor remained with a cold expression on his face, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A purple flowing light burst out and appeared on the other side of Jian Wushuang. A competition of speed? With a faint smile, Jian Wushuang turned into a residual shadow. Whoosh! 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 The figures of Jian Wushuang and Crystal-armored Monster Emperor flashed through the sky while releasing mighty attacks each time, dazzling the human experts and demonic beasts that were watching them. Violent explosions could be heard echoing throughout the area from time to time. This matchless and fierce battle was being perfectly displayed in front of everyone. On the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and crystal-armored Monster Emperor were fighting fiercely, competing in speed, offensive power, and even various reaction abilities. But the two sides remained even after the fierce battle. Neither of them was able to obtain an advantage over the other side. The human experts were in a daze. Even the temple masters were watching attentively with their eyes wide open. Too strong. Even though I'm a temple master, I don't think I would be able to compete with them. No wonder crystal-armored Monster Emperor is one of the 3 Monster Emperors. His strength is too terrifying. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor is indeed strong, but why is Sword Emperor also so strong? How can Sword Emperor, a Cloud Realm expert, compete with crystal-armored Monster Emperor? Sword Emperor is able to fight crystal-armored Monster Emperor to a draw. Monster. He is definitely a monster. They all sighed because it was so incredible. Temple Master Iceberg, who hated Jin Wushuang, was also watching the battle. When he saw that Jin Wushuang had not lost after battling with crystal-armored Monster Emperor for such a long period of time, an unprecedented shock emerged in his eyes. How is this possible? It's impossible. Temple Master Iceberg could not believe what he was seeing. When those monster spies tried to assassinate Jin Wushuang, the Monster King had easily defeated Jin Wushuang and almost killed him. That happened only a few days ago. But now, Jin Wushuang was able to fight crystal-armored Monster Emperor to a draw. Wasn't this level of improvement too horrifying? It's true that he broke through from the Saint Realm to the Cloud Realm. However, even if he jumped directly to the 9 Cloud Realm, he would not be this strong. Temple Master Iceberg stared at Jin Wushuang while the word monster struck him. Chapter 581. The Strongest Killing Move. Chapter 581. The Strongest Killing Move. Up in the air, Jin Wushuang was still fighting fiercely with crystal-armored Monster Emperor, which created huge energy storms. The ground below was full of miserable potholes, as if doomsday had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. They finally separated. Jin Wushuang and the golden sword Soul Phantom behind him exuded an even stronger supreme sword essence. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, as one of the 3 Monster Emperors, is that your real strength? Jin Wushuang said with a hint of excitement. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, who was covered with amethyst scales, stared at Jin Wushuang with his weird purple eyes. You're pretty good to be able to fight with me for so long and not lose, but this is the end. I'll use my killing move now. Whether or not you survive depends on your luck. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's voice was cold and determined. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in his killing move. Killing move? Jin Wushuang stared at him. The temple masters who knew a little bit about crystal-armored Monster Emperor changed their expressions when they heard his words. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's killing move. That move. 7-fold demonic killing. The temple masters all shuddered at the thought of his killing move. Even Temple Master Black Spirit slightly narrowed her eyes and thought, the 7-fold demonic killing of crystal-armored Monster Emperor is extraordinarily powerful. I wonder whether this boy can block it. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor started his attack. He took a deep breath and then, howl. A monstrous roar broke out from crystal-armored Monster Emperor, which shook the whole area as it swept out in all directions. Jin Wushuang was closest to crystal-armored Monster Emperor, so he was immediately hit by this roar. Soundwave attack. Jin Wushuang responded seriously but without any fear. The soundwave attack hit him directly and rushed into his body, causing his blood and aura to become turbulent. But that was all. After Jin Wushuang made his breakthrough to the 9 Cloud Realm, his body had improved to a superb state, causing his skin, bones, and organs to become extremely tough. Therefore, this soundwave attack had almost no effect on him. But the Soundwave attack was just the beginning. The moment the Soundwave attack spread out, crystal-armored Monster Emperor had already moved. He was as fast as lightning and appeared right in front of Jian Wushuang. His hands stretched out and turned into two claws, fiercely attacking towards Jian Wushuang. The second killing, crystal-armored Monster Emperor shouted in a low voice. Before Jian Wushuang could recover from the Soundwave attack, the second attack of crystal-armored Monster Emperor had already arrived. Jian Wushuang changed his facial expression and stepped backwards quickly. The third killing, crystal-armored Monster Emperor exclaimed in a cold voice. He suddenly turned around and a long tail appeared behind him. The tail was covered with amethyst scales and was as sharp as a saber. It targeted Jian Wushuang and swept toward his head. So fast, Jian Wushuang was greatly taken aback. The tail was so fast that he was surprised. Fortunately, his reaction was also fast. While he was stepping backwards, he stabbed the tail with his heart-killing sword. Clang! As the metal collision sounded, the tail was hit to one side. The fourth killing, crystal-armored Monster Emperor growled again. The amethyst on his body trembled as it grew to cover his whole body, giving him the appearance of an amethyst hill as he violently rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Once Jian Wushuang steadied himself, he had to dodge to another side immediately so as to avoid the amethyst hill. It was so close that he lost his calm manner. The fifth killing, the sixth killing. Two fierce attacks arrived successively. Jian Wushuang struggled to resist them, but he had completely lost his balance and had no opportunity to counterattack. The seventh killing. The cold voice once again reverberated throughout the area. As Jian Wushuang was steadying himself and preparing to attack, a huge fist suddenly came down from above him like a thunderbolt. The huge fist came from crystal-armored Monster Emperor, who had turned into an amethyst-covered demonic beast and was releasing a ferocious aura. It was too sudden and unexpected. Jian Wushuang did not have time to finish his sword move. He could only struggle to lift the heart-killing sword. Bang! The huge purple fist pounded down onto the heart-killing sword. Its terrifying power descended and forced the heart-killing sword to hit Jian Wushuang in the chest. The violent power passed through the sword and still managed to strike Jian Wushuang. Immediately, Jian Wushuang shot downward like a meteorite, crashing into the ground so heavily that a huge crater, several meters deep, appeared, causing broken stones and dust to blast out. Up in the air, a figure flickered and then crystal-armored Monster Emperor reappeared. His indifferent purple eyes looked down towards the pit below. At this moment, the whole battlefield had become quiet. Some of the human experts looked at the bottom of the pit, while others turned towards crystal-armored Monster Emperor in horror. Sevenfold demonic killing. This is crystal-armored Monster Emperor's strongest killing move, sevenfold demonic killing. Temple Master Iceberg shuddered. His strongest killing move actually consisted of 7 different attacks. Each of the 7 attacks were unimpressive on their own. They were actually weaker than ordinary martial arts techniques since they were just simple attacks. However, the combination of the 7 attacks created a terrifying momentum. The 7 consecutive attacks were all unexpected and incredibly powerful, not giving the opponent enough time to resist. Jian Wushuang did not know anything about the sevenfold demonic killing. Even those temple masters who knew the secret of this killing move still could not resist it. The 7 attacks seemed to be simple since they were just outrageous ways of close combat, but they were extremely frightening when used by crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Is Sword Emperor still alive? The human experts were staring at the bottom of the pit attentively. They had seen that the last blow from crystal-armored Monster Emperor did not land directly on Jian Wushuang because it was blocked by the long sword. However, everyone still believed that Jian Wushuang would be dead or at least seriously injured after that attack. Chapter 582, Win or Lose. Chapter 582, Win or Lose. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's strongest killing move is so powerful that only Temple Master Black Spirit in the whole Monster Exterminating League can survive. As for Jian Wushuang, In the end, he is just a Cloud Realm expert. It's impossible for him to be alive, Temple Master Iceberg thought with a gloomy face. He really hoped that Jian Wushuang would die in this battle. Although it meant that crystal-armored Monster Emperor would get the compass, Temple Master Iceberg understood that he could not possess the compass now that its secret had been exposed. The Temple Masters of the Monster Exterminating League also knew that the compass was priceless, but they all hoped that Jian Wushuang would give it to crystal-armored Monster Emperor and settle the conflict. That did not mean that they had no greed for the compass. On the contrary, they were very eager to get their hands on the compass. But similarly, they knew that they could not possess it with only their little bit of strength. Since it was impossible for him to obtain the compass, Temple Master Iceberg naturally hoped that crystal-armored Monster Emperor would kill Jian Wushuang. There was already bad blood between him and Jian Wushuang, and the grudge between them was deep. The strength which Jian Wushuang displayed here filled him with an extreme amount of fear. If Jian Wushuang did not die, then he would be in great trouble. Silence emanated from the huge pit for a while. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps were heard as Jian Wushuang walked out from the pit and arrived in front of the crowd once again. Jian Wushuang's clothes were in rags and his appearance was messy, but that was it. His aura had not weakened at all. It astonished all the spectators. How is this possible? He isn't even hurt? He's unhurt, and his aura hasn't weakened at all. Even crystal-armored Monster Emperor narrowed his purple eyes when he saw Jian Wushuang standing in front of him, completely intact. My strongest killing move didn't even injure him? Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was astonished. Jian Wushuang turned to face crystal-armored Monster Emperor, with a smile on his face as he said, "Sevenfold demonic killing is indeed good." It really was powerful. 7 ordinary attacks combined to form an extremely terrifying killing move. Even he was not able to completely dodge it and was hit by the 7th move. However, because his body was so strong, it still wasn't enough to really hurt him. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "You've displayed your strongest killing move, so now have a taste of mine." Upon hearing this, crystal-armored Monster Emperor's expression changed slightly. Jian Wushuang started. He suddenly stretched out his left palm and clapped several times in the air. Vast spiritual power began to surge. Azura secret skill, 18 levels of hell. A chilly cry was forcefully uttered by Jian Wushuang. Boom! The area suddenly trembled. Up in the air, above crystal-armored Monster Emperor's head, scarlet waves that were similar to whirlpools suddenly appeared. Then, an 18-floor scarlet pavilion appeared. It had 18 floors with ghost shadows visible on each floor, as its overwhelming power began surging toward crystal-armored Monster Emperor. The strongest part of the 18 levels of hell was its deterrence. When Jian Wushuang was still in the Saint Realm, he could barely use this skill and could not bring its full power. But now, after his breakthrough to the 9-Cloud Realm, the power of this move could be completely released. The terrifying deterrence struck crystal-armored Monster Emperor directly. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was caught in a haze due to the deterrence. It lasted for an instant, which was plenty of time for Jian Wushuang to do many things. He quickly swung his heart-killing sword. The moment he swung the sword, the whole area became dark, just like a night sky. The sword shadow became the only light in this night sky. A mighty killing intent suddenly surged out. The 7th move of the heart-killing sword technique, Star River. It was too fast, in addition to the fact that crystal-armored Monster Emperor had been disoriented by the Scarlet Pavilion, so he did not have any initial reaction. By the time he finished struggling to recover himself, the beautiful sword shadow was already in front of him. He could do nothing but watch the beautiful sword shadow as it continued drawing nearer. Suddenly, it paused. It paused when it was half a centimeter away from his throat. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, you have lost, Jian Wushuang said coldly, with his heart-killing sword pointing at crystal-armored Monster Emperor's throat. Time and space seemed to be frozen. The human experts and the countless demonic beasts looked at them in astonishment. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor lost. He really had lost. Had Jian Wushuang not stopped, the Monster Emperor would have died. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor's face reddened, and his amethyst-covered body trembled slightly because his heart was full of anger and unwillingness. He could not accept the fact that he was defeated by a human being, a Cloud Realm human being. But he had to keep his anger and unwillingness under control no matter how strong they were. After all, he lost. Sword Emperor, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor stared at Jian Wushuang and said solemnly, "You've won the battle. I'll leave immediately and I won't set foot in human territory for 1,000 years. As long as the compass is in your hands, I'll never try to obtain it again." Hearing that, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He did not kill Crystal-armored Monster Emperor directly in the hopes that Crystal-armored Monster Emperor would retreat by himself. After all, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor had led thousands of demonic beasts to the battlefield. If he killed Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, the demonic beasts would definitely be angry and rush towards the human territory. Naturally, it would be good if Crystal-armored Monster Emperor would leave of his own free will. However, before Jian Wushuang spoke, something suddenly happened. Up in the air near them, a dozen vigorous and majestic auras suddenly appeared. At the same time, a magnificent voice echoed throughout the area. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, as one of the 3 Monster Emperors, how could you be defeated by a human being? How shameful! A hint of ridicule in the voice attracted everyone present to turn around and look at it. They were astonished upon seeing the dozen behemoths that were rushing towards them. Bone Dragon Clan. Chapter 583. Bone Dragon Clan and Second Brother? Chapter 583. Bone Dragon Clan and Second Brother. More than 10 behemoths were rushing towards them. These figures, which were covered in dark purple scales, turned out to be bone dragons that, when they opened their huge wings, were as large as mountains. A magnificent and domineering aura radiated from the bone dragons, making it hard for the human experts and common demonic beasts to breathe. The Bone Dragon Clan, one of the 3 overload clans among the monster population, had arrived. Bone Dragon Clan. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor was surprised. The 3 overlord clans were the Bone Dragon Clan, the Crystal-armored Monster Clan, and the Demonic Ape Clan. The Bone Dragon Clan ranked first as its overall strength was higher than that of the Crystal-armored Monster Clan. What's more, Bone Dragon Emperor was an immortal being whose age was known by nobody. In the entire ancient world, few people could compete with him, and he was much stronger than Crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Bone Dragon Clan. The human experts became more anxious upon seeing the appearance of these bone dragons. They had just managed to send the Crystal-armored Monster Clan away when an even stronger clan, the Bone Dragon Clan, arrived. Did the Bone Dragon Clan also come for the compass? As the giant bone dragons finally appeared on the battlefield, their magnificent aura oppressed the whole battlefield and quieted it down. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor, it's so rare to see you face defeat. The leading bone dragon, which was the largest, said in a deep voice. Don't be so complacent. You can try to battle with Sword Emperor. I can guarantee you that only the old devil in your Bone Dragon Clan can compete with him. I'm afraid none of your guys are qualified, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor replied coldly as killing intent surged around him. All the bone dragons in front of him were at Monster King level and possessed extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, since Bone Dragon Emperor, who was the most powerful, did not show up, Crystal-armored Monster Emperor would not give a damn about them. Hearing his words, the leading bone dragon was silent for a moment before his huge eyes turned towards Jian Wushuang. "Are you Sword Emperor?" the bone dragon asked in a magnificent voice that contained a trace of respect. "I am. May I ask why the Bone Dragon Clan has come here? Are you also after the compass?" Jian Wushuang replied calmly. "The compass?" The leading bone dragon shook his head. "We're not interested in the compass. We were ordered by one of our lords to take you to see him. Please come with us." The bone dragon replied politely. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and thought, Is the lord he mentioned Bone Dragon Emperor? Jin Wushuang did not think too much of it, but shook his head. He said, I don't know your lord. It's not necessary for me to meet him. If he insists, he can come to see me. I don't have the time to go with you. Upon hearing Jin Wushuang's refusal, the Bone Dragon released an oppressing aura. A human being suddenly appeared on the huge bone dragon's back and spoke in a teasing tone. Third brother, I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't realize that it was so difficult to invite you now. Jin Wushuang was shocked to hear this voice and immediately raised his head to look at the man standing on the bone dragon's back. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Second brother? His voice revealed a little surprise, but it was mostly filled with doubt. Jin Wushuang felt it was completely unbelievable. The man on the bone dragon carried a saber on his back, and he had a cold face, which had changed a little over the years, becoming even colder. But Jin Wushuang still recognized him at a glance. Second brother. In this world, only one person was qualified to be addressed as second brother by Jin Wushuang. That was Yang Zishuan, one of Jin Wushuang's 3 brothers from the Nanyang continent. Yes, that man was Yang Zishuan. Whether it was his appearance or the cold aura, he was definitely Yang Zishuan. How can it be? Jin Wushuang couldn't believe what he was seeing. After he left Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan on the Nanyang continent, he went to the Divine Land to adventure alone. After that, he had never heard news about them. But now, he had never imagined that he would see Yang Zishuan again on the monster continent, not to mention that Yang Zishuan was standing on the back of a huge bone dragon. Second brother, why are you here? Although he was confused, Jin Wushuang still glided toward Yang Zishuan and moved to step on the back of the bone dragon. However, the bone dragon, which was a monster king, snorted angrily, obviously reluctant to allow him to step on his back. Behave yourself. Yang Zishuan looked down coldly. As he stamped on the back of the bone dragon heavily, a commanding aura that contained endless majesty burst out of him. It swept out in all directions. This majestic aura, which was like an emperor reigning over the world, unconsciously made the crowd want to prostrate themselves and worship him. Around the battlefield, the human experts, as well as the thousands of demonic beasts, were all deeply shocked when they felt the aura. Even crystal-armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Black Spirit could not help looking at Yang Zishuan. Both of them felt great suppression from the majestic aura. The bone dragon under Yang Zishuan's feet trembled under the suppression and dared not to disobey anymore. Jin Wushuang mounted the bone dragon and stood next to Yang Zishuan, looking at him in surprise. When he was on the Nanyang continent, he had known that Yang Zishuan was predestined to be a warrior. But at that time, the latter had just been in the Saint realm. After a few years, Yang Zishuan's strength had obviously improved greatly. Even Jin Wushuang was affected by the terrifying aura suppression. Second brother, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but it seems like you've improved a lot, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. You can defeat a monster emperor now. If I hadn't made any progress, how could I be qualified to be your brother? Yang Zishuan said with an indifferent look. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Let's not talk about it anymore. My master asked me to take you to see him. Come with me, Yang Zishuan said. Your master? Wine master? Jin Wushuang frowned. He remembered that Yang Zishuan was the disciple of Wine Master when he was on the Nanyang continent. No, another master. You'll know when you see him, Yang Zishuan said. Chapter 584, Killing Temple Master Iceberg. Chapter 584, Killing Temple Master Iceberg. All right, I'll go with you, Jin Wushuang said. But I have to settle something first. Jin Wushuang glanced at the experts in the human camp and finally focused on one person. Temple Master Iceberg. This old guy had tried to kill me several times. I wasn't strong enough before, but now things are different. Jin Wushuang said coldly, a faint killing intent rising from him. He suddenly moved and rushed towards Temple Master Iceberg. Temple Master Iceberg had an uneasy feeling. He had thought that crystal-armored Monster Emperor would kill Jian Wushuang, so he never thought that crystal-armored Monster Emperor would be defeated by Jian Wushuang. I'm in big trouble. I've offended Jian Wushuang too much. In the past, he was too weak to do anything about it, but now his strength has soared so high that he can even defeat crystal-armored Monster Emperor. There's no way he'll spare my life, Temple Master Iceberg thought in a panic. He suddenly sensed that someone was looking at him with killing intent. Jian Wushuang was rushing toward him. No. The expression of Temple Master Iceberg greatly changed. Jian Wushuang, what do you want? Temple Master Iceberg exclaimed. What do I want? Don't you know? Jian Wushuang replied coldly as his mighty killing intent instantly surrounded Temple Master Iceberg. Temple Master Black Spirit, help! Help me! Temple Master Iceberg screamed, while fleeing towards Temple Master Black Spirit at the same time. He knew without a doubt that it was impossible for him to compete with Jian Wushuang. The only one among the humans who could do that was Temple Master Black Spirit. Without hesitation, he tried to grasp at that straw. Temple Master Black Spirit's face darkened slightly. She said, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang halted to look at her, as he was quite respectful toward the latter. Temple Master Black Spirit, Jian Wushuang said solemnly. When I was a Saint Realm expert, I was forced by Temple Master Iceberg to have a life-death duel with Emperor Golden Snake. Then, on the Blood Moon Plane, Temple Master Iceberg even tried to kill me. I would have died if you hadn't arrived at that time. He has attempted to kill me several times. Can I get revenge? I hope you will allow me to have my revenge. Jian Wushuang explained sincerely. Hearing his words, Temple Master Iceberg roared impatiently before Temple Master Black Spirit could reply, Jian Wushuang, who do you think you are? After all, you're just an outsider while I'm one of the pillars of the human population on the monster continent. I have made great contributions to the human population, but what about you? What have you done for the Monster Exterminating League? Shut up. Temple Master Black Spirit lowered her voice and stared at Temple Master Iceberg with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She said, Temple Master Iceberg, you have indeed made a great contribution to the League, but Jian Wushuang is also a divine emperor, not to mention that his strength qualifies him to be a Temple Master. Since you both belong to the League, I won't be partial to anyone. It's a fact that you have a personal grudge against Jian Wushuang and have attempted to kill him several times. His strength has improved, and he wants to seek revenge, which is also reasonable. It's unfair to allow you to kill him and forbid him to kill you. Since your personal grudge can't be resolved, you can solve it through a life-death duel according to the rules of the League. Why? Hearing the words of Temple Master Black Spirit, Temple Master Iceberg's face darkened immediately. A life-death duel? I must fight a life-death duel with Jian Wushuang. Is she kidding? The experts of the human camp looked at Temple Master Iceberg with a pity in their eyes. But no one dared to question Temple Master Black Spirit's decision. She had indeed decided everything according to the rules of the League. The life and death grudge between Jian Wushuang and Temple Master Iceberg had to be solved through a life-death duel, and she was partial to no one. Thank you. Jian Wushuang looked at Temple Master Black Spirit gratefully and then turned to Temple Master Iceberg. Temple Master Iceberg, you'll definitely die today. Jian Wushuang roared as he rushed directly towards Temple Master Iceberg. The human experts watched them indifferently. No one was willing to attempt to stop Jian Wushuang. Run. Temple Master Iceberg did not want to have a life-death duel with Jian Wushuang at all. As he had witnessed the battle between Jian Wushuang and crystal-armored Monster Emperor, he knew that he could not compete with either of them at all. There was not even a small chance that he would survive. Do you think you can escape? Jian Wushuang said coldly, as the mighty killing intent burst out of him and a vast blood river gushed forward like a surging tsunami. Now that Jian Wushuang had reached the Nine-Cloud Realm, the power of his realm was much stronger than before. Its momentum alone was infinitely stronger than before. The huge realm covered the entire battlefield in an instant. Temple Master Iceberg, who was trapped in the Blood River realm, felt like he had sunk into a mire. He struggled violently, but was still greatly restrained, and his speed was greatly diminished. This guy, crystal-armored monster emperor, who had retreated to the horde of demonic beasts, frowned as he saw the crazy surging Blood River in front of him. He could feel the power of the Blood River. He was afraid that he would also be greatly suppressed if he was surrounded by it. But Jin Wushuang had not used his Blood River realm when he fought with crystal-armored Monster Emperor. Sword Emperor still kept some of his strength in reserve when he fought with me, crystal-armored Monster Emperor thought. The Blood River realm violently suppressed Temple Master Iceberg and greatly lowered his speed. On the contrary, Jin Wushuang was able to move more flexibly in it and approached Temple Master Iceberg in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. Jin Wushuang attacked him directly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 bright and beautiful sword moves, each of which was extremely powerful and shocking to all the ordinary Temple Masters. Temple Master Iceberg struggled to parry the sword moves with his long spear, but clang, clang. The first 2 successive collisions knocked his long spear away, and the third sword light glided mercilessly past him. Temple Master Iceberg, one of the top 3 Temple Masters in the Monster Exterminating League, died on the spot. Chapter 585, Emperor Shao. Chapter 585, Emperor Shao. As they watched Temple Master Iceberg fail to block 3 moves from Jin Wushuang, every Temple Master felt that their heart skipped a beat. Temple Master Iceberg was regarded as being extremely strong among the Temple Masters. At the very least, he was much stronger than the ordinary Temple Masters. Nevertheless, even he failed to block those 3 sword moves. If Jin Wushuang wanted to kill them, it was likely that he only needed 1 move. It was so incredible for a Cloud Realm expert to be so strong. After killing Temple Master Iceberg, Jin Wushuang bowed to Temple Master Black Spirit and remounted the huge bone dragon. Let's go, Jin Wushuang said indifferently. Yang Zishuan faintly nodded his head. High up in the air, 10 more huge bone dragons turned around and flew toward the depths of the monster territory. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor also led his monster army away. This riot had finally come to an end. Countless human experts sighed with immense relief. After the battle, everyone remembered a name, Jin Wushuang, Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor never appeared again. But the way he defeated crystal-armored Monster Emperor and killed Temple Master Iceberg would definitely become a legend on the monster continent that would be passed on for generations. In the depths of the monster territory, the bone dragons were flying forward rapidly. Second brother, how did you get to the monster continent? Who is your master? Jin Wushuang asked. He had never imagined he would see Yang Zishuan here, so he naturally had many doubts. Calm down. After you meet my master, let's go meet Brother Wang Yuan, said Yang Zishuan. Brother Wang Yuan is also here? Jin Wushuang was surprised and pleased to hear that. He is indeed, but his days are not as good as ours, Yang Zishuan said with a mysterious smile. These bone dragons quickly arrived at a peaceful valley. Here we are, Yang Zishuan said. Jin Wushuang immediately looked down into the valley and saw a huge black castle. A castle? Jin Wushuang thought. He jumped down from the bone dragon with Yang Zishuan and went toward the black castle. It was very quiet. While following Yang Zishuan, Jin Wushuang eventually arrived in a garden with 2 men at a stone table. One of the men was sitting on a stone chair. He was a gray-robed, middle-aged man who had a handsome face and delicate short dark hair. In his dark eyes, which were as vast as the galaxy, lighting was faintly flickering. He was reading a thread-bound book. Once Jin Wushuang arrived in this garden, he was immediately attracted by the gray-robed man unconsciously. It seemed that he had a special magic power which drew all of Jin Wushuang's attention and made him neglect anything else. Focus. The gray-robed man seemed ordinary, but he was the focus of surrounding energy at all times. Jian Wushuang stood there and stared at the gray-robed man absent-mindedly. It wasn't until a while later that he recovered to himself. What's this technique? Jian Wushuang thought with unprecedented shock. After he recovered himself, he finally noticed the other man. He was surprised again as he asked, Elder Di Jing? Yes, this man was Di Jing, the man who saved his life in the Divine Land and revealed his great strength. But he was standing next to the gray-robed man with great respect, like a servant waiting on his master. Jian Wushuang gasped in astonishment once he figured out the identity of the gray-robed man. In this world, only one man was qualified to be treated with such deference by Di Jing. Lung Rushuang's father, the mysterious monarch from the Tang of the East. Second brother's master turned out to be him. Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was not the first time that he heard of this mysterious Tang monarch. When he was on the Nanyang continent, he had heard some stories about the mysterious Tang monarch. Then he was told by Di Jing that he was the seventh war god under the command of Emperor Shao from the Tang of the East. Apparently, Emperor Shao was the monarch of the Tang of the East on the Nanyang continent. Master, I've brought Brother Wushuang here. Yang Zishuan stood in front of the gray-robed man and said respectfully. Ah. The gray-robed man stopped reading and looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately felt that all of his secrets had been exposed by his gaze. The gray-robed man smiled and then said, You two leave first. I have some things to discuss with this little boy. Yes, Yang Zishuan replied and left with Di Jing. While passing by Jian Wushuang, Di Jing even winked at him. At this moment, only Jian Wushuang and the gray-robed man remained in the garden. The gray-robed middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang with great interest. As he slowly waved his hand, a chair condensed by special energy suddenly appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Have a seat, he said. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath to suppress his shock and sat down on the chair. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Huan, but most people call me Emperor Shao, the gray-robed man said slowly. Greetings, Emperor Shao, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. Anyone facing a stronger expert should be respectful. Jian Wushuang had been at the top of the ancient world in terms of his strength. Nevertheless, he understood that he was no different from a bug in front of Emperor Shao. He could be killed countless times by Emperor Shao as easily as blushing off some dust. In the face of such a super expert, Jian Wushuang had to be extremely respectful. Boy, don't be nervous. Emperor Shao smiled and said in a gentle voice, By the way, I need to thank you. Thank me? Jian Wushuang was in a daze. You removed part of the icy heart poison in my daughter's body, which relieved her pain a lot. Of course, I need to thank you, Emperor Shao laughed. It's no bother. She has also helped me several times, Jian Wushuang replied with dignity. Emperor Shao raised his eyebrows and laughed. He asked, I guess you don't know why I invited you here. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was indeed full of doubts. Rest assured. You'll understand when you see this, Emperor Shao said and took out something. Chapter 586, The Second Gray Stone Bead. Chapter 586, The Second Gray Stone Bead. Jian Wushuang appeared more relaxed after the brief exchange. However, when Emperor Shao produced that item, Jian Wushuang was stunned and his eyes goggled. This is... Jian Wushuang stared intently at the object. It was a gray stone bead. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with it because he had one inside his body. The bead inside his body had given him the heavenly creation skill and changed his life. Now, Emperor Shao was showing him another gray stone bead which was exactly the same as his. The most important discovery was that when the second bead was produced, Jian Wushuang could sense the one inside his body resonating with it. Obviously, there was a strong connection between the gray stone beads. Kid, you recognize this bead, right? Emperor Shao looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said slowly, Heavenly creation skill. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. He raised his head and glanced at Emperor Shao. Jian Wushuang realized that Emperor Shao was aware of his big secret regarding the gray stone bead and the heavenly creation skill. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Senior Emperor Shao, this gray stone bead is the same as the one inside my body, and they resonate with each other. If I'm not wrong, the bead you have should have already recorded the remaining cultivation method of the heavenly creation skill." Jian Wushuang felt a hint of anticipation. The heavenly creation skill was a cultivation method that was absolutely against the natural order. But Jian Wushuang had known that his cultivation method was not complete. The highest level of his cultivation method was flying to the ninth heaven, and he was already on that level. But flying to the ninth heaven could only match ordinary warriors in the Cloud Realm. While Cloud Realm was considered an expert level in the Divine Land, it was merely average in the Monster Continent and just ordinary in the Ancient World. There should be another level above the Cloud Realm. Like the 3 tribes in the Divine Land, the temple masters of the human population in the Monster Continent were at levels higher than the experts in the Cloud Realm. In the Ancient World, the realm above the Cloud Realm was called the Skyscraping Realm. It was above 9 heaven. It was possible for an ordinary warrior to be in the Skyscraping Realm. Therefore, the heavenly creation skill should have another cultivation technique which was higher than flying to the 9th heaven. You are right. Emperor Shao confirmed Jian Wushuang's hypothesis. My gray stone bead does have the remaining realm's cultivation technique of the heavenly creation skill. Having heard Emperor Zhao's confirmation, Jian Wushuang's excitement showed in his eyes as his gaze returned to the bead. Kid, take it easy. I will give you the bead eventually, but not now, Emperor Shao said. Jian Wushuang tried hard to conceal his excitement. He took a deep breath and said, Senior, may I ask if you created the heavenly creation skill? Jian Wushuang had wanted to ask this question for a long time. He really wanted to know who had created the heavenly creation skill. It was impressive to have created this incredible heaven-defying cultivation method. As he considered Emperor Zhao's strength and his possession of the gray stone bead, Jian Wushuang realized that it was likely that he had created the heavenly creation skill. However, to his surprise, Emperor Shao shook his head. This heavenly creation skill is very occult. It's not something that I can make. It was created by one of my old friends. Old friend? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Emperor Shao started to explain. We're very close, like Demon and Pythias. His strength is a bit greater than mine. This heavenly creation skill was made by him. He passed away after creating the heavenly creation skill. What a pity. Before he died, he had separated the heavenly creation skill into 2 parts and recorded them into 2 gray stone beads. He gave me one and threw the other into the space. He told me to give this bead to the person who cultivates the heavenly creation skill in the 9 cloud realm. That person would be his successor. After he died, I followed the first gray stone bead to the space and arrived at the ancient world. While waiting here, I built a Tang of the East in the Nanyang continent. I've been here for thousands of years. Finally, you are here and you've used the heavenly creation skill to become an invincible warrior. Emperor Shao looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed. He was well aware of the gray stone bead inside his body and the unique heavenly creation skill, but he had never expected that Emperor Shao had been waiting for him for thousands of years in the ancient world. When you broke through the Saint Realm and became a venerable master, I had already noticed you. From that moment on, I watched you. I know all about your encounters and progress. Emperor Shao smiled and continued, Previously, I thought that you would need more time to reach the 9 cloud realm. To my surprise, you broke through it when you got the opportunity from God Hong in the Earth Core Palace. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Emperor Shao knew about the opportunity in the 5th level of the Earth Core Palace. And he also knew God Hong. Jian Wushuang didn't know that Emperor Zhao's powers were godlike. He knew every single thing that Jian Wushuang did, including his encounter in the 5th level of the Earth Core Palace. Although God Hong's strength is average, the immortality secret skill is still useful for you, but just barely, Emperor Shao said. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang was inwardly surprised. God Hong in the 5th level of the Earth Core Palace had only displayed a fraction of his skills, but that had already terrified Jian Wushuang. The Immortality Secret Skill was an incredible secret skill which had filled Jian Wushuang with incredulity. But Emperor Shao appeared to take God Hong's skills lightly, and he commented the Immortality Secret Skill was just passable. Since you are the successor of my old friend, I will try to help you. Before, I thought you would need more time to break through, so I prepared something for you. But I can save it since you've already succeeded. When the time is right, I will take you to join the Firmament Territory Feast, Emperor Shao said. Chapter 587, Firmament Territory Feast. Chapter 587, Firmament Territory Feast. Firmament Territory Feast? Jian Wushuang asked quizzically, Senior, what is Firmament Territory Feast? Jian Wushuang had not heard of the Firmament Territory Feast. Firmament Territory Feast is a genius feast. Emperor Shao began to explain. Kid, you should know that both my old friend and I are from the ancient world, Emperor Shao said. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang knew that although the ancient world was vast, there were even larger swathes of land beyond the ancient world. People like Emperor Shao, Lung Rushuang, and Di Jing were all from another vast world. The ancient world is a huge world on this plane. Above it, there is the eternal world, Emperor Shao said. The eternal world? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. It was his first time hearing of the eternal world. The eternal world is enormous. You can't even imagine how huge its territory is. I've lived there for numerous years, but I still haven't fully explored the area, Emperor Shao said. The eternal world is the core of the universe. Now, you are in the ancient world, which is only a tiny part of the eternal world. There is only one eternal world, but there are countless ancient worlds. Countless? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. You thought there's only one ancient world? Emperor Shao laughed. He continued, there are lots of territories in the eternal world. This ancient world is under control of Firmament Territory. In the eternal world, Firmament Territory is considered a huge territory and it controls millions of ancient worlds. Even though the ancient worlds are controlled by the Firmament Territory, there isn't a direct route from the ancient world to the eternal world. In the ancient world token is the only one way for warriors like you to go to the eternal world. The ancient world token? Jian Wushuang was in a daze. Previously, he had received a message from Temple Master Black Spirit when he broke through the Earth Core Palace. It had told him that Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Iceberg were very eager to steal his compass because it was related to an ancient world token. He hadn't known then the purpose of the ancient world token. Now, he finally understood that the token was the only way to get into the eternal world. There are many sects in the Firmament Territory. Every 3 years, there is a Firmament Territory feast where geniuses gather, including experts from the skyscraping realm level. Warriors who have ancient world tokens in the ancient world can also join the genius feast, Emperor Shao answered. However, there are limitations. There are only 5 ancient world tokens in one ancient world, meaning only 5 people can participate in the Firmament Territory feast. If they perform well at the feast, they can join a sect. Even if no sect accepts them, they can still choose to stay in the Firmament Territory. That's it. Understanding dawned on Jian Wushuang. This explained why Crystal-Armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Iceberg were trying so hard to get an ancient world token. It was really very valuable. Jian Wushuang realized that the ancient world would not appeal to skyscraping realm experts whose strength had already reached the top. The vast eternal world would become their new goal. As there were only 5 tokens, and it was the only way to enter the eternal world, the value of the ancient world tokens was tremendous. It would not be surprising for people in the skyscraping realm to war over an ancient world token. It represented a chance to go to the vast eternal world, take part in the Firmament Territory, and join the sects. Emperor Shao, you mentioned that you would take me to the Firmament Territory feast? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Yes. Emperor Shao nodded slightly. But I don't have an ancient world token. Even I did. I am only a 9-cloud realm, so I don't think I'm qualified to join the Firmament Territory Feast? Jin Wushuang was in a daze. Yes, you don't have any ancient world token now, but your ancestor has prepared one for you, Emperor Shao answered with a smile. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. His ancestor should be the Sword Ancestor. The Sword Ancestor had already got an ancient world token for him? Well, Jin Wushuang contemplated the possibilities, and soon he understood. No wonder the Sword Ancestor got attacked by millions of experts in the skyscraping realm level, Jin Wushuang sighed. When Jin Wushuang had been in the Divine Land, he had found out that the Sword Ancestor had been attacked by many skyscraping realm experts because he had a treasure with a big secret. Now, he finally understood that the Sword Ancestor's treasure was an ancient world token. The ancient world token was the only treasure that could help him get into the eternal world. Most importantly, there were only 5 in the ancient world. Crystal-armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Iceberg's attitudes towards the ancient world token showed how important the token was. Jin Wushuang only had a compass that was related to the ancient world token, but Crystal-armored Monster Emperor and Temple Master Iceberg already fought for it desperately. The Sword Ancestor had an actual ancient world token, so this would definitely cause a stir when the news was exposed. As for your realm, you don't need to worry about it. The Firmament Territory Feast will start in another 3 years. During these years, you can go back to the Nanyang continent first and deal with all the remaining stuff in the Divine Land. After that, you can follow me. I can help you break through the realm during these 3 years. I'll also help you to improve your strength to another new level, the Emperor Shao answered with a confident attitude. On hearing this, Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up. You can leave now and find Dijing. He will show you the tunnel that can take you back to the Nanyang continent. Go there as fast as possible. If you get there late, I'm afraid the Sword Marquee Mansion will be destroyed, the Emperor Shao answered. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. If he got there late, the Sword Marquee Mansion would be destroyed. He knew that Emperor Shao would not lie to him. Senior Emperor Shao, I'm leaving now. Jin Wushuang was anxious. Without any hesitation, he turned away and left. Chapter 588, Back to Nanyang. Chapter 588, Back to Nanyang. Having left the garden, Jin Wushuang saw Yang Zishuan and Dijing waiting for him outside. Third brother, I've asked eldest brother, Wang Yuan, to come here. Let's have a good drink later, said Yang Zishuan. I'm afraid I can't. Jin Wushuang looked solemn. He shook his head and said, Senior Emperor Shao has just informed me that Sword Marquee Mansion is in danger. I have to get back immediately, otherwise, it will be destroyed. Really? Yang Zishuan frowned. Master is omnipotent. If he said that the Sword Marquee Mansion is in danger, you should definitely get back quickly. Second brother, please let our eldest brother Wang Yuan know about this, Jin Wushuang answered anxiously. He looked at Dijing and said, Senior Dijing, I have to go back to the Nanyang continent now. Sure, follow me. Dijing nodded and took Jin Wushuang to the castle. Soon after, Jin Wushuang arrived at a secret chamber which held a huge wormhole. You can get back to the Tang Dynasty in the Nanyang continent through this wormhole, Dijing said as he opened the wormhole for Jin Wushuang. Thanks, Jin Wushuang said and stepped into the wormhole. Waves reverberated in the space and soon, Jin Wushuang disappeared. At the Nanyang continent, a territory of Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty remained the same messy and violent slaughterous dynasty. At this moment, 2 people were fighting to the death beside a huge, nameless mountain in the Tang Dynasty. The 2 people emitted Saint Realm auras, reflecting their status as peak experts in the Nanyang continent. The fight between the 2 Saint Realm experts had attracted a large number of warriors who stood around the battle and watched the fight intently. No one knew of the existence of a wormhole in the huge, nameless mountain. At the moment, the wormhole was aglow with light. A short moment later, a human figure emerged from the wormhole and slowly walked forward along the tunnel. Soon, this human figure came out from the cave. Nanyang continent. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly, breathed the air and raised his head to look at the sky. Suddenly, die! A howl reverberated through the area. Jin Wushuang saw a huge blade light cut through the air. Its intended victim had been a Saint Realm Elder, who had reacted quickly and avoided it. The power of the blade light had not subsided and continued to move towards Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang had only just arrived at the Nanyang continent, and he was already being attacked. Although the attack was weak for someone at his level, it still made him a bit angry. "Get out!" Jin Wushuang bellowed in rage, his face purple with fury. His bellow sounded like a thunderclap that shocked the entire area and drowned out all other sounds. The blade light which had slashed towards him was immediately destroyed. The purple-haired man who had launched the blade light and the Saint Realm Elder were attacked by the bellow. It confused them and made them bleed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Although they survived, both of them sustained serious injuries. The two powerful Saint Realms wilted like plants in winter. They collapsed on the ground and did not rise again. The ordinary warriors present covered their ears, and most of them were shrieking in pain. Abruptly, silence fell. Countless terrified looks focused on Jin Wushuang. The two Saint Realms struggled to stand as they stared at Jin Wushuang in terror. They were well aware of the bellow's power. Jin Wushuang had shown them mercy. Otherwise, that bellow would have killed them. Who is he? His strength is so great that experts of the Saint Realm are infants compared to him. One bellow already carries enough power to seriously harm them. This is a real peak expert. The warriors present were in fervent discussion. Jin Wushuang glanced around with an icy look and realized that the two Saint Realms had been fighting. They had not noticed his arrival, which resulted in him being inadvertently attacked. With a better understanding of the situation, his anger dissipated. He waved his hand and gave an elixir to each of the Saint Realms. Following this, there was a flash of flowing light and Jin Wushuang disappeared completely. This speed, so fast. Who the hell is he? The Saint Realms stared at the elixirs with widened eyes. They hesitated for a moment, then swallowed the elixirs. Soon, they noticed that their injuries were healed. The speed of recovery was rapid, and it took only a short time for them to return to their previous conditions. In fact, they were at their peak conditions, or perhaps even better than that. The terrifying skills, incredible speed, and the magic elixir were clear evidence that the two Saint Realms had met a superior. Having left the mountain, Jin Wushuang flew to the Sword Marquee Mansion. Knowing that the Sword Marquee Mansion was in danger, he did not dare to tarry. The Sword Marquee Mansion in the Tang Dynasty was a considerable distance from the Tianzong Dynasty. However, Jin Wushuang would be able to get there in less than 1 hour with his speed if he did not stop during his journey. The Sword Marquee Mansion, Bahui Commandery, Tianyin Province in the Tianzong Dynasty. The Sword Marquee Mansion had gained fame in the Nanyang continent when it had become common knowledge that Jin Wushuang, a peerless genius, hailed from the mansion. While the mansion had not produced experts in the last couple of years, it had the full support of the royal family from the Tianzong Dynasty and the tacit support of the alchemy school. Its overall strength was still much greater than it had been, and it had become the top power in the Tianzong Dynasty. The Sword Marquee Mansion had been thriving, but that had changed dramatically a few days ago. A powerful, mysterious expert had broken into the Sword Marquee Mansion and captured all its clansmen. Chapter 589, Jin Wushuang, where are you? Chapter 589, Jin Wushuang, where are you? At Sword Marquee Mansion, hundreds of clansmen stood on the huge drill ground. Jin Xinhong, the mansion master of the Sword Marquee Mansion, led the elder. A beautiful woman named Jin Ming'er stood among the crowd. Everyone present shared the same pale expressions at the moment. Looks of fear, anger, and hatred were directed towards a wicked man who sat on a stage at the drill ground. The wicked man was clothed in a scarlet robe and had a demonic appearance. He flew through the clansmen one by one with a playful smile. Jin Xinhong, 3 days have already passed. Have you decided? The scarlet-robed man stared at Jian Xinhong, and his voice echoed coldly through the drill ground. Tell me where the ancestors' land is? Jian Xinhong took a deep breath. He raised his head, glanced at the man, and slowly shook his head. Solemnly, he answered, I don't know. You don't know? The scarlet-robed man gave him a glacial look. Boom. A monstrous aura rose and rushed towards Jian Xinhong. This aura was only on the 8-cloud realm level, but for Jian Xinhong, who only just broken through the Yin Void realm, it was overwhelming. The scarlet-robed man had only emitted a little aura, but it was already powerful enough to make Jian Xinhong suffer. Plop. Jian Xinhong was unable to control the balance of his body. Unwillingly, he knelt in front of the scarlet-robed man and bowed his head low. His mouth was full of blood, and he could sense that his organs had shifted from the effects of the aura. Devil. You are a devil. Bastard. His clansmen were enraged when they witnessed their master suffer the humiliation. However, reason told them that they had to endure the shame. They could not fight him. Even if all the experts of the Sword Marquis Mansion fought him as one, they wouldn't be able to hurt the scarlet-robed wicked man at all. Jian Xinhong. The scarlet-robed man had started to speak in a cold voice. Sword Marquis Mansion is the only descendant of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. As the Mansion Master, you really don't know where the ancestors' land is? Jian Xinhong remained in his kneeling position with his forehead touching the ground. He stuttered, I indeed don't know. But even if I do, I will never ever tell you. Really? You really have a backbone? The scarlet-robed man sneered. In the next moment, the oppressive aura surged. This time, Jian Xinhong lay flat on the ground and blood flowed profusely from his pores. Soon he turned into a blood person, and he lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. Rubbish. Are you really the descendant of the Sword Ancestor? I think you are just like a worm. The scarlet-robed man laughed coldly. He still had not exerted all of his aura. Although Jian Xinhong was unconscious, he was still alive. As the Mansion Master of the Sword Marquis Mansion, he would be the only one who knew the whereabouts of the ancestors' land. That was why the wicked man had not killed him. You! The scarlet-robed man pointed at an elder and demanded, Tell me where the ancestors' land is. I don't know. The elder gritted his teeth and shook his head. As soon as the elder's words died, the scarlet-robed wicked man waved his hand, and a greenish-black viper flew out. This viper was a greenish-black long whip with hundreds of sharp greenish-black scales on its surface. As the scarlet-robed man waved, the whip hit the elder. The elder screamed and blood spurted from his mouth. The impact threw the elder against a stone wall at the edge of the drill ground. No one knew if he was still alive. Eldering! The clansman screamed. Bastard! I am going to kill you. A burly clansman had yelled out. He waved his giant axe and slashed violently towards the scarlet-robed man. Don't do it. The people around him tried to stop him, but it was too late. As soon as the clansman started his charge, the scarlet-robed wicked man struck as well. Chi! The greenish-black long whip struck through the clansman's heart and killed him instantly. No! A shrill cry issued from the crowd, but the burly man had been killed. You, come here. The scarlet-robed man pointed to Jian Ming'er. Didn't you hear me? The scarlet-robed wicked man demanded. Jian Ming'er trembled and raised her head. Her pretty face was filled with panic, anger, despair, and madness. She struggled to move forward 3 steps, then stopped. The scarlet-robed man stared at Jian Ming'er. He had licked his lips when he saw her beauty. He ordered, Take off your clothes. Jian Ming'er raised her head in horror. Her eyes reflected her roiling emotions. The scarlet-robed man lost his patience when he saw her hesitate. He waved the greenish-black long whip, which flew towards a female toddler standing behind Jian Ming'er. As the whip passed over the girl's right hand, her arm was cut off. Wow! The girl shrieked in pain. Linger! Jian Ming'er stared at the man in fury. That girl was her daughter. Take off your clothes, otherwise I'll cut her head off. The scarlet-robed man had a cruel expression on his face. I will do it. Jinminger had a painful smile on her face. The anger, panic, and madness had vanished, replaced by deep despair. Her hands slowly pulled her clothes down. Her eyes were hollow. She was like a puppet. However, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That figure had haunted her for years. As she plunged into despair, she thought about this person. She finally broke down in despair. Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang. You, where are you? Where the hell are you? Chapter 590, Return. Chapter 590, Return. Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang. Where are you? Where the hell are you? The forlorn and shrill voice reverberated through the area. Jinminger had cried Jin Wushuang 3 times until her voice became hoarse. She had hated him to the core, but now she wished that he would appear to save them as he had done many times before in the Nanyang continent. Besides Jinminger, many clansmen here were also fervently crying a name in their hearts. This name was none other than Jin Wushuang. He was their pride and joy and regarded as a legend even in the entire Nanyang continent. Everyone hoped that this legend would show up to protect them. However, nothing happened even after Jinminger's voice had faded. Jin Wushuang had not appeared. Despair. All the clansmen fell into despair. On the platform, the scarlet-robed man sneered as he heard Jinminger's cries. He started to laugh after the cries had stopped. Haha, Jin Wushuang? You're thinking of a loser who was forced to escape from the divine land. Haha, ridiculous, very ridiculous. His manic laughter mocked Jinminger. The scarlet-robed man was scornful of Jin Wushuang. He was Fire Ghost, one of the 72 marquises in the divine land. He was famous for his evil, so he had the nickname, Evil Marquis. Of course, he was very powerful. He was known as the #1 Marquis among the 72 marquises. His battle strength was comparable to the 9 sovereigns. A marquis of his status would not care about an escapee who was hunted by numerous skyscraping realm experts. Idiots. Fire Ghost sneered as his laughter continued to reverberate. There were many experts outside the Sword Marquis mansion. Some of them came from the alchemy school. Some were from the imperial house of the Tianzong dynasty. Their faces fell when they heard his laughter. I've heard of Evil Marquis. He is a supreme expert in the vast divine land. Now that he's taken Sword Marquis Mansion as his target, it's impossible for them to survive, a white-haired elder said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin, Di Shi, and Hong Shuzi frowned. Jin Wushuang had requested them to help him take care of Sword Marquis Mansion, and they had fulfilled their promises. However, even the white-haired elder who was at the Cloud Realm could do nothing against the evil Marquis Fire Ghost. So what were they able to do? As for Jin Wushuang, I've never heard of him in the divine land. I'm afraid that he is not very famous and might not be very powerful. Even if he returns, it would be impossible for him to fight the evil Marquis. In that case, there is nothing we can do? Sect Master of the Alchemy School sighed as he shook his head. Silence descended on the drill ground in Sword Marquis Mansion. All the clansmen were in complete despair. A tragic smile appeared on Jinminger's face. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing her pink underwear. Go on. Fire Ghost stared at the girl with evil eyes. Jinminger's hands shivered slightly as she slowly stretched her fingers to the silk ribbon on her underwear. Just as she was about to take off her last piece of clothing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Jinminger stopped. She had been in a daze. Now, she felt a surge of hope. You finally came? Jinminger murmured. Her clansmen who had felt hopeless brightened up when they saw the figure appear. The grim drill ground was suddenly infused with vitality and hope. Fire Ghost perceived the great change. He was surprised that they were staring at something behind him, so he turned to have a look. What? Fire Ghost was shocked when he saw the figure in front of him. He had not been aware that the man had stood behind him for a while. You. Fire Ghost stared at this man. The man was dressed in a black robe and had a long sword on his back. His beautiful face shone with a flicker of coldness. Overwhelming killing intent radiated from him. Although it had not erupted, his killing intent was strong enough to shake Fire Ghost. If I'm right, you're the evil Marquis, the #1 Marquis in the Divine Land? Jin Wushuang said in an icy voice. He had hurriedly returned after being informed by Emperor Xiao that Sword Marquis Mansion was in trouble. Having witnessed the scene in front of him, he was absolutely furious. He had rarely been as furious as this. Sword Marquis Mansion was his root. It was the place where he had been born and raised. His clansmen were his family. Fire Ghost was trampling on his family. His anger blazed. You are Jin Wushuang. Fire Ghost recognized him. You dare to come back? Jin Wushuang did not respond but glared at Fire Ghost. The next moment, his killing intent peaked and surged towards Fire Ghost with the force of a tsunami. The terrifying killing intent which contained slaughter Dao instantly oppressed Fire Ghost. The force behind the attack felt like it came from a skyscraping realm expert. Pong! A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Fire Ghost lay in the pit as the sound of breaking bones rang out in succession. Chapter 591, Bloodblades Man. Chapter 591, Bloodblades Man. No, impossible. Fire Ghost lay prostrate in the pit. The terrifying killing intent had suppressed him and shattered his bones. Blood poured profusely from his mouth. His face was red, and there was unprecedented shock in his eyes. The oppression of the killing intent was similar to aura oppression. Just now, he had forced Jian Xinhong to fall and faint by using aura oppression. He was able to do this because he was much more powerful than Jian Xinhong. Now, this young man had just used killing intent to suppress him. It had been strong enough to cause him to fall and his bones to crack. How was that possible? Even the sovereigns or 3 ancestors were not as strong as this. Jin Wushuang, who had been forced to flee from the Divine Land, and who he held in contempt, had managed to perform this impossible feat. Fire Ghost was dumbfounded, but he suddenly had a strong desire to survive. Bloodblades Man, Master Bloodblades Man. Help me, please come help me. Fire Ghost roared. He knew that Bloodblades Man was hidden nearby, and that he would come over if he noticed something happening here. If Bloodblades Man came, he would still have an opportunity to survive. The drill ground turned deathly silent. The clansmen looked at Jin Wushuang as they trembled in excitement. They had been yelling his name in their hearts. Their hero had finally shown up, and his strength did not disappoint. Fire Ghost was a devil and very powerful, but compared to Jin Wushuang, he was as weak as an infant. Jin Wushuang had not even displayed any of his moves. He had merely used aura oppression on the evil Marquis to overcome him. What terrifying strength! What a frightening skill! How is this possible? Experts from the alchemy school and the imperial house of the Tianzong dynasty, and even the white-haired elder who had just returned from the Divine Land, widened their eyes in shock. This is the evil Marquis, who is the strongest among the 72 Marquises. Sovereigns could defeat him, but they won't be able to do so using aura alone. Even if the legendary 3 ancestors show up, they might not have such a power. Under everyone's gazes, Jin Wushuang's gaze was steely as his killing intent violently pressed on Fire Ghost. Evil Marquis, Jin Wushuang said in a frosty tone, you're still hoping that Bloodblades Man will come to your aid, right? Fire Ghost was unable to move or speak under the oppression. It's a pity, Jin Wushuang looked at Fire Ghost while shaking his head. You won't have such an opportunity. Jin Wushuang raised his foot and stomped on his enemy's head. The terrifying power landed squarely on the panic-stricken evil Marquis. In the next moment, his head shattered into pieces. The famous evil Marquis, the #1 expert of the 72 Marquises, died. He had trampled on the clansmen from Sword Marquis Mansion. Now, he had become a corpse. Jian Wushuang wore a grim expression as he surveyed the area. Bloodbladesman, you've been watching for so long. It's time you revealed yourself. The moment Jian Wushuang finished his words, a figure flashed and appeared on the drill ground. The figure was a skinny elder who was as scruffy as a beggar and had a hint of evil in his eyes. Bloodbladesman was one of the skyscraping realm experts who had forced Jian Wushuang to escape from the Divine Land. He was also one of the murderers responsible for the death of the Sword Ancestor. Hey, I came here to try my luck. I wondered whether I'll be able to find the cave mansion Sword Ancestor left. It seems that I made the right decision. Bloodbladesman had an evil smile on his face. Jian Wushuang, those old guys have been looking for you. They didn't expect that you've quietly returned. That's fine. Since you're back, I don't need to expend too much energy searching for Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion. Bloodbladesman stared with the young man, not concealing his surprise and delight. He had come to the Nanyang continent to get the location of Ancestor's land from the clansmen in Sword Marquis Mansion. He had let evil Marquis torture the clansmen for 3 days, but he had not obtained what he sought. He had been disappointed and ready to give up, but Jian Wushuang had appeared. How could he not be happy? Tell me, where is the cave mansion? I'll spare your life if you tell me, Bloodbladesman said in an evil tone. Bloodbladesman, are you done with your nonsense? Jian Wushuang glanced at him, expressionless. Bloodbladesman sneered. Boy, don't think you're powerful just because you've killed Fire Ghost. That's right. Your killing intent is strong. If I'm not wrong, you've comprehended Slaughter Dao, but that's only enough to deal with some Cloud Realm experts. It's useless against me. Stop talking. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He was tired of this elder's nonsense. His heart-killing sword appeared in his hand. He had been able to kill Fire Ghost with ease, but he now faced Bloodbladesman, a real skyscraping realm expert. Jian Wushuang would need to use his weapon if he wanted to kill the elder. His 330 feet golden sword Soul Phantom suddenly appeared behind him. The heart-killing sword lashed out. The 7th move of the heart-killing sword technique, Star River. The brilliant strike provided the only light in the entire area as it pierced through the void and appeared in front of Bloodbladesman. Its power erupted. Chapter 592, Bloodbladesman's Killing Move. Chapter 592, Bloodbladesman's Killing Move. Seeing his opponent showing his move, Bloodbladesman sneered. You are not worried that your Sword Marquis Mansion will disappear if we fight in there. A fight between 2 powerful experts would cause a great commotion. They all had the battle strength of the skyscraping realm. If they had an all-out fight, the Sword Marquis Mansion would not be strong enough to sustain it. Moreover, the 2 Saint Realm experts were unable to display their full strength in such a small place like the Sword Marquis Mansion. However, Jian Wushuang was eager to battle and looked as if he was not worried about it at all. You won't have such an opportunity. Jian Wushuang's frosty voice resounded through the area. The power of his sword shadow fully erupted into action. Boom! The space was split as his sword shadow appeared in front of Bloodbladesman. What? Bloodbladesman, who had remained calm and composed, was suddenly shocked by this sword shadow. He felt its terrifying power and immediately reacted. And the moment a blood-red saber appeared in his hand, he brandished it without hesitation. This attack contained a power that was strong enough to destroy the world. The cold and dazzling saber light lashed out. The 2 strikes smashed into each other. Bang! A deep sound of their impact resounded, which shook Bloodbladesman. How is that possible? Bloodbladesman looked at his hands, which were bleeding. The sharp pain rendered him unable to hold his blood-red saber. Had his saber been knocked away from just one attack? Their initial confrontation produced inconceivable power waves that were strong enough to ruin the entire Sword Marquis Mansion. However, Jian Wushuang radiated a blast of terrifying aura to cover up the power waves. Boom! The power waves erupted, but no spectator got hurt as Jian Wushuang's aura had sustained it. It's impossible. Blood Bladesman was dumbfounded and could not believe it. How powerful this young man was. Even the sword ancestor at his peak might have been inferior to him. It was amazing that Jian Wushuang could have made such rapid progress in such a short period of time. It had been less than a year since he was forced to leave the Divine Land. But now, he had gotten stronger than the sword ancestor. Go to hell. Jian Wushuang ignored his opponent's shock and attacked him again. Blood Bladesman went pale, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. You want me to die? You go first. Blood Bladesman suddenly roared as he waved his hand. A blood shadow flew across the void. Jian Wushuang recognized it the moment it dashed out. It was a sharp scarlet dagger and was quickly approaching. It moved so fast that it would be difficult for Jian Wushuang to avoid this attack. Nevertheless, he did not intend to dodge it. Upon seeing this, Blood Bladesman showed a frosty smile. Die! Blood Bladesman cried, his face twisting with ferocity. He was famous for the blood saber. Many people thought his blood saber was the blood-red saber that he used. Actually, he was called Blood Bladesman because of this moving scarlet dagger. That dagger was his real killing move. He had used it to kill many powerful opponents since he started his cultivation. He had saved the day many times by using it, so he thought it would also help him this time. This scarlet dagger with terrifying power crashed into Jian Wushuang. It pricked his clothes and landed on his chest, leaving just a light white mark there. The smile on Blood Bladesman's face froze at once. My scarlet dagger has only left a white mark on the young man's chest. It didn't prick his skin. This Blood Bladesman was petrified. At this point, the cold sword shadow that Jian Wushuang displayed charged smoothly and pierced Blood Bladesman's body. This skyscraping realm expert, who had a good reputation in the ancient world, died. Jian Wushuang stood on the ground as he touched that white mark on his chest, with a hint of scorn flashing through his eyes. Blood Bladesman's powerful killing move was able to kill skyscraping realm experts who came from the Divine Land or other plane worlds and did not have powerful bodies. However, under the attack of his killing move, skyscraping realm experts in the monster continent, like the 33 temple masters from the Monster Exterminating League, could be seriously injured, but even the weakest would not die. Human warriors from the monster continent were more powerful than warriors from the other plane worlds. Jian Wushuang had a terrifying body, so he was not hurt by Blood Bladesman's killing move. He walked toward Blood Bladesman and waved his hand to take the interspatial ring, blood-red saber, and scarlet dagger. Then, he said while looking downward, Blood Bladesman, don't worry. You are just the first one. It won't take long for someone to accompany you. Those skyscraping realm experts who had attacked the sword ancestor and forced me to flee from the Divine Land. I'll kill them all. And Su Ming, I won't forget him. I'll get my revenge on all of them, one by one. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Numerous clansmen were staring at Jian Wushuang in admiration. This legend in their eyes had appeared at a critical moment and killed all the enemies with his heaven-defying strength. He had not disappointed them indeed. At this point, Jian Wushuang turned to look at his clansmen. The first one that he saw was Jian Ming'er. He calmly looked at Jian Ming'er, who wore a complicated expression on her face. Then he waved his hand and threw an elixir to her. Chapter 593, Returning to the Ancestors' Land. Chapter 593, Returning to the Ancestors' Land. This elixir can regenerate broken limbs. Give it to the little girl. Jian Ming'er was stunned. Then she took the elixir and, being surprised and delighted, walked toward the little girl whose arm had been cut off by Fire Ghost. Linner, take it. Be quick. Jian Ming'er's voice trembled as she spoke. The little girl was crying in pain, and after she swallowed the elixir, her severed arm started regrowing again. She quickly made a full recovery. Upon seeing this, Jin Ming'er cried out joyfully as she gratefully looked at her savior. Jin Wushuang gave her a glance but said nothing, then he went over to Jin Xinhong. Jin Xinhong, who had fainted because of the aura suppression, had still not regained consciousness. Jin Wushuang bent over and gave Jin Xinhong an elixir that emitted a light scent. He had many high-level elixirs, which were his trophies from the Divine Land and Monster Continent. Jin Xinhong did not wake up, but he looked better after taking the elixir. Jin Wushuang felt relieved and then stood up, finding his clansmen walking toward him and gazing at him in admiration. He breathed deeply and said solemnly, "Everyone, I'm back." Jin Wushuang quickly helped the Sword Marquee Mansion turn the corner and recover to a normal condition. Although Fire Ghost had tortured those clansmen for several days, only a few of them got killed, so the Sword Marquee Mansion did not suffer great losses. One day later, Jin Xinhong woke up. Jin Wushuang sat in the front of the meeting hall accompanied by Jin Xinhong, who looked a bit pale, while those elders, including Jin Ming'er, stood below. Besides them, experts from the alchemy school, Di Shi, and Hong Shuzi were also present at the meeting. "My little friend, Wushuang, when you left, you asked me to take care of the Sword Marquee Mansion, but today, alas, I'm sorry." Hong Shuzi sighed. "I'm also sorry," said the sect master of the alchemy school, Wang Yin. 2 days ago, our alchemy school received the news that the Sword Marquee Mansion was in trouble, so I immediately sent a Saint Realm expert here, but I didn't expect that the enemy would be so powerful. He killed my elder in just a single move." It was the truth. A Saint Realm expert from the alchemy school had tried to protect the Sword Marquee Mansion, but he was killed by Fire Ghost with only one move. "Everyone, regarding this matter, I understand. Fire Ghost was the supreme expert in the Divine Land. It's understandable that you were unable to resist him," Jin Wushuang said without a hint of blame in his tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin, Hong Shuzi, and the other experts felt relieved. They had been afraid that Jin Wushuang would vent his anger on them, but obviously, Jin Wushuang was not such a person. "My little friend, Wushuang," Fire Ghost had forced those clansmen to tell him the location of the Ancestors' Land. "It seems that many people have been targeting the Ancestors' Land," said a white-haired elder who had just returned from the Divine Land. "Right, there are many experts, and they're also supreme beings. But don't worry," Jin Wushuang continued in an icy voice. "I'll go to the Divine Land and kill them all." Jin Wushuang was filled with killing intent. He was remembering all of those experts who had forced him to flee. After staying there for a day, Jin Wushuang was about to leave. "Mansion Master, I'll leave my blood puppet in the Sword Marquee Mansion. If anyone attacks our mansion, you can use this blood puppet to repel them." He had received this blood puppet from the Ancestors' Land. When he had just arrived at the Divine Land, the blood puppet had greatly helped him and had saved him several times. Nevertheless, with the improvement of his strength, the blood puppet became almost no use to him. Jin Wushuang was easily able to kill an 8-cloud realm expert, or a sovereign, or even a skyscraping realm expert, so there was no need for him to use this blood puppet. It could be a good choice to let this blood puppet be the trump card of the Sword Marquee Mansion. Jin Wushuang also gave Jin Xinhong many blood gems, which were enough to activate the blood puppet many times. After everything was arranged well, Jin Wushuang set off. Jin Wushuang did not return to the Divine Land, but instead, he went to the Ancestors' Land. The abyss in the innumerable huge mountains. Although Jin Wushuang had been here many times, he had never perceived anything special and only felt that the abyss was mysterious because he had been weak at that time. However, this time, he was able to see it through with only one glance. This abyss is actually a formation? Jin Wushuang was astonished, but he immediately realized that this formation was aimed at avoiding the exploration from other experts. This formation is exquisite. If I had not visited here several times and learned its secret, I would not have found out that the Sword Ancestors' cave mansion was in the abyss. I might have thought that it's only an ordinary dangerous place. Jin Wushuang sighed. The skyscraping realm experts who killed the Sword Ancestor almost turned the plane world over searching for the Sword Ancestor cave mansion. They had also launched a search in the Nanyang continent, but they gained nothing because of the protection of this formation. Jian Wushuang stepped into the abyss without a second thought. The moment he landed on the ancestors' land, the two puppet fighters, Jinling and Mu Shan, walked over. Jian Wushuang, this is... Jinling and Mu Shan stared at Jian Wushuang with an odd expression. They could tell that compared to several years ago, Jian Wushuang had greatly changed. They were not clear about how many changes that he had made, but they knew that the young man was now much more powerful than before. Chapter 594, The Last Test. Chapter 594, The Last Test. It's been many years since we met last. How are you? Jian Wushuang asked in a toneless voice. Jian Wushuang, it hasn't been that long. You're already back from the Divine Land? Jinling responded with a hint of surprise. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had not only returned from the Divine Land, he had even traveled to the monster continent. I come to take the third test, Jian Wushuang said. There were 3 tests in the ancestors' land, and he had passed the second test before he left the Nanyang continent, so only the third test remained. The third test is difficult, but looking at you, you're pretty confident, right? Jinling stared at Jian Wushuang curiously. A little bit. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He was now even stronger than Sword Ancestor, who had been at his peak. Therefore, he was capable of passing all the tests Sword Ancestor left. Follow me. Jinling and Mu Shan led the way, quickly arriving at the deepest part of the ancestors' land. A fathomless long tunnel appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, with a lilac restriction covering its entrance. This restriction was extraordinarily powerful. Anyone that wanted to enter the tunnel had to break it. This tunnel is connected to the real core of the ancestors' land, where Sword Ancestor left his things. Jinling said, as for the third test, it should be this restriction, but I'm not sure about it. After all, Mu Shan and I are unable to enter this tunnel, so we don't know if there are other tests inside. Really? Jian Wushuang frowned as he looked over at the lilac restriction. He started to approach it. Jian Wushuang, this restriction is quite powerful. It has an amazing defensive and offensive power. You should be careful. Jinling, who was still in the process of speaking, was suddenly stunned. Mu Shan was also petrified. They watched as Jian Wushuang casually punched the restriction. As for the result, the powerful restriction instantly collapsed in front of their eyes. He smashed the restriction with a casual punch. Is it really that easy? Both Jinling and Mu Shan cried in shock. As far as they knew, if an expert wanted to break the restriction, he had to at least reach the sovereign level. Sovereigns were supreme experts in the Divine Land. Jian Wushuang must be stronger than a sovereign, since he broke the restriction with a single punch. It's amazing for Jian Wushuang to have made such rapid progress in such a short period of time. So fast. Jinling could not hold back her surprise. They had witnessed Jian Wushuang grow up step by step. When he initially arrived here, Jian Wushuang was so weak that he was not even qualified to do the first test. Now, after a dozen years had passed, his strength had reached an incredible level. The third test is a piece of cake, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He had narrowly escaped death when he was taking the first and second test. However, it was too easy for him to pass the third test. What will you do? Wait for me or go inside with me? Jian Wushuang turned to look at the 2 puppet fighters. We'll stay here and wait for you, Jinling replied. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and walked inside. The dark tunnel was not long, so it wasn't long before a shabby secret chamber came into view. Jian Wushuang stepped into the secret chamber and immediately saw 2 tokens on the table in the front of the chamber. Other than the 2 tokens, there was nothing in there. Jian Wushuang approached while observing the tokens. The first one was a gold token which radiated magic power in waves. It looked very mysterious in his eyes. 2 gilded words were carved on it. Ancient World. The Ancient World token. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. Emperor Shao had said that the sword ancestor had prepared an ancient world token for him. It should be this one. This is the ancient world token? Jian Wushuang picked up the gold token and studied it for a while, but he could not figure it out. All he knew was that the power surrounding the token was similar to space waves. Countless skyscraping realm experts all desire this ancient world token. Jian Wushuang sighed while shaking his head. Because of it, the sword ancestor had been hunted by so many skyscraping realm experts and eventually died. Now, Jian Wushuang had received this ancient world token that the sword ancestor left. It could be said that the sword ancestor sacrificed himself to give the young man an opportunity. Jian Wushuang put this ancient world token into his interspatial ring and then looked at the second token. It was an ordinary message token. Jian Wushuang smashed it and a message came out. I'm Jian Shan. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised, but he immediately realized that this token contained some information sword ancestor left. Jian Wushuang began listening carefully. I was born aloof and proud, so I would rather die than surrender to my enemies. I accidentally received an ancient world token, but the news leaked out, causing numerous skyscraping realm experts to chase. Haha, they wanted me to hand over the ancient world token. However, I'd rather die or destroy the ancient world token than give it to them. Sword Ancestor told his story and left several words for his descendants. He really was quite stubborn, Jian Wushuang said to himself. Sword Ancestor mentioned that he was too obstinate. Even when he was seriously injured and unable to fight back against the numerous skyscraping realm experts, he would rather destroy the ancient world token than hand it over. As a result, he was killed by those skyscraping realm experts. If he had not been so stubborn, he would not have been killed. That's his nature. Jian Wushuang sighed as he shook his head. Sword Ancestor, don't worry. As for those people who murdered you, I'll kill them all. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, slightly bowed to space in front of him, and then left. Chapter 595, Marquis Lanyue. Chapter 595, Marquis Lanyue. Jian Wushuang left the ancestors' land after obtaining the ancient world token. Next, it's time to go to the divine land. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, there were no wormholes connecting the Nanyang continent to the divine land, so Jian Wushuang had to travel there on foot. The first time he went, it had taken him a year to travel to the divine land. He was weak at that time, so he walked slowly, not to mention that practicing on his way to the divine land had also delayed him. But now, he had become much more powerful. It only took him several days to arrive at the divine land. There was an exquisite pavilion named the Heaven Secret Pavilion. It had a good reputation in the divine land because it was said that 4 marquises and a sovereign guarded it. The Heaven Secret Pavilion was known for being the #1 intelligence organization. In a secret chamber of the Heaven Secret Pavilion, a black-robed elder respectfully handed Jian Wushuang a pile of documents that were filled with information. Sir, this is what you need. Jian Wushuang paid with raw gems and then flipped through it by himself. It provided detailed information about what had happened in the divine land during the period while he was gone, including the rise and fall of experts. It also contained some information on the 3 ancestors. Jian Wushuang kept reading. The greatest change in the divine land was that a 4th ancestor appeared. It was Su Ming. Su Ming had fought with Blind Emperor. As a result, he made a breakthrough to the skyscraping realm at a critical moment and killed Blind Emperor. Since he had reached the skyscraping realm, he was qualified to become an ancestor. He should have been named Sword Ancestor, but there had been a Sword Ancestor in the divine land, so Su Ming had to use another title, Sword Demon. Currently, the 4 ancestors were the Holy Ancestor, the Spirit Ancestor, the Stone Ancestor, and the Demon Ancestor. They were the topmost existences in the divine land. The number of sovereigns had also lessened to 8 because of Su Ming's promotion. Some small changes had occurred among the marquises while Jian Wushuang was away, but there were still 72 marquises in the divine land. Jian Wushuang glanced through the information about the marquises, but he did not pay them any mind until he came across a name that amazed him, Marquis Lanyue. Marquis Lanyue. Jian Wushuang carefully read her information. After a while, a meaningful smile grew on his face. That little girl has grown a lot over the last few years. On a magnificent mountain range stood a towering mansion, which was the residence of Marquis Lanyue, one of the 72 marquises. As a peerless genius, she had rapidly risen to become a marquis over the last few years. It was said that Marquis Lanyue was just 30 years old. She had amazing talent when she was a child, but she had been afflicted by witch poison for several years. Ever since she had been detoxified, her talent had started to recover, and she had improved at an unbelievable speed. Currently, she had made a breakthrough from a Saint Realm expert to a famous marquis. On the empty ground of this mansion, a cyan-dressed lady was practicing her swordsmanship alone. She looked gorgeous, possessing both a heroic spirit and a sexy figure while radiating a peerless charm. However, the sword moves she displayed were swift and powerful. Each sword shadow she launched was as fast as lightning and strong enough to kill an ordinary lord. This cyan-dressed lady was Marquis Lanyue. Shua. The cold streak of sword light lashed out and pierced the air before her, causing sword essence waves to spread out. Nice. A toneless voice came from nearby. Marquis Lanyue was a bit surprised as she looked over at the source. When she saw the black-robed youth with a long sword on his back staring at her, her pretty eyes suddenly bulged wide. "Master!" Marquis Lanyue cried out, looking surprised and delighted. "You've already become a marquis, but you still remember me?" Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Marquis Lanyue quickly walked over. "Master, I pay my respects to you." Marquis Lanyue knelt down and bowed to her master with respect. She was Lin Lan. Jian Wushuang had accepted her as his disciple right after arriving at the Divine Land. At that time, Jian Wushuang had used the heavenly creation skill to refine her witch poison, allowing Lin Lan the ability to start a new life. Then, he had helped Lin Lan break off the engagement with the Luo family. Those things were engraved in her mind. Although she was a marquis and had a high status in the Divine Land, she had never forgotten her master who had helped her so much. After all, her master changed her fate. "Get up." Jian Wushuang gestured to his disciple before Lin Lan stood up. "When I left, you had just barely made it to the Saint Realm, but now you've reached this level during the last few years. It's brilliant." Jian Wushuang acclaimed. He marveled at his disciple's achievement. Lin Lan responded with modesty, "All my achievements are because of you, master. I just helped you clear the witch poison. As for what you've achieved, it's because of your own ability. It's none of my business." Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued, "I've seen you practicing your swordsmanship. You're good." "Master, thanks for your compliments." That swordsmanship, Lin Lan had not finished her words yet. "Little Lan." A cry was heard, then a red-haired man slowly walked over. "Dear, come here." Lin Lan instantly went to pull her husband toward her master. "Dear, this is my master, the one I've mentioned a lot to you." Chapter 596, Zizhong. Chapter 596, Zizhong. "Your master?" Upon hearing this, the red-haired man glanced at the young man. "You are Swordsman?" the red-haired man said in a flat, toneless voice. "My wife has talked about you. You helped her when she was afflicted by the witch poison, so she owed you a debt of gratitude. Since you've come..." The red-haired man took out an interspatial ring and handed it to the young man. "There are many treasures inside it, which is equivalent to the possessions of a superior lord. That's my reward for your kindness." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned, but he did not accept it. "Dear," Lin Lan shot her husband a disgruntled look, then said, "Master just came to visit me. He didn't come to ask me for treasures. What are you doing? Stop talking. Master helped me and gave me a new life, which can't be paid for with treasures." "Really?" The red-haired man replied as he threw a disdainful glance at Jian Wushuang. In the red-haired man's eyes, Jian Wushuang would not have paid a visit if he had not wanted something from them. He had seen too many people like this. He knew that his wife should pay a reward to her master, but things would be different if her master took the initiative and asked for something in return. The red-haired man also learned about how Jian Wushuang helped his wife. In his judgment, Jian Wushuang was probably a Saint Realm expert who was at Stage 2 or Stage 3 at that time. Therefore, he did not put Jian Wushuang in his eyes. He thought that all the possessions of a superior lord would be a pretty penny for Jian Wushuang, and that it was enough to show his appreciation. Jian Wushuang was annoyed and amused when he saw the red-haired man's expression. He had intended to see whether his disciple was well, but he was treated as a beggar by her husband. "Disciple, this is your husband?" Jian Wushuang asked with a meaningful smile. "Yes, he is Guiyang," Lin Lan responded awkwardly. "Marquis Guiyang?" Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. He had heard about him. As one of the 72 marquises, Marquis Guiyang was irritable and straightforward. He had lived in this world for a long time and experienced a lot, so he thought less of Jian Wushuang. "Marquis Guiyang, take back your interspatial ring," Jian Wushuang spoke. "What? It's not enough?" Marquis Guiyang asked. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. If he had not noticed Lin Lan's imploring look, he would have given Marquis Guiyang a slap. At this point, "Guiyang, Lan Yue," a resonant voice reverberated. Marquis Guiyang looked up to the sky. They said, "Little Lan, my friend is here. Let's go to greet him." Okay. Marquis Lan Yue knew this friend and did not dare to take it lightly. "Master, please wait for a moment," she said to her master. "Go ahead." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. "Little Lan, hurry up. Don't let him wait long." Marquis Guiyang urged his wife. Marquis Guiyang and Lin Lan glided away. After a while, Jian Wushuang saw them slowly approaching with a muscular purple-robed man. When he saw the purple-robed man clearly, Jian Wushuang's expression became a bit odd. "Is it him? Unbelievable. Now, things are getting interesting," Jian Wushuang thought with a meaningful smile. In the sky, Marquis Guiyang and Lin Lan walked side by side. "Bro Zizhong, it's all thanks to you. Because of you, my wife and I will be able to go to the Holy Ancestor Feast. Now that you've come here, we will definitely treat you well. Guiyang, we have been friends for many years." "Such a little thing is not worth mentioning," the purple-robed man said with a faint smile. "But speaking of this Holy Ancestor Feast, many experts will attend it, and even some super experts outside of the Divine Land have been invited. So we're lucky to get a look at the super experts in the party." "Haha, right? The Holy Ancestor Feast is the greatest feast in our Divine Land," Marquis Guiyang proclaimed. Lin Lan quietly listened to their conversation. The three of them quickly flew into the mansion. The moment they landed on the ground, the purple-robed man immediately recognized Jian Wushuang. He was stunned. He stopped as he widened his eyes, staring at the black-robed youth. An unprecedented terror struck his heart. "Brother Zizhong, what happened?" Marquis Guiyang and Lin Lan looked over at the purple-robed man with a puzzled expression. It's you," the purple-robed man murmured while pointing at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also considered him with a grim smile. "Marquis Zizhong, long time no see. You're still looking well." Marquis Zizhong. Su Ming had sent Marquis Zizhong to kill Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang had been much weaker than he was now, Marquis Zizhong had still been unable to dispatch him. As a result, Marquis Zizhong had been forced to retreat and was almost killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not expect to bump into Marquis Zizhong at his disciple's mansion. There was a big grudge between them. Jian Wushuang. The grim-faced Marquis Zizhong fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang as he perceived the Cloud Realm aura on this young man. He has made a breakthrough? Marquis Zizhong was rocked. Even when he was in the Saint Realm, Jian Wushuang had been able to repel him, so he must be even more powerful now after the breakthrough. Run. Marquis Zizhong escaped without hesitation, ignoring Marquis Guyong and Lin Lan. Hee, since you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Jian Wushuang's cold laughter resounded through the area. Chapter 597, The Bone Fusion Technique. Chapter 597, The Bone Fusion Technique. Hee, since you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Marquis Zizhong immediately perceived a surge of unprecedented killing intent sweeping toward him. Marquis Zizhong came to a halt as his eyes bulging wide with fear, and he found himself wet with sweat. At this point, he felt like he would fall into the abyss if he took another step forward. Jian Wushuang snorted. His voice smashed into Marquis Zizhong like a hammer, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood as he started to fall. Marquis Zizhong fell on the ground and knelt with an extremely pale look. Then he raised his head while staring at Jian Wushuang in terror. He knew Jian Wushuang had reached the Cloud Realm and that he was unable to match him, but he did not expect that his strength had improved to such an unbelievable level. The young man's killing intent was strong enough to make an 8-Cloud Realm Marquis unable to resist. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had used his aura to suppress and defeat Fire Ghost, who ranked first among the 72 Marquises, let alone him. Sir, please have mercy. Marquis Zizhong implored him, ignoring his own face. Upon seeing this, Marquis Guyong and Lin Lan were petrified. What did they just witness? Marquis Zizhong begged for mercy. Master, Lin Lan looked over at Jian Wushuang in excitement. Your master, Marquis Guyong was struck dumb. He had thought Jian Wushuang paid a visit to them because Lin Lan had become a marquis, but now, Jian Wushuang paid no attention to this couple. He threw an icy stare at Marquis Zizhong. Zizhong, honestly answer my questions. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Okay, I'll tell you what I know. Marquis Zizhong was as obsequious as a dog. He was clear that his life was in Jian Wushuang's hands. You followed Su Ming. Do you know where he is? Jian Wushuang asked. The intelligence documents he received did not mention where Su Ming had gone after he became the demon ancestor. Master Su Ming left for other plane worlds. As for his destination, I don't know that either, Marquis Zizhong replied. Left? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The reason why he returned to the Divine Land was to take revenge. There was no doubt that Su Ming was the enemy he hated the most. He did not expect that Su Ming had left the Divine Land. I've got a problem. Jian Wushuang was deep in thought. There are countless plane worlds in the ancient world. Who knows where he is? I'm afraid that I will have to spend more time and energy to find him if I want to have my revenge. He shook his head, saying, You just mentioned the Holy Ancestor Feast. What is that? The Holy Ancestor Feast is an ordinary party the Holy Ancestor hosts, Marquis Zizhong answered. It's being held to celebrate the Holy Ancestor's 2000th birthday. Many experts from the Divine Land will attend it, and it's said that even a few supreme experts from the outside worlds will come. Oh, Jian Wushuang was intrigued. In that case, I won't have to look for those supreme experts one by one. This will save me some time. Jian Wushuang looked over at Marquis Zizhong while asking, Can I go to the Holy Ancestor Feast? Yes, of course. Marquis Zizhong shook his head. Sir, I'll arrange it for you if you'd like to go there. Okay, if you do that for me, then we will have a clean slate. However, if you try to play some tricks, you'll die without a doubt. You know that no one in the entire Divine Land is able to prevent me from killing you, Jian Wushuang warned. I won't dare to. Marquis Zizhong, who had already been terrified by the young man's strength, immediately left to deal with it. Lanner. Jian Wushuang addressed Lin Lan. Master. Lin Lan responded excitedly while her husband stood respectfully beside her. I need you to prepare something, Jian Wushuang whispered in her ear. After she was clear about her task, Lin Lan was stupefied. Go ahead. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Lin Lan took a deep breath and then left to carry out the order. Jian Wushuang stood alone with his hands behind his back as he looked up at the sky, a blade-like smile growing on his face. 2000th birthday? He has lived so long. I guess it's about time for him to die. The Holy Ancestor Feast would begin in 3 days, so Jian Wushuang had remained in the Linlands mansion during this period of time. Marquis Gaiyong had treated Jian Wushuang with respect ever since he discovered the real strength of the young man. During those days, Jian Wushuang had been trying his best to improve himself, aside from he occasionally giving some guidance to his disciple. He had just made a breakthrough, so there was plenty of room for improvement. He had reached level 10 of the bone fusion technique before the breakthrough. Now, as he had made it to the 9-cloud realm, it was possible for him to reach level 11 and 12 with his superb body. It went smoothly. He had mastered the last 2 levels within 3 days. No one had reached level 12 in the history of the monster continent, but Jian Wushuang easily succeeded. What a pity. My body has reached its limit. Although I've mastered level 11 and 12, it only helped me enhance body strength, so my body hasn't become any stronger. Chapter 598, Holy Ancestor Feast. Chapter 598, Holy Ancestor Feast. Jian Wushuang sighed in private. Flying to the 9th heaven was about reaching a flawless level in every aspect. As his body had now reached a flawless condition, he had to wait for a special chance to enhance the defense of his body. Which is to say, even if he could reach the 11th and 12th level at this moment, it would only increase his physical strength, not his body's defense. The Holy Ancestor Feast began. Holy Ancestor was a supreme being in the Divine Land, so no one would refuse to join the feast he held to celebrate his 2000th birthday. Among the 3 ancestors, except Su Ming, who was in other plane worlds and could not be there, both Spirit Ancestor and Stone Ancestor were present at the feast. The other skyscraping realm experts also attended it. Dong Ming King and Qian Xingzi, who had participated in exterminating Sword Ancestor and forced Jian Wushuang away from the Divine Land, were there for the feast as well. Following them were the 8 sovereigns and the considerably powerful marquises. In short, the feast was of the highest level in the Divine Land. During the feast, all the experts gathered at a large martial arts practice field. Holy Ancestor sat at the top of the field in his white robe. He looked holy while basking in the sun, beaming with joy. Ladies and gentlemen, I've traveled around the purple jade continent only to gain the purple jade wine at any cost. I've never tasted any wine better than it. Now, fill up your cup and drink with me, Holy Ancestor said and held up his cup as his voice echoed throughout the field. Spirit Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, Dong Ming King, and Qian Xingzi, who sat beside him on both sides, all held up their cups. Those experts in skyscraping realm talked to each other. They had their own social circuit, which was also true for the sovereigns and marquises. The combination of the marquises and the Holy Ancestor's core disciples who were at the feast numbered in the hundreds. Among the crowd, Jian Wushuang hid his aura with his aura restraint skill and used a bamboo hat to conceal his face. Therefore, no one noticed him. Beside Jian Wushuang, Lin Lan, Marquis Zizhong, and Marquis Gaiyong all sat perfectly straight at the long table. They looked at ease and even talked to other with a smile sometimes. But, in fact, they were quite nervous. They all knew Jian Wushuang's intentions and, in their opinion, it was a crazy idea. Those who should be present are all here. Jian Wushuang looked up at the top of the field, where over 8 skyscraping realm experts Saturday. Among them were the 3 ancestors and 5 experts from other plane worlds. Outside of Spirit Ancestor, the other 7 people are my enemies. Jian Wushuang pondered. He had confirmed that Spirit Ancestor was not among the murderers of Sword Ancestor. He even learned that Spirit Ancestor used to get along well with Sword Ancestor. Moreover, Spirit Ancestor had protected Sword Marquis Mansion from being destroyed. He never even tried to force Jian Wushuang to speak about the location of Sword Ancestor's cave mansion. Therefore, Jian Wushuang regarded this ancestor as his benefactor. However, the other 7 people had been involved in both events. 5 of them are at level 1 of the skyscraping realm, while the other 2, Holy Ancestor and Dongming King, are at level 2. I'm strong enough to kill them all with my current power. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. A person's power differed in the skyscraping realm, so they were divided into 3 levels. Level 1 referred to the normal skyscraping realm. Most of the experts were at this level, like Bloodblades Man, who Jian Wushuang had killed, and most of the human temple masters. Level 2 referred to the superior skyscraping realm. Most people at this level had comprehended a Dao to a certain level and possessed some powerful skills. Temple Master Iceberg was at this level when Jian Wushuang killed him. As for level 3, only top experts could reach this level. They were excellent in comprehending the Dao and extremely powerful. The 3 monster emperors of Monster Continent, Temple Master Black Spirit, and Sword Ancestor were at this level. Normally, it was easy for those at level 3 to overpower those at level 2. The reason why Sword Ancestor had been killed by the dozens of experts at level 1 and 2 was because, before fighting with them, he had gotten seriously injured in the fight for the Ancient World token. However, he had been so powerful that even after his death, his murderers still did not get the token. Jian Wushuang believed himself to be a little more powerful than Sword Ancestor because he had reached the 9-Cloud realm and had strongest sword soul, along with many secret skills. He was among the stronger ones at level 3. With such power, it was easy for him to kill 7 enemies in the level 1 and 2 range. Lanner. Jian Wushuang shot Lin Lan a meaningful glance. Lin Lan immediately stood up and walked to the center of the field. The drinking and chatting experts looked up curiously when saw Lin Lan's action. Marquis Lanyue, what's the matter? An expert asked her with a frown. Lin Lan did not answer him, but looked up at Holy Ancestor. Holy Ancestor, Lin Lan called out, and her voice echoed throughout the field. Holy Ancestor and the other experts sitting beside him immediately looked down at her. I came across a treasure by luck, but it's useless to me. Please allow me to present it to you as a birthday gift, Lin Lan said solemnly. Chapter 599, Jian Wushuang's Revenge. Chapter 599, Jian Wushuang's Revenge. Oh! Holy Ancestor and the other experts all smiled upon hearing Lin Lan's words. They were surprised to know that she just wanted to present a gift. Your honors, look. Lin Lan managed to stay calm. She waved her hand, and a coffin made of amethyst immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Yes, the gift was a coffin. After seeing the coffin, Holy Ancestor's smile froze on his face. The whole place became dead silent. Lin Lan continued, I personally selected this gift for you, Your Excellency. It is made of refined amethysts and can prevent your body from decaying for 1,000 years. I'm sure you will be comfortable in it after your death. Holy Ancestor looked grim as he listened to these words. The other experts all looked at Lin Lan in astonishment. The coffin might be a treasure in a manner of speaking, but it should never be given as a birthday gift. Bastard! Fury got the better of Holy Ancestor, and with a pat, he smashed the table in front of him to dust. Right at this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly took off his bamboo hat and stood up from his seat, with a long sword on his back. He walked slowly to the center of the field. While speaking, Holy Ancestor, it seems that you are unsatisfied with my disciple's gift. Don't be greedy. The others won't be so lucky as to receive such a nice gift, he continued. As the sound of his voice came to an end, he had moved into the center of the field. A moment later, he raised up his head and released an overwhelming, killing intent that dominated the whole area like a dragon flying in the sky. The place fell into dead silence again. The atmosphere became frigid. The fine wine, food, and objects on the tables were crushed into pieces under this killing intent, and water drops kept flying in all directions. The feast looked more like a funeral at that moment because of the depressing atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Holy Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, Dongming King, and Qin Xingzi all gazed at him from their seats. Their eyes narrowed when Jian Wushuang revealed his face. Jian Wushuang, Holy Ancestor, roared in an icy voice. Stone Ancestor and the others beside him, however, looked excited. It's him. He knows where Sword Ancestor's cave mansion is. Finally, he showed up. Haha, boy, tell me the location of Sword Ancestor's mansion and I'll spare your life. Those skyscraping realm experts all looked at Jian Wushuang with eager eyes, except Spirit Ancestor. His eyes betrayed his complicated feelings. Jian Wushuang smiled at them coldly. Those men are still coveting Sword Ancestor's mansion, an ancient world token, even while at death's door. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had the heart-killing sword in hand, and behind him, the golden sword Soul Phantom rose up high to its limit. The phantom radiated a domineering and supreme sword essence that made the onlookers' hearts skip a beat. The ancestors' eyes became sharp. They could tell that Jian Wushuang was a lot more powerful than before. Holy Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, Dongming King, Qin Xingzi, Jian Wushuang called their names out, one by one. Do you still remember what I said last time on the outskirts of Sword Suppression Valley? After being asked, the ancestors could not help recalling what had happened in the valley. In fact, they never forgot this boy's words, the words that the poor boy had been forced to say by a dozen skyscraping realm experts. I'll never forget what you've done today, as well as how I was suppressed. Someday, when I come back, no matter if you're in heaven or hell, I'll kill you all. Wait for me. Those words had indeed felt threatening at the time, but as time passed they stopped taking it seriously. Now, Jian Wushuang really had come back for them. He can't change anything now that he's come back. He must have progressed a little during the last year. The ancestors still looked down on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at them emotionlessly as his killing intent reached its peak. I always achieve what I've said. So, today, since we are having a feast, I'll make your heads a cup and treat your blood as the wine. All of you must die. Jian Wushuang spoke firmly as if he was pronouncing their deaths. His voice echoed in the place for a long time. How arrogant! With the shout, a short man dived forward from his table. The man was called Qin Xingzi, one of the 5 experts from the other plane worlds. Boy, let's see if your power matches your arrogance. Qin Xingzi was surrounded by killing intent as he took out a purple longsword from somewhere. Then, he neared Jian Wushuang and thrust the longsword forward as well. The entire space was filled with a purple light. Qin Xingzi launched a single blow, but there seemed to be thousands of sword shadows rushing towards Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Holy Ancestor hurriedly shouted, Qin Xingzi, be careful. Don't kill him. I know. Qin Xingzi looked grim. Though he was targeting Jian Wushuang's chest, he had restrained his power for fear of killing Jian Wushuang on spot. Why hasn't this boy make a move yet? Is he paralyzed? Qin Xingzi was amazed to see Jian Wushuang standing still while he was about to have a long sword pierce into his body. However, at the very next moment, Jian Wushuang moved. He simply swung his sword at Qin Xingzi without any skill. Chapter 600. Sweeping Away the Enemies. Chapter 600. Sweeping Away the Enemies. There was an amazing power behind Jian Wushuang's casual strike, which finally collided with Qin Xingzi's sword. Clang! When the two swords met, the sound of metal on metal echoed throughout the area as Qin Xingzi's sword became covered with cracks. What? Qin Xingzi was astonished by the cracks on his sword. His sword was a Dao weapon. How could it be cracked by Jian Wushuang's sword? As the cracks on the sword became wider, a sudden shattering sound dumbfounded him. The sword was split into 2 pieces. Qin Xingzi could not believe what had happened. How could that be possible? He was so astonished that he could not even think. Impossible. Holy Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, and the others all widened their eyes at the scene as they felt a chill rising in their hearts. After breaking Qian Xingzi's sword, Jian Wushuang continued moving forward to slash at him with all his power. Qian Xingzi was unable to dodge the blow and saw a flash of sword light before he was cut into two parts as well, with his organs scattering onto the ground and his blood covering the floor. Qian Xingzi, you're only my second target. Jian Wushuang glared at the dead body indifferently. His first target, Bloodbladesman, had been killed already. After killing Qian Xingzi, Jian Wushuang looked toward Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor. Those two ancestors showed a grave expression while being watched. Jian Wushuang's weapon has to be extremely powerful to break Qian Xingzi's Dao weapon and kill him. He just demonstrated the power of an expert at level 3 of the skyscraping realm. Level 3. The onlookers could tell that Jian Wushuang was at a level as powerful as Sword Ancestor. They had all witnessed how mighty Sword Ancestor was, so in order to kill him, they had joined hands with dozens of experts. Now, Qian Xingzi's death left them with only 6 experts in total. Therefore, it was impossible for them to defeat Jian Wushuang with the remaining experts. Holy Ancestor, what should we do now? Stone Ancestor asked him in a low voice. It seems that we have no other choice but to escape from here, Holy Ancestor said unwillingly. They were unwilling to accept that the boy they had despised had grown so powerful in the last year. He had reached level 3, which few could achieve in the whole ancient world. As a result, Holy Ancestor, the 2,000-year-old super expert from the Divine Land, had to escape when facing such a young boy. What's worse, he might not be able to escape just because he wanted to. All of this added to his depression. Right then, a killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, which then fell on Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor, before he made a move and his intent boomed. Quick, let's block him together. Dongming King quickly shouted. His aura kept surging as his face twisted crazily. At such a crucial moment, he still had not given up on possessing the ancient world token. Idiot! Holy Ancestor shot Dongming King a cold glance before turning away without hesitation. Seeing this, Stone Ancestor tried to flee with him. Run! Run! The other skyscraping realm experts had finally seen through their situation. Not being idiots, they started running away in a disorderly fashion. In an instant, 5 of the skyscraping realm experts began escaping, all except Dongming King. The sight of this caused the experts in the feast to be dumbfounded. They, Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor, the supreme experts, are trying to escape without even fighting. Jian Wushuang is just a Cloud Realm expert, isn't he? How could he force so many super experts to flee? It was so unbelievable. Some experts were so astonished that they even thought they were in a dream. Master! Hands clenched, Lin Lan stared at her master with admiration. Marquis Zizhong and Marquis Gaiyang, who had come to the feast with Jian Wushuang, both widened their eyes and could not help swallowing hard. Boom! A rolling blood river swept outward from Jian Wushuang and covered the whole place in an instant. I told you that none of you would escape from me. Jian Wushuang's voice resounded through the place as the heart-killing sword slashed out from his hand like a star crossing the sky. Dongming King managed to take a single strike from Jian Wushuang before being killed. As for the ancestors and the other experts who were trying to escape, they were slowed down by the blood river. What's worse, Jian Wushuang had quickly changed his target to them after he killed Dongming King. No. Those escaping experts looked pale. They knew very well that once Jian Wushuang caught up with them, they would definitely be killed. Run, run. They tried their best to run quickly, but 3 of them had already been killed by Jian Wushuang. Only Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor survived and were about to escape from the blood river. There is no escape for you two. Jian Wushuang released an outburst of killing intent. Though the 2 ancestors had made it out of the river and were running in different directions, Jian Wushuang was not going to let either one of them go. With a move, his body seemed to split for a second and 2 men appeared. One went after Holy Ancestor, while the other one followed Stone Ancestor. Many onlookers were stunned to see 2 Jian Wushuangs. There are two Jian Wushuangs? Chapter 601. Leaving? Chapter 601. Leaving? Yes, there were two Jian Wushuangs before their eyes. In fact, the two Jian Wushuangs they saw were his slaughter body and world body. The former had chased after Holy Ancestor with the heart-killing sword, while the later had gone after Stone Ancestor with the triple-kill sword. What? This can't be real. The escaping Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor looked grave when they saw the two Jian Wushuangs. They had thought that at least one of them could make it out alive if they kept running in different directions. But now, there were two Jian Wushuangs chasing after them. Holy Ancestor, you're dead, Jian Wushuang's slaughter body shouted when he caught up with Holy Ancestor with his higher speed and launched an attack. I'm dead. Holy Ancestor looked desperate. He knew he no longer had any chance surviving. He tried to struggle, but Jian Wushuang killed him in an instant. As for Jian Wushuang's world body, he caught up with Stone Ancestor as well but did not kill him directly. Jian Wushuang. Stone Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang's world body in horror. Stone Ancestor. Jian Wushuang gazed back coldly and asked, "Where is your disciple Zhixiu?" Zhixiu, the person who had seized Jian Wushuang's father's sword soul and taken away his mother. Jian Wushuang had cursed this name 100 times, but to his confusion, he had not heard of this person even once after he entered Divine Land. He had expected that Zhixiu would join the feast with Stone Ancestor, but Zhixiu was not there. If I tell you, will you let me go? Stone Ancestor asked while staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes became chilling. Without saying a word, he approached Stone Ancestor and struck out. Stone Ancestor was scared as he hurried to defend, but he still got hit. He began spitting blood as his face became extremely pale. Look, you are in no position to bargain with me. Just tell me where Zhixiu is, and maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. Jian Wushuang warned in a low voice. His eyes filled with despair. Stone Ancestor was one of the top experts in the Divine Land, but now he was in a desperate situation and he wasn't even able to decide his own fate. Fine, I'll tell you what you want to know, but I hope you will keep your word. Stone Ancestor continued in a deep voice. Zhixiu left the Divine Land several years ago, and he might have even left the ancient world. I really have no idea where he is now. Left the ancient world? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. No one can leave the ancient world at will. If that was possible, then you would not have fought so crazily for the ancient world token in order to leave here. You're lying. No, I'm not. Stone Ancestor shook his head. It's true that he has probably left the ancient world because of some connections he made after he caught a certain woman. A woman? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He doubted that the woman was his mother. He had been told that his mother had left ancient world. She had probably been forced to leave with Zhixiu. If I'm right, then, where are they now? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He did not know the answer, but his father seemed to. In order to see his mother again, his father had stepped on a path of no return. A path that even Di Jing was scared to walk. I'm too powerless and probably nothing in the eyes of the people in the outside world. I have to leave the ancient world and enhance my power so that I can look for my mother, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. A moment later, killing intent filled his eyes as he looked at Stone Ancestor. Swish! Jian Wushuang attacked him without restraint. Bastard! Jian Wushuang, you broke your promise. Stone Ancestor shouted in fright. However, Jian Wushuang did not seem to hear his words. Even though his world body was less powerful than his slaughter body by a bit, it took him no effort to kill Stone Ancestor. He looked down at Stone Ancestor's body and spoke out sarcastically. Broke my promise. Humph. I'll always keep my word to my family and friends, but never to an enemy. How ridiculous of you to expect me, your enemy, to keep my word. Jian Wushuang laughed, then smashed the body before going back to the feast. In the sky above the martial arts practice field, the two Jian Wushuangs merged into one under the watchful eyes of everyone after they killed their targets. Jian Wushuang had wanted to hide this skill from others, But considering that few in the ancient world could be his match at the moment, he did not mind exposing it. When Jian Wushuang arrived back at the feast, he found Spirit Ancestor and said to him, "Spirit Ancestor, thank you so much. You're the one who helped Sword Marquee Mansion survive over the years. Both me and our mansion, even the whole of Sword Ancestor's bloodline, owe you a big favor. Here is an interspatial ring. The treasures I got from Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor are all in it. Please take it." Jian Wushuang handed the ring to Spirit Ancestor. The Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, then nodded and accepted the ring without saying a word. The people in the feast were astonished to know that both Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Two supreme experts in the Divine Land had been killed by the same person in a single day. "Lanner." Jian Wushuang turned to Lin Lan and said, "Follow me." "Okay." Lin Lan nodded respectfully and followed him. Watching until Jian Wushuang left, the stunned experts finally regained their composure. The next moment, the whole place went into an uproar. Chapter 602, Bone Dragon Emperor. Chapter 602, Bone Dragon Emperor. "Lanner, I'll be leaving the Divine Lands soon, and may even leave the ancient world as well. It will be quite a long time before I come back," Jian Wushuang said to Lin Lan. "Master, you plan to leave here?" Lin Lan was surprised to hear that. "I can't guide you anymore, so you'll be on your own. This is an interspatial ring that contains some sword skills and experiences shared by some experts. It might be helpful." Jian Wushuang handed the ring to Lin Lan. After a moment of hesitating, Lin Lan accepted it. "You lack experience, so you must be careful when dealing with others in the future. Maybe someday I'll come back. At that time, I'll come to see you." After saying this, Jian Wushuang smiled at her and turned away. "Master!" Lin Lan trembled while watching Jian Wushuang's back. "She has followed me for so long, but I've never taught her anything valuable. I'm not a conscientious master." Jian Wushuang sighed. When he was no longer in Lin Lan's sight, he stopped walking forward. "Among all the people who participated in the murder of Sword Ancestor, I've only killed a small number of them. I have to hurry up, find the rest, and take revenge. After that, I'll need to prepare for the Firmament Territory Feast in 3 years," Jian Wushuang pondered. Including Bloodbladesman, he had killed 7 of them so far, but it would take him some time to find the rest. "Senior Di Jing." Jian Wushuang took out a messaging slip and sent a message. Di Jing had given him this messaging slip before he left Monster Continent. "Boy, are you in trouble?" Di Jing's laughing voice echoed. "Yes, I've got some trouble." Jian Wushuang told him his plan. "Senior, it will take me a rather long time to find all the people who helped the murder Sword Ancestor by myself and take revenge. I'm afraid I'll miss the Firmament Territory Feast while I'm busy looking for them. So, can you help me with this?" "That's easy. Wait there, and someone will be along to help you." After saying this, Di Jing cut the connection. Jian Wushuang waited patiently for a half-day until an old figure appeared in front of him. The figure was a bald elder, skinny but serious-looking, with purple sigils on top of his head. "Jian Wushuang," the elder spoke in an icy voice. "You are?" Jian Wushuang looked confused while staring at the elder. He was sure that he had never seen him before, but he sensed a familiar feeling from him. "You don't recognize me?" The elder looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. "Oh, right. I look like a human being right now. Here, look at this." The elder took our bell. "A bell?" Jian Wushuang paused for a moment, but quickly realized who the elder was. "Your senior Di Jing's mount." He recognized the bell. In fact, the bell was the top expert Bagu cave master, who had been transformed by Di Jing and been given to the mount as a toy back then. Jian Wushuang remembered that mount as a dragon-headed demonic beast. That's why he had failed to recognize the elder until he saw the bell. With no more words, the elder threw the bell into the air, and the bell immediately transformed into a man. Naturally, It was Bagoo Cave Master. Bone Dragon Emperor. The bad-tempered Bagoo Cave Master stood in horror after returning to his human body and greeted the elder. Bone Dragon Emperor? Jin Wushuang looked toward the elder in surprise. He finally knew that the elder was also one of the 3 great monster emperors from the monster continent and was even the strongest one among them. He had never thought Di Jing could make such a powerful monster his mount. No wonder that young Zishuan was able to come to me with a dozen bone dragons before. Jin Wushuang, Bagoo Cave Master, is one of the people who helped murder Sword Ancestor, so he knows every one of them. Just ask him what you want to know. He won't dare lie to us, the elder said to Jin Wushuang. Good. Jin Wushuang nodded and turned to Bagoo Cave Master. So, just tell me who all the murderers are. Okay. Bagoo Cave Master nodded heavily and started to speak. There are a total of 28 people from different plane worlds that participated in killing Sword Ancestor. Apart from me and Jujie King from Tianyu World, who are at level 3, the rest of them are only level 1 or 2. They are Holy Ancestor and Stone Ancestor from the Divine Land, Dong Ming King from Luoyang World, Qian Xingzi from the Boundless Continent. Without pausing, Bagoo Cave Master told Jin Wushuang the names of all the murderers. Among the 28, I've killed 7. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Jin Wushuang. Bone Dragon Emperor looked toward him and chimed in. I'll find the remaining 20 people for you as soon as possible, but I hope you can leave Bagoo Cave Master to me. I need him as a servant. No problem. Jin Wushuang nodded. For the sake of Bone Dragon Emperor, he would definitely spare Bagoo Cave Master's life. Besides, he didn't think there was much of a difference between being a bell or being dead. I've issued an order to track them, so there will be a response in 2 days. Just wait. Bone Dragon Emperor continued. Okay, thank you, Senior. Jin Wushuang nodded. He could afford to wait for 2 more days. As someone at the peak of level 3, Bone Dragon Emperor was one of the supreme experts in the ancient worlds and the master of one of the top forces, so his men started tracking the other 20 people as soon as he gave out the order. The response really did arrive 2 days later. Chapter 603. 14 people killed one by one. Chapter 603. 14 people killed one by one. Jin Wushuang. These are the results. Bone Dragon Emperor stood before Jin Wushuang and said, 7 died in the past 1,000 years, either because of old age or killed in fights for personal grudges or treasures. Only 14 are still alive in the ancient world. 14? Jin Wushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Usually, a skyscraping realm expert could live for 3,000 years. After 1,000 years had passed, it was normal that some of them had died. The 14 people alive are in different planes. I will take you to their locations. Bone Dragon Emperor said. Thank you so much. Jin Wushuang was grateful. Immediately, Bone Dragon Emperor led Jin Wushuang away. They arrived at the Icefire world. It was a peculiar world, half filled with volcanoes and magma while the other half covered in ice and snow. Now, they were in the half-world of ice and snow. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang and the Bone Dragon stopped in the air, looking down upon the world below. There was nothing but ice and snow. According to my information, Icewing is meditating under the snowfield, Bone Dragon Emperor said. Well, Jin Wushuang nodded. I will flush him out. After saying that, he spread forth his supreme sword essence. Jin Wushuang drew out his heart-killing sword and slashed at the ground. Bang! The ground split in half. A rift opened and ice and snow fell into it. Who is disturbing me? A roar came from the deep underground, shattering the falling ice, and a terrifying being could be seen rising. Then a white-robed elder with frosted eyebrows appeared. Is he Icewing? Jin Wushuang took a glance at the white-robed elder and said, Icewing, 1,000 years ago, you and many other skyscraping realm experts killed Sword Ancestor for his ancient world token. Do you remember? Sword Ancestor? The white-robed elder's face fell, remembering the super sword talent 1,000 years ago. Yes, so what? Icewing snorted and said, My name is Jin Wushuang, a descendant of the sword ancestor. I come here today to seek vengeance for him. Therefore, you will die. After confirming his identity, Jin Wushuang acted directly without saying more. Icewing was just a normal level 1 expert at skyscraping realm. Having meditated for nearly 1,000 years, he had not improved too much. Therefore, Jin Wushuang killed him as easily as squashing an ant. 13 left. Jin Wushuang's eyes had a cold, sharp glint. Bone Dragon Emperor, let's go to the next. Okay. Bone Dragon Emperor nodded. Then they went to another plane through the wormhole. Time passed by. Thanks to Bone Dragon Emperor's lead, Jin Wushuang killed all the experts involved in killing the sword ancestor. It was not difficult for Jin Wushuang to kill these level 1 and level 2 experts at skyscraping realm. After all, his realm skill could slow them, and at the same time, his own speed was fast. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. To kill them was easy, but they had spent most of their time finding their locations. In the Tianyu world, Jin Wushuang was crazily battling Zhujie King over a great river. Those experts watching felt the whole world shake. Zhujie King, a level 3 expert at skyscraping realm, though weaker than sword ancestor, was not easily killed. Besides, he knew well when and how to flee. After a while, knowing he was weaker than Jin Wushuang, Zhujie King intended to flee. Though Jin Wushuang had used his realm, it was hard to stop him. At last, Bone Dragon Emperor lent a hand and stopped Zhujie King, so that Jin Wushuang could kill him. Except for Bagu Cave Master, who turned into a small bell of Bone Dragon Emperor, all other experts who were involved in killing Sword Ancestor had perished. Most importantly, Jin Wushuang killed most of them with relative ease. Time for the last one. A sharp light flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Though he didn't kill Sword Ancestor with his own hands, Jin Wushuang had the strongest killing intent against him. It was Su Ming, a traitor of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. It was he who leaked that Sword Ancestor had an ancient world token. It was also he who forced Jin Wushuang to leave the Divine Land. He was the one Jin Wushuang wanted to kill most. Jin Wushuang, I have discovered where Su Ming is, but there is going to be some difficulty in killing him. Bone Dragon Emperor said. Oh. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Su Ming had reached skyscraping realm not long ago. How could it be difficult to kill him? Su Ming joined Darkness Temple and now is the 9th Saint Master of Darkness Temple. If you want to kill him, you will need to negotiate with the Darkness Temple first. Bone Dragon Emperor explained. Darkness Temple? Jin Wushuang's face fell. During the last 2 months, he had been staying with Bone Dragon Emperor and had heard of some things about the ancient world from him. The ancient world consisted of different planes. Skyscraping realm experts from these worlds traveled from one to another and fought with each other. Gradually, different forces formed. Each force was defended by skyscraping realm experts. For example, as the leader of one of the most powerful force in the ancient world, Bone Dragon Emperor was a super expert. The Darkness Temple was another powerful force in the ancient world. Chapter 604, The Strongest Expert in the Ancient World. Chapter 604, The Strongest Expert in the Ancient World. Although in overall strength, the Darkness Temple was weaker than the Bone Dragon Emperor's force, it had a strong and tyrannical temple master. He was called Dark Emperor. In the ancient world, Dark Emperor, Bone Dragon Emperor, and Sir Ming were the top 3 experts. Each of them was much stronger than level 3 experts at skyscraping realm. They were considered to have reached level 4. As one of the top 3, even Bone Dragon Emperor could do nothing to Dark Emperor. Temple Master Black Spirit of Human League in the Monster Continent was an exception. Her own strength was at peak of level 3, nearly as strong as Sword Ancestor at his peak. But she possessed a relic from the Monster Exterminating League, a half-broken finger of God Hong. To use the broken finger placed a great burden on Temple Master Black Spirit's body, so she could at most use it twice. Once used, she could easily kill Bone Dragon Emperor and Dark Emperor. That's why Temple Master Black Spirit was feared on the monster continent. Even Bone Dragon Emperor dared not push her too much, worried that if she used the broken finger, at least one of them would be killed. Because of the broken finger, Temple Master Black Spirit was counted as one of the strongest in the ancient world. Jian Wushuang, Dark Emperor, is arrogant, selfish, and strong. The Darkness Temple's overall strength isn't the most powerful, but Dark Emperor indulges them by allowing them to be arrogant in the ancient world. Since Su Ming has joined the Darkness Temple, Dark Emperor surely wouldn't allow you to kill him. Bone Dragon Emperor said, "Is there anything I can do?" Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. "There is." Bone Dragon Emperor looked at him and said, "Ask my master for help. Dark Emperor is as strong as me, but compared to my master, he is nothing." "Ask Master Di Jing for help?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. "No hurry. It's better not to trouble him unless there is no other way." "Okay, then maybe you can offer him a treasure he is interested in. That way he will not stop you because of his greedy nature," said Bone Dragon Emperor. "A treasure he is interested in?" Jian Wushuang had a sudden idea. "Is there another way?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Or you could improve yourself to become as strong as me. Then the Dark Emperor would be unable to stop you. I believe it will not take you long." Bone Dragon Emperor said. "Understood." Jian Wushuang nodded. He left this option aside. Although it would not take him long to be strong as them, he had no time. He wanted to resolve his issues as soon as possible, so that he could go to Emperor Shao and prepare for the Firmament Territory feast. "Jian Wushuang, what do you think?" Bone Dragon Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. "Let's visit Dark Emperor first. I have a treasure and I don't know whether he is interested in it. If not, I will send a message and ask Master Di Jing for help." Jian Wushuang said. "Okay, I will lead you there." Bone Dragon Emperor immediately set off. The Darkness Temple was in the Dark Continent, one of the many plane worlds of the ancient world. A boundless dark palace sat in mysterious dark fog. In a hall, deep in the palace, 3 people sat at a long, narrow table and drank together. Among them, there was an evil man who was even more beautiful than many women. He was the man Jian Wushuang had been wanting to kill, Su Ming, a traitor of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. "Ninth Saint Master, are you still thinking about Jian Wushuang?" A regal lady in rich robes looked at Su Ming. "Kind of," Su Ming said. "Don't worry. Jian Wushuang may have killed many skyscraping realm experts, but those people had no or small backgrounds, and they were normal skyscraping realm experts. You are different," the lady said with a smile. During the last 2 months, the news that Jian Wushuang and Bone Dragon Emperor killed 14 skyscraping realm experts had spread in the ancient world. Many people in the ancient world had heard of Jian Wushuang, including people in the Darkness Temple. Su Ming was the person Jian Wushuang wanted to kill the most, so he was also aware of this. "Ninth Saint Master, you're a Saint Master of the Darkness Temple. My husband will protect you. Even if Jian Wushuang comes, what can he do?" The lady laughed. "I hope so." Su Ming nodded, but his face was still cold. "I didn't expect Jian Wushuang had improved so much in less than a year. He is nearly as strong as that old guy at his peak. Hee, what a talented junior brother," Su Ming thought. But he did not care too much. He was the 9th Saint Master of the Darkness Temple now. If Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him, he had to get through the Dark Emperor first. Besides, he had a trump card, which he believed would save his life. "Junior brother, you better be aware of the situation, otherwise, if you push me too much, I will use it." Su Ming's insidious face smiled. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.